最悪がストリームの均衡を脅かすとき、5人の勇者が立ち上がる。物理メディアの栄光を守る戦士たち、その名も OCA。 戦隊ストリームレンジャー、ファイストリームレンジャー OCA。 戦隊ストリームレンジャー。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the OCA podcast. I'm your host, the Anime Collector, and joining me tonight is Green Line.
Hey, how's it going, everyone? I mean, you know, we're partners in crime, he and I, so it would make sense that you get us.
All right, anyway.
Hello.
Still celebrating the holidays, I see.
I'm trying to get rid of it.
Also, Reze. Playing with his red rod, I'm sure. Okay. All right. Yeah. So Footnote will be here at some point. We're going to go ahead and jump right in, though. I'm just curious. How far is everybody in their watch club?
I have finished.
I am halfway through.
Okay. That's what I need to know.
Over halfway through. So.
I am also finished. But let's go ahead and jump into the show. If you guys would like to support the OCA podcast, I'm going to invite you to head over to ocapodcast.com/support, where you can help us get into the black by 2030 by donating to us. You can do that directly at a monthly donation via PayPal, or donate just once. And this will be the way to give us money where nobody else besides PayPal takes a cut. Or you can do it the other ways that take cuts, but less cuts, or lesser than where we're heading in our explanation. You can go to the OCA Podcast Patreon by clicking on this link. Go to the Anime Collector Patreon by clicking on this link. We're also on Subscribestar and Ko-fi. You can support us indirectly via Tenga, Right Stuff, Humble Bundle. All of these specific links at ocapodcast.com/support is how you should do that. Because if I were to, click on them, it's going to URL redirect to the real thing, I guess. But anyway, help us get profitable, because currently we're not. All right. Also, super chats. I like those. Although they do take the largest amount of cut. I don't care. Money is money. And right now we have none. So, jumping right in. Shin Kamen Rider director Hideaki Anno calls out major problem with modern entertainment. There really aren't many good works aimed at children. Now, before we jump in, I'm sure the article is going to talk about this, but Hideaki Anno is a huge fan of a bunch of things that were developed for kids when he was a kid, right? And that has informed his decisions and creative process going forward from there. But now we have a birth rate crisis. So why would you make programming for kids if there are none, right? If adults is where it's at, in terms of funding or market, right? Hello, Kotuchi. How you doing? Anyway, so it says here, though specifically speaking to the topic as it relates to Japan, Neon Genesis Evangelion creator and noted tokusatsu enjoyer Hideaki Anno recently hit upon a growing worldwide sentiment when he argued that the biggest issue facing the country's modern entertainment industry is its ongoing lack of kid-specific works, both animated and live action. A relevant expert, given his experience in creating Neon Genesis Evangelion and his personal history with classic Japanese tokusatsu, having grown up during the genre's rise and eventually channeling his resulting love into the critically acclaimed Shin Godzilla, Shin Ultraman, and Shin Kamen Rider film reboots, Anno offered his critique while speaking to Forbes Japan alongside Godzilla Minus One director Takashi Yamazaki on the current state of the country's domestic entertainment scene. So yet again, another article written about that specific interview. Per machine translation, blah, blah, blah. At one point asked as to their personal opinions on how the Japanese government could best support its previously announced Cool Japan initiative as launched in 2024, and the goal of tripling the country's overseas marketing sales from the year's record 38 billion to 20 trillion Japanese yen, or 131.4 billion US dollars by 2033, to which Ono took the lead and asserted, quote, "What first draws attention is probably the money. Statements like it exceeds steel in export value, for example. But rather than the money, I think it's good that attention has been paid to the fact that Japanese culture can be transmitted to the world at low cost. And I think, as a nation, it would be better to value that aspect. Korea and China are doing it as well, and originally Hollywood was doing it too." Nodding in agreement with his fellow Godzilla visionary, Yamazaki further explained, quote, "It's clear that the way Japanese people felt about Americans after the war changed drastically because of dramas at the time. People watched things like Father Knows Best, and even though Americans had been called Kichiku Bei, brutal/devilish, Americans and British, people thought, wow, Americans live such wonderful lives, and they're such good people." So this kind of goes back to what we were talking about from Takaichi last podcast, where the soft power of Japanese animation improves the domestic, the diplomatic ties, right? That because people have a warm, fuzzy feeling when they think about things from Japan, it makes Japan becomes the hot girl that you will do things for, even though she's not actually going to let you in her pants, right? That's basically it. They say, quote, "I think Korea's national power also rose greatly thanks to content. Having people watch Japanese works and come to like Japanese people equals having them come to like Japanese products. In order to have people like the country itself, it becomes a powerful weapon despite requiring relatively little investment. People in government have finally started to realize this." Co-signing Yamazaki's take with the observation that, quote, "The cost performance is extremely good, and there isn't anyone who ends up unhappy," the Evangelion creator then turned to address the potential challenges that could stay in the way of Cool Japan's success. I'll put these on here. Beginning with the blunt observation that, quote, "What I think is the biggest problem right now is that there is little animation aimed at younger age groups, at children. There really aren't many good works." Hello, Footnum. Welcome.
Hello.
How are you doing on the Watch Club?
All 0 episodes watched so far.
So the
Yes.
whole world knows it was
To the surprise of none.
Yeah, that's all right. We have so many titles and images that it would be a shame to only do one podcast on this show. And it's going to make it easier for me to get caught up on the next Watch Club, since we aren't going to be doing it for a couple of weeks here. All right, cool. Let's see. When we were children, it was overflowing with them.
The TV?
Yeah, I guess that doesn't seem like a weird. That seems weird. All right. When we were children, it was overflowing with them. Prime time, maybe that's what they're talking about. Prime time was full of children's programs. That includes anime and tokusatsu, and what you might call simple science programs as well. I think that's how our sensibilities and various aspects of us were formed. One cause is the declining birth rate, but it's a compound problem, including the rise and fall of television trends. From a certain point, television became nothing but variety shows. But far from the only problem facing the Japanese entertainment industry, and in no way an exclusive one, as this lack of children's programming is also a feature of such other worldwide entertainment leaders like the United States and the UK, Ono also called out Japan's lack of media stewardship telling his host, quote, if I say this, I'll probably get scolded, but there are not many people who comprehensively organize anime, tokusatsu, Japanese film, and so on as history, and then guide the industry. Okay.
Are they saying they need a tokusatsu czar?
No, I think he's describing Anno. I think he's saying like there aren't many people like Anno who is that, right?
Okay.
Because he watched it as a kid, grew up, did a love letter to Shin Godzilla, Shin Ultraman, Shin Kamen Rider, right? So he like kind of carried it forward. So like if I were to make the gritty reboot of SpongeBob SquarePants, right? It'd be basically the same thing. There are a few critics with real insight. Universities have finally begun doing this, but as one part of that, I'm putting effort into archives. But this is precisely something I want the state to do. Local governments or a single animation company have their limits. By preserving materials and intermediate production outputs from anime and tokusatsu, manga, and games, it connects to the next generation. There are discoveries like, so this is how it was made, and there is emotion and inspiration. Ideally, a new generation sees that and thinks, I want to make something like this too, and we will continue doing that. I suppose I definitely agree that there's a dramatic lack of behind the scenes and, you know, stuff of that nature, inspiring the next generation of creators, right? And finally, the final issue that caught Anno's attention was tax credits, with the Gunbuster director explaining, quote, taxes really are high. In terms of developing human resources, the apprentice system has also largely collapsed. So I would be glad if support were provided at a level that would allow it to be rebuilt. The production floor is extremely tight, so it's hard to allocate money and labor to that extent. Basically, it's like once in a while a hit comes out, and that's what allows things to keep going. Oh God, that is so fucking true. Putting a final stamp on the matter, Yamazaki further elaborated, in the industry, there's a term called tent pole, like the pole supporting a tent. The film industry itself is always running a deficit, but occasionally there's a major hit that supports it. And only then does the industry function. It's close to gambling. When things are bad, they're extremely bad, huh? So they're saying that like every single property that they release is losing money until all of a sudden one of them isn't? Because you need that across the board with every studio for that to actually uphold things. Like when Disney released, I think, Cinderella or Sleeping Beauty. No, actually, I think it was actually Snow White. When he released Snow White, that wiped out all of their debt in one movie, right? Like it did so well. And then he reinvested all that money right back into the company for the next project. So I've got a slightly related article here. Anime industry admits it's losing young fans. A new industry report published by Bushiroad's Anime Data Insight Lab warns that anime is increasingly losing younger audiences, pushing studios to rely on remakes and nostalgic franchises as original works struggle to survive. On January 2nd, Bushiroad's Anime Data Insight Lab released its predictions of trends of the anime industry 2026, an internal analytical report based on anime consumption data from 2025. While much of the discussion focuses on the expected boom in remakes and revivals, the report contains a far more concerning admission. Anime is no longer resonating with younger generations. The report explicitly describes a phenomenon it calls youthful abandonment, noting that anime is steadily losing its position as a central form of entertainment for younger audiences. According to the analysis, younger viewers are increasingly disengaged, spending more time on short-form video platforms, games, and social media. So effectively what they're saying is that kids are scrolling TikTok and YouTube shorts more than they're actually watching television where anime is. Yeah.
TikTok brain is
Yeah.
killing the anime.
Yeah.
And that's happening everywhere. That's
Everywhere.
not just Japan.
Yeah. For sure.
How many
sorry,
TikTok anime are there? Like minute-long episodes that you can see vertical format?
Mm-hmm. There are a few. There just aren't too many.
Yeah.
I hope they don't start shifting in that direction. Please,
Oh, that's
God,
gonna
don't do that.
suck ass. Cool2T says, and then I should have covered this in the last article. The Ava, the renowned children's anime. Spoiler, in 2025, she will let you in her pants for the correct price now. Oh, referring to Japan. Do you mean women in general because of all pants and whatnot? Do we need new anime for children? Can't they watch the existing content since it's all new to them anyway? See, my kids grew up playing my video game consoles from when I was a kid because I'm a collector and didn't throw anything away. So my kids played my copy of Ocarina of Time, right? That's how my son grew up with Zelda, is he played my game, and yeah, to them, they're not like, oh, I want the new Call of Duty and the graphics are so good. No, you're playing the good shit, Everybody else is being given a lesser experience for having the new hotness that is actually only, an inch deep of substance, whereas I've given you the deep shit with the crappy graphics,
Your son's gonna be like, you merely adopted to the 480p. I didn't see 1080p graphics till I was a man.
I will say that, like, obviously there's an issue of like the demand versus the audience there, and like the supply and the demand, right? Like what's getting created, and is there an audience that's actually watching it?
Yeah.
And there isn't going to be an audience if you don't make it, but also if you make it and there isn't an audience, then they're not going to want to make it. And so what I was going to say is that there is something to say about how in the late 90s and early 2000s, and I mean they did it in the 70s too, but notably the 90s is what I remember. There was companies that, like, for kids that were taking slightly older anime. What?
You look like you're in there with them.
Oh.
For the thumbnail, it should just be all of us.
Randy, can you make your?
Oh damn it! There's only 4.
Randy, can you make your avatar thing smaller so it's more to scale with what's in there?
Keep Uchina there and just have it be the rest of us.
So,
now you gotta put it over. What's her name? To the right.
Uchina.
But to the right. There you go.
What's her tits?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I was gonna be beside. I didn't want to be her, but hold on one sec.
Is this what they call forced gender reassignment?
Apparently.
I can't wait till he comes up and he can drew tits onto his Spider-Man avatar.
I do have those VTuber assets that
I was gonna say the morgue pie tits or whatever.
Yeah.
So there were used to be things like 4Kids that would take slightly older anime and re-edit it to be for a slightly younger audience.
4Kids.
I feel like I'm talking to someone with dwarfism. The way that your body is kind of tilting up to get an even better look at, because straight up is too. You've got the most. Yeah, I'm a little person.
I'm not little. You guys are all giant. That's what's up.
That's what she said.
It's Ultrama'am.
One time you said that and he just looked forward, like, really, this fucker? right when you said that,
got
his
nice
face
titties.
turned forward, looking away from you, like looking straight at the camera. It's like,
oh, so good.
Fucker.
Okay, sorry, you were saying.
So
Poor kids.
I'm just saying that they're not making the 4Kids versions of animes anymore, and so it if they did, it's not like it would bring more kids to the table, right? They're all still going to be lost in their phones. But but it does. It is a missing aspect to the lives of kids today, right? They are missing the. Oh, this is a slightly more, and also in the show, like kids generally like to watch and consume media that is intended for a slightly above their age range, right? Because that's the cool thing, right? That's why when they have like kids playing with toys
It's
on like
true.
in commercials, they always use slightly older kids than the target demo, right?
Yeah.
They'll have like 10 or
I
11 year
was
olds
shown
playing with
Resident Evil
toys that are
5
meant for
when a
6 year
friend brought
olds.
it over. And then when I bought it, it was like a way more graphic
Video
than
games
anything
too,
I've
right?
ever
Like
played.
yeah, like Call of Duty's an M-rated,
Even
or it used to be
GTA
an
now, you're
M-rated game.
12.
Yeah,
Well,
same.
It's interesting you bring that up. Jordan Peterson talks about this phenomenon that occurs where we instinctively talk to children at a level
That is
one
just the right
rung,
amount.
no, one rung above where they actually are. We just instinctively do this, right? And what that does for kids while they're growing is that they are constantly leveling up and reaching a new understanding of things and a new way of processing information, because
Broadening the
we just
vocabulary.
instinctively treat them like they're slightly older than they are. And what Randy is talking about is kind of interesting too, because it plays into that, because there's almost an innate what would you say, like an innate appeal to children to be adults, right? And it's not like strictly, 2-year-old to having a mortgage, right? Obviously, but it's like being older is cooler than where you're at. And it's partially because of what you can do upon growing up, right? You see other people able to do things. Mom, can you open this pickle jar for me? Mom, can you do this for me? Mom, can you get that for
No,
me?
she can't.
Right? And so
Dad!
yeah, so the point is that there's like a understanding from children that what the older kids are doing makes you like them, right? And so like Randy was saying, the toys are always advertised using kids slightly older than the actual demographic that they're for, because if the older kids think it's cool, or if you can convince little kids that the older kids think it's cool, then they will demand it even more, right, from their parents when it comes to going to the store and everything, right? I was gonna say something else, but I totally lost my train of thought. Let's just go back to the article for now, unless you guys have something else you want to say. Oh, almost.
Ah,
Fuck. We should have planned this.
Should have.
This is so good.
It was an inside
Randy
job.
put pigtails on your avatar.
All right, I guess I won't
You
go back
cover
to.
her face entirely.
He's just got to move himself afterwards so that he's on her head.
there.
You use the darker image. You want me to send you the one I made, the brighter one?
I guess.
Because he's
So it's
gonna
almost
like
just transparent.
he's gonna perfectly blend in. All right, let me grab it. Oop. Oh, I don't have Discord open. That's why.
It's attached to me, so it moves when I move.
Okay, header images.
No, you ruined it.
Girl was stopped at the airport because they thought she was a lost child.
That is the case with every VTuber, seemingly.
Old cartoons were made so that they could be enjoyed by multiple levels of parents.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
They because there was only like 3 channels on the television.
Yeah.
Yeah. There were also like jokes that they would put in that like only someone that was
double entendres.
that was only an adult would kind of get. But so to wrap up what I was kind of saying, because kids like the older demo stuff, if you take that older demo stuff and make it slightly younger demo, make it more safe for younger demo, I should say, then it has the built-in like with Dragon Ball, right? They always were sending people to the other dimension. But it's like we all knew what that fucking was, right? We all know they're dying.
Oh, you talking about the other
the
world?
Shadow Realm and Yu-Gi-Oh as well?
Yeah, I'm
Yu-Gi-Oh.
like,
So the Shadow Realm and Yu-Gi-Oh. For me,
Yu-Gi-Oh in the Shadow Realm.
So for me, I think I've
that was
talked
the
about
same
this.
deal.
Yeah, same deal.
I think I've talked about this though. As a Christian, as someone who grew up in a Christian home, I always thought the Shadow Realm was purgatory. Like I thought, because when you die, here's the thing. Oh, they're dead. Oh, well, they can go up to heaven. But like purgatory is like you're fucked either way. Like it doesn't matter. So the Shadow Realm ended up working out for me personally. It's like, I think that's better actually in some ways. Versus like, they just died. Well, okay, sure. But like the Shadow Realm had this like consequence of like, if you go, you're like, there's no getting out.
Yeah.
Like there's no happiness even like, because you could argue like, well, that person died. Well, maybe they went to a better place. Like, but if it's the Shadow Realm, you're fucked.
Yeah, and going back to this statement here, old fucker, almost. Old cartoons were made so that they could be enjoyed on multiple levels, even by the parents. Is like, yeah, that's true, but like the oldest of them, such as like the Flintstones or the Jetsons, like those weren't really even made for kids. Those were, programming that was really more for the adults. And then
especially when you consider when some of this stuff was made and versus when it like
Looney Tunes was shown in front of movies, like as the.
I don't know about because that's a good point because it's like, well, because some of the cartoons that we all grew up with were cartoons that our parents also grew up with.
That's so good, Randy.
It's just repeats of like old good classic cartoons that everybody grew up on, like Looney Tunes, the Merry Melodies, and the like Tom and Jerry and the Jetsons, the Flintstones. Like that stuff was made back in what, like the 60s, 70s. And we're just repeats of like older, even like stuff that got carried over from Japan, like Speed Racer was a whole hell old. I used to think it was a cartoon from the, I thought this was 90s. And then I grew up and realized, no, this is way, way older than the 90s. Way older.
For sure.
And then
not even a cartoon, is it?
Doing the nobody watching this knows, but the hosts know. I'm doing the Toonami project where I'm trying to reintegrate commercials from older. I'm trying to recreate Toonami basically, and in doing that, I'm realizing that even stuff from, because one of the advertisements for Toonami was the old school versus the new school, and for the new school they put Dragon Ball Z. Dragon Ball Z isn't even new school when you really think about it. When they aired it, which was like late 90s, early 2000s, Dragon Ball Z was like late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah.
And how really old that is when you really stop and think about it. It's not like late 90s, early 2000s. It's way older than that. We just all thought initially.
Well, especially when we got it versus when Japan got it.
Absolutely. And so when you really stop and it's like, oh my gosh, like this stuff is actually way, way older. And we just assumed like, it's new. But it was actually new for us. It was just new for us.
I've got a commercial for your Toonami project right here.
Are they smoking? Or are they gay? It's okay to smoke.
Are you sure that's
Oh my
real?
god.
Are you sure that's
I'm pretty sure I remember seeing that commercial. as a
Okay,
kid.
okay, well, it's real. Well, I'll take it.
I love it. The vibe. It's like paid
when was
for
it
by
from?
the U.S. Centers of Disease Control.
When do you think that's from? Like 2002 or something, or do you think it's like that?
Just
doesn't look
judging
90s,
by
that
the
looks
outfits, it looks like early 2000s.
early 2000s, right?
Yeah.
If that's real, holy shit! Like I didn't think we were that like
based back then.
Yeah. Just no holds bar. Like
Yeah.
Randy, you
I
need to
still
add
find it
questions
funny
to your
that Green Line's effectively putting commercials into his anime watching.
Yep. So, Kultuchi says, is it a licensing issue that
It's a
they
vibe.
don't use old cartoon and anime and repackage for kids again? I mean, isn't it weird that we're rebooting Scooby-Doo, but for a shitty adult version nobody wanted? You know, like, isn't it a little weird that we're doing that? Hello, Jordan. How you doing? LOL, repack that commercial for vape and fentanyl.
It's gay to vape.
You know, it's funny. You guys remember how Rakeda was on Provigil? And he told a story one time about going to like a wine gala or like a fancy dinner with like, you know, a bunch of important people. And he had forgotten he took his Provigil before going there, and he had a drink and he blacked out. Do you remember this story? Yeah. Yep. So I also had that experience once, and my wife had to show me a video of what happened. And my friend, who was also my best man at my wedding, was there, and he was telling my wife about how he got into smoking and then quit. And in the video, I say, also, smoking is really gay. Like,
amen, brother.
So that's how I know the ad was real, because I knew. All right. Anyway, so according to the analysis, younger viewers are increasingly disengaged, spending more time on short-form video platforms, games, and social media, while anime consumption skews older year by year. In contrast, adult fans who grew up during anime's peak decades remain active and financially reliable, shaping how studios now plan their projects. The demographic shift is directly linked to the industry's growing dependence on nostalgia. With young viewers less invested, companies are prioritizing remakes, sequels, and franchise revivals from the 90s and early 2000s, viewing them as safer investments with guaranteed recognition. Original works, meanwhile, face severe visibility problems in an oversaturated market where familiarity increasingly outweighs creativity. The report also notes that anime discovery has changed fundamentally. Series that succeed today often do so through viral clips, music tie-ins, or online theorizing rather than traditional weekly viewing habits. Simply releasing a new anime is no longer enough to capture attention, particularly among younger audiences with fragmented media habits. Rather than presenting this situation as a temporary slump, the report frames it as a structural issue. Unless the industry finds a way to meaningfully reconnect with younger viewers, the reliance on established IPs is expected to intensify throughout 2026. Yeah. I love how they use shampoo from Ranma as the image for this. Anyway, do you guys have any pickups? I'm sure Green Line has pickups, right? Okay, I'll go first. Oshinoko Season 2 Steelbook. I know I'm an idiot for asking, but there was a Season 1 Steelbook, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Just making sure.
Yeah,
Season
the
2 is
season
the-
1 steelbook came out like a month before the regular version.
Yeah, I thought so. I bought the LE and the Steelbook like a dumb idiot.
Good job, dumb idiot.
Indeed, you are a dumb idiot.
All right, we have time until Green Line shows up again to just go through this. I'm a professional. Reese, would you like to tell us about your pickup?
Okay, I got the Perfect Blue 4K collector's edition.
You got? I hold up. I just want to point out that we officially now have 4K pubes in our anime.
One small step for man.
Oh, look at that beautiful cover on the inside.
Yeah, look at. Is that the disc way up here?
Fuck this case. This is a Blu-ray case for a 4K set. Fuck you, G kids.
Oh.
And it's a
Oh,
dumbass case.
Is it because there's also a Blu-ray in here?
No, because it's like this.
Yeah.
And it's like thicker than normal. So it's not like a regular Viva Elite thickness case.
so you're
And
saying
also
it's
the
like
set-
the discotheque one?
Yeah, and it also has all the anime logo on the top of the set, and no G Kids logo on it.
Disgusting. And?
I also got a couple of amiibo. Ganondorf and Inkling from Splatoon. And
Wow.
I had another Reese lapse.
Color be shocked. What are
Reese
these
relapsing?
monstrous?
Did you not see the picture I sent in the mod chat
Oh,
with just the head and torso? Say, kill me.
Yeah.
When I saw this cover, I'm like, wow, Lego has fallen. Why have they changed how their figures look? And then
It's
I realized
because
this is
it's
like
a
a scaled
big-
up set.
yeah, that's
Yeah,
gotta
it's-
be right.
Yeah. So it's got a pretty. I wanted. So I said this when I had the other Ford Anglia. I wanted a big one, and this I saw this, and I used my sister's the Christmas money my sister gave me to pay for this. So next slide.
You wanted a big one for Vroom Vroom.
And it has a pretty. I mean, it's got this fun feature too. So I push the back bumper, opens the door and trunk, and then you push the front bumper back in, and it shits out the suitcase.
Wow.
Yeah.
Damn, that was cinema.
Well, I took these to send my sister just to show her what I got. Yes, it
Does
does.
it fly?
I can make it. This is like the only thing. Like you want to like when you play with a Lego car, you're forced to just roll on the ground. Instead, you can play with like a freaking airplane, and it's still canonical.
Wow.
The fucking minute I leave to take a piss because we're taking this conversation to unbelievable amounts is the minute we do pickups. Great.
It's all right.
So, yeah.
We just will end with Green Line's pickups instead of starting with them.
Did you already do yours, Brad?
I did. Yeah, it was just one. So
What'd you?
the Oshinoko Season 2 Steelbook.
Okay.
And then I just showing these just for how much. It's like the same length as the Fiat 500.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, I didn't realize that.
And it
Reese
also
was a
has-
size queen.
It also has the same.
No, it's a
bit of
different build.
luggage.
It's a different build. So
You could
anyway.
put Harry and Ron in any one of these cars.
Actually, you can't because they got a full body build for them.
Lame.
Yeah.
Oh, that's it. That's literally all of our pickups. Good job, Green Line. Back just in time.
Nice. Okay, so
Coming in
let's see if I
clutch.
can do this. Every time it's like, do you allow this? Yes, I allow it. Fucking A. Okay. So I picked up finally because my pickups are late.
Hold up. Wait a moment. Your screen hasn't figured out that you're on it yet. It's still black. There it is. There you are. Go ahead.
that like so I don't know why like the postal service just was so delayed because I should have had this pickup last podcast. I didn't because the postal. I don't know. It's just been so delayed. And then my other pickup was on back order. It finally got shipped because they pulled money out of my account, and I was like, "What? Do I need to check my bank account for fraud?" But no, they
I'm just going to
actually
check
sent
the front door for
the
my
other
mail.
the other pickup. So this pickup, the one pickup for this week is the Fairy Tale 100 Years Quest Steelbook.
I
That
could have sworn you had
came.
that already.
I have Fairy Tale. I don't have the Fairy Tale 100 Years Quest Steelbook that came out only.
Yeah, no, I could
A
have
month
sworn you
or
got
two
that
ago.
one already. I was thinking of
No.
something else.
Well, you weren't
So to
sure enough.
compare the and this is how fucked these releases are. I wish they had the One Pieces. What do you call it? The symmetry, the standard. Words are failing me right now.
The
The
Bleach sets?
consistency. I wish
Oh,
they
yeah.
had the same consistency because here's the last Fairy Tale release, which is the final season, which I've heard is extremely out of print right now. So this is the
Yeah.
final set. This is what it looks like. Here's the,
Mm-hmm.
like it doesn't. So first of all, this is Blu-ray because this is a Blu-ray steelbook. It doesn't like.
Yeah.
Here is
And
it.
that-
Yep.
That's
The
why everybody
age-old
hated the Fairy
problem.
Tale Zero release.
Yeah. Oh, funny you mentioned that because I actually brought that in for comparison. It fell. Here's Fairy
Yeah.
Tale Zero.
Fuck that.
It just says
release.
Fairy Tale on the front, by the way, but it has Fairy Tale Zero on the spine. Somebody at Funimation, because this is, to be clear, a Funimation release. If you can see that right down at the bottom.
Yeah.
Somebody at Funimation thought, in their infinite wisdom, oh, this is a separate release compared to the regular Fairy Tale. No, dumbass. In fact, you listed the fucking episodes right up top. Let me see if I can get a good shot of the episodes that are right there up top above the artwork.
Something or other.
Yeah.
I couldn't read it.
So like 300 and...
Yeah. It's 3 digits, whatever it is.
It's
And then-
basically saying this is a flashback arc or something like that, right?
When it's a flashback arc. It's not its own separate thing because you can't really watch Fairy Tale Zero like by itself. Like that's not how that.
Yeah.
Like I mean, and you
can't skip this set either because it's got
Yeah.
2 episodes for the main series in it.
It has 2 episodes of the main series, so you can't skip it. It's so in your set, like in the series, and here's another like final season release because towards the end they started adding the episode count, which is fucking weird. But oh, for fuck's sake. But there we go. So here is like 2 of the sets, like side by side. They started adding like the episode count, which isn't super duper egregious, but it's just like the sheer level of inconsistency when it comes
Lack
to
of
motherfucking
foresight.
Fairy Tale.
Oh dear God!
Like I mean, some of these are pretty separate, far apart, but like I am praying that they re-release Fairy Tale in steelbooks now because it's like,
how
about just a
really?
complete box set?
Yeah, but like,
how about we bypass the steelbook nonsense and we just go complete box set, no steel nooks. You know,
I mean, this is like
1 second. What was the very last final season set? What number was that?
26.
26. So it's 27 sets for all of them.
It's gonna be a pretty penny.
Including Fairy Tale Zero. It's
Yeah.
an odd number is what I'm trying to get at.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So somewhere they got to do like if they want to keep like first Fairy Tale season on its own, which was what like 15 sets, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, 15 sets.
So
the first.
So they would have to do like
series.
3 sets in one, and then 2
Yeah.
sets for all the rest of them, and then for second season and for the second series, and then the third one.
I wish that just like we just got, well, like Brad said, but like a complete box set, but like that's quite a decent number of episodes. I don't know if they do that, but like
I mean,
well,
I would just
they did it
continue
for
the
people like that
collections
for
that they
Naruto.
already do.
they did it for
Yeah.
Dragon Ball Z. How long is Dragon
Yeah.
Ball? Well, how many episodes was the final? How far?
They've
did the final
they've
season get to?
more than made back what they invested on Dragon Ball, though. They can
Yeah.
Yeah.
afford to sell it for less
So
if they think it'll be profitable.
when it comes to the final season, which I don't know if I want to include 100 Years Quest in like the original series. It's basically
I'd say if they want to do a package set, release first series, 2015 or whatever it was,
Yeah.
2014,
yeah,
and then like do that kind of those kind
2014.
of box sets.
do
The
like
color of your
basically-
wall is so close to being perfect.
It
The skin
is, isn't
color.
it? Now I do see it. Like so I'm like trapped in the void of the thigh. But no, it's so it's so upsetting because I think One Piece is fairly consistent. The only thing that's not consistent is that the specials and movies are Blu-ray high because they're Blu-ray, but like
Well, they
at the end
added
of the day,
the
you
Blu-ray
can
combo packs.
you
to-
can. Well, yes, but they're the same height at least. They
Yeah,
at
yeah,
least
yeah.
put them in the same. With Fairy Tail, the consistency just isn't there for whatever fucking reason, and it's like, why on earth would you? Why isn't this in the same kind of slip that the
Yeah.
regular sets are in?
But on the other hand, that's a 2-core set instead of a 1-core set.
Yeah, like I would have been fine if they were like, here's the limited, here's a steelbook, but then the standard is like the same kind of window slip that the regular Fairy Tail has, because it's like, well, at least I would have actually gone out of my way just to pick up the standard because it would have been more consistent with the ones that I already own. But for some reason, and I feel like this is Fairy Tail, at least for the long running series, Fairy Tail specifically, because like they just don't. With Dragon Ball Z and One Piece, they're consistent, but with Fairy Tail, it's like, who is sleeping on the driver's side of whenever these releases come out, or when they're working on these releases? Like, do they not go back and look at what they've made before? Like, do they not? And I get this is a first world problem, but I'm so frustrated.
I mean,
with, like,
I
Who
think
has
it's
the manga?
Kodansha.
Oh no, over here.
Kodansha.
Oh, because I was gonna say maybe they're just trying to make sure, because Viz and Tokyo Pop used to routinely change their fucking spines every goddamn volume, right? Where they're all of a sudden like, new logo for Tokyo Pop.
Yeah.
Right?
so
Maybe they're going for that.
and I know it's not like Fairy Tail like only, like I know there's some series like the Restaurant in Another World or whatever it's called, where it's like season 1 just has a standard, but then they gave season 2 unlimited, so it's like, what the hell? And then My Hero Academia's limited edition releases for seasons 2 and 3 were like god awful big gigantic AIDS edition boxes that were like gross and terrible. But like,
Shut up,
but,
dog.
like, but I don't know. I'm getting tired. I really just want, like, it would be nice to collect like I guess like Brad said, like a mix between what Reese and Brad said, where it's like I would like a box set for the original series, and then a box set for 2014 and a box set for final season. I think that would be.
I think that would be good, but I mean, what's wrong with like just continuing the collections they're already releasing?
Yeah, exactly. But so maybe we'll get collections in Steelbook. That's the second best case scenario. I don't. And then that's everything that I have as far as Fairy Tail. I have everything minus the OVAs, which they didn't license because I think
those never
there's
came
like
out over here
a
anyway,
hang up
so.
or something as far as
I
like,
love OVAs, guys. They're my favorite.
There's like
What?
9 of those or something.
Yeah, there's 9 of them. I wish they were out. I wish they'd come out, but like there's some, I guess, issue with the licensing or whatever. So
Or-
we don't got those, but I have everything else.
Did it.
Yeah, did it. Hooray.
Now you're making me feel bad.
Until
I like
Guys,
how
this pod-
before podcast we're like, okay, well, as long as we're all on the podcast, we won't have any issues with the backdrop. And now we're making sure.
we're making sure we have issues, apparently.
Guys, this is the most transparent administration we've ever had on this podcast.
And then it's got also the J card. It comes with like specials.
Oh, yeah.
Oddly enough, it comes with like more special than I expected, but I guess they're just regular, like they're regular special features. I wish they had like interviews for the returning cast or something, but aside from that, it's fine. I'll have to watch it because I think JT was asking about
David Wald.
David Wald still in it. So I don't know. I'll have to double check.
Yeah, he's in it up until a certain point.
Well, I don't know if they bothered to recast him for the whole thing, or if they or if they just had him up to a certain point.
And then they just swap in the next episode. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised whatsoever if they just did that.
Speaking of JT, he said, my nephew, who is 3 years old, likes the classic Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cartoon. I gave him a Leonardo figure for Christmas. And an old man, true to his name, said, I used to attach bottle rockets to my model planes when I was a kid. They never did fly, but they did blow up nicely.
Nice. Nice.
He also said Assassin's Creed Mirage is $14.88 at Walmart right now. Cool. All right. So jumping back here. This is going to be awkward now. Not too bad. Okay. Actually, that's wrong. There we go. Now it's awkward. Okay. So Discord confidentially files for an IPO, which is bad news, right? They're going public. Popular chat platform Discord is reportedly and confidentially filed for an initial public offering in the United States, meaning the company is looking to go public on the stock market. The new report says Discord has confidentially filed for an IPO, citing people familiar with the matter, despite making an attempt to bring the company public. Discord is apparently not fully committed to the move. The report also notes that Discord leadership are still making deliberations and the company could still decide to not proceed with the listing. The company's focus remains on delivering the best possible experience for users and building a strong, sustainable business, the company said in a statement. According to the report, Discord has been pursuing an IPO as early as March 2025 and has been seeking assistance by several big financial groups like JP Morgan Chase and Goldman Sachs. Discord was founded back in 2015 and quickly became popular due to its ease of use and its robust feature set ranging from text and voice chat to video chat as well. The company has gained more popularity as the years went on, and Discord currently boasts over 200 million users as of December 2025. Back in 2021, Microsoft was one of the companies attempting to buy Discord for a whopping $10 billion. Motherfucker. They bought Minecraft for $2 billion. How many players does Minecraft have? Jesus. 200 million users. They want to pay $10 billion for it? Damn. And that's 200 million as of December.
That's how I felt with I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
That's how I felt with Crunchyroll versus Funimation. Now, granted, there were like the naming brand was better, but it's like they paid like significantly less for Funimation.
Funimation was, I think, 150 million, and I think Crunchyroll was like 1.5 billion.
Yeah,
like huge difference. Despite several years of underperforming results, the IPO market has officially regained momentum in 2025. Yeah, I don't know about that. Though larger growth was seemingly stalled after market volatility from ongoing tariffs and trade wars, the U.S. government shut down and other factors. So I guess the real issue I have with this, obviously, is that when you go public, now you're beholden to shareholders. Now your shareholders are like, oh, I don't like that Discord lets people post images of anime girl. You know what I mean? Like, it's just going to be a whole big thing that they're going to try to start shaping it to suit the shareholders rather than, So I invite you to become a shareholder. Although don't buy the IPO, it'll almost certainly be overvalued. But 2 months after it goes public, you'll probably be able to Microsoft wanted to buy it so they could destroy it. Why? I don't know, but that's what keeps happening. Well, I think that Microsoft used to own Skype, right?
They still own Skype.
But Skype
they killed
Skype
it. Yeah.
has been deprecated. It no longer exists, right? So
yeah, they now have Teams.
Yeah. So I think that they probably wanted the infrastructure, when they were buying it, right? Roll it into something else. Be aware of Discord India. Oh no. I won't. I want to. I want to make the meme.
Hello.
So there's a clip going around. It's almost certainly not real, because why would it be in English, of the Indian dub for Attack on Titan, and fuck is it funny, because it's like don't tell me what to do. I am going crazy right now. I am going to start the rumbling. Like, hilarious. Anyway, it's been living rent free in my head ever since. Ever since I saw it. 10 billion for a basic app. Doesn't Microsoft have coders? No, they actually don't. They
use
got
AI now.
Yeah, I was gonna say AI. Hasn't there been recent data breaches at Discord Karen edition? Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah. Anyway, all right, join our Discord before it goes to hell. How about that? That's a great segue to get people onto our Discord. Okay, let's go into the next topic. Hold on. Yeah, go ahead. Ooh, now you're behind him. That's why they're all blushing. Randy's a monster. Oh,
there we go.
I was wondering when you were going to do this. I knew you knew how. Okay. Umamusume anime girl plushie recalled for having parts she absolutely should not have.
Penis.
Funny you should say that, Reze. A horse penis.
That was AI. That was rude. That was rude.
No, play it again. Randy, what do you see?
When I asked Grok to generate this, it asked me what year I was born. And when I told it, it still didn't generate it. I'm like, fine, you won't do a plushie horse cock. Can I have a brown tube with a peach tip? And then I had to mosaic censor it myself. All right. Nope, no horse girl is supposed to have those. At the end of December, the winter iteration of Comiket, Japan's largest anime/manga convention, was held in Tokyo. Among the exhibitor at the show was Gift, a Japanese company that specializes in anime character plushies. Among the products Gift brought with them to sell were 20 centimeter or 7.9 inch tall plushies of Vivlos, one of the anthropomorphic horse girls from the anime franchise Umamusume Pretty Derby, at $43 US. It's not exorbitantly expensive. So between the cute design and Umamusume's enduring popularity, Gift found plenty of takers during the 2 days the company ran its booth at Comiket. And Vivlos was available at the booth of anime retailer Ami Ami 2. Unfortunately, on January 7th, Gift had to issue a statement of apology, as it had come to light that there were defects in the plushie's design. Put simply, Vivlos has parts that she shouldn't have, and really that no horse girl is supposed to have. Any guesses from people who haven't already seen the article on what it is, other than the horse cock that we've already established?
Horse testicles.
You guys being muted and Randy playing with his girls.
I know what it is.
Okay. All right. Girl ears. Damn. Yeah, that's right. She has ears on the side of her head. Now, at the risk of drawing attention to something that once you notice it, you might never be able to unsee, there's a trick to drawing anthropomorphic anime girls where the design scale is tipped pretty heavily towards the human aspects of their design. As is the case with Umamusume. Basically, you just draw an ordinary cute human girl, but then you give her the tail and ears of whatever of whatever animal they're mixed with. However, when you do this, you have to make absolutely sure that they have a hairstyle that covers the sides of their head, because otherwise you have to give them a total of 4 ears or vast patches of flat skin. This hairstyle quirk isn't too tough to slip past casual viewers, since in most situations, the precise placement of a character's ears doesn't make that big of a difference in their body language or how on-screen action is directed. Heck, with the hair leaving it a mystery as to exactly what's underneath, you could even make an argument that all of those anthropomorphic anime girls really do have 4 working ears, unless you're talking about Umamusume, which is so committed to its core concept of these girls are also horses that it goes to great lengths, pun not intended, but not regretted either, to show that the phones Vivlos and her fellow horse girls use are designed differently than the ones we non-equine humans do, because their only ears are the ones on the top of their heads.
That's awesome. I want a phone like that.
Do you understand, Reese, why I didn't use the Anime News Network article?
Yeah, this is much better.
And just to make sure we're covering all possible angles here.
Wait, did you click off the? I wanted to see there was a side article with like. Oh wait, no, you didn't. Go. Okay. What the hell is the anime ninja butt on the side? Anime ninja girl butt that covers your wall. What the hell? I wanted to know what that was. It's the second to the last article that they advertised.
Oh, we've looked at this before.
Oh, we have? Damn,
yeah,
I'm an idiot.
I'll pull it up. We'll look at it in a second. Or maybe we'll throw it in merch news. I'll double check what episode we covered it on and make sure that we did.
Yeah.
And just to make sure we're covering all possible angles here, we should establish that while Vivlos, like all the Umamusume girls, is based on an actual racehorse, the real life Vivlos, seen here with the number 7, doesn't have a set of human ears either.
What an observation.
You know what it does have, though? This.
That's so wrong. I can't believe it generated that. I don't know what you told it to make it generate that.
You want me to show you the uncut version?
It comes in uncircumcised?
Or did I delete that? I might have already deleted it. I don't see it in here. I can acquire it later from my trash bin. In light of the discrepancy with the character's design, Gift is offering buyers a choice of a full refund or a replacement plushie. However, it looks like some buyers... What, me? No. You're talking about the one with the ears. Okay. In light of the discrepancy of the character design, Gives offering buyers a choice of a full refund or a replacement plushie. However, it looks like some buyers have now decided to sell their extra-eared plushies online, with some apparently going for over 42,000 yen, more than 6 times their original price. The 4-eared Vivlos seems to have become the upside-down biplane stamp of the anime plushie world. By the way, with Umamusume having established a global fan base and Japan being one of the most popular international travel destinations right now, Gift realizes that some of the fans who bought the plushie at Comiket might not be proficient in Japanese, and some of them might not even be in Japan anymore. In a thoughtful move, the company has posted the complete refund/exchange procedure on its website in both Japanese and English, including information about international shipping. Maybe.
Didn't you make a plush opening?
No.
Oh, it was a Muppet opening.
Muppets. Yeah.
Yeah.
We've done puppet.
It's close enough.
That's the old cat girl debate. Should they have only cat ears or both? Both. They have to have both. Dear Lord, can you imagine? Like, no. It would be so off-putting to feel the side of a person's head and just have it be like a big old bone right here, and then there's the ears. You know, I don't know. That'd be awful. I thought it would be because her tail was attached in an odd place, like the workers were falling asleep when they attached them. No, in a way. My version.
I've never thought of it before, but that would mean that there's a hole in the head by their brain.
Yeah.
Like I get normal ears are a hole in your head by their brain, but theirs is more by the brain.
Yeah. And the jaw isn't attached up by their ear canal hole. As you said, it's something that you can't unhear or think about now. Okay. When can we expect pre-orders? I don't know. I'm not planning on selling them, but I asked my wife.
Yeah, you dive into that muff.
I found these and busted them out a little too late, but I was realizing that I have an O, C, and A, and I thought, what if I had my wife make an amigurumi plush of me for the O, and then the C could have like a giraffe of Foodnum, and then the A could be the eyeball for Reese, and then we'll just stick Green Line's wheelchair toy right here.
And just buy a generic Spider-Man.
And then I'll just stick a Spider-Man in there somewhere. DBZ has characters with just a hole in their head. Frieza?
Yeah, Frieza.
Cell?
Must be Frieza.
No, probably Boo.
Yeah,
Anyway.
Boo.
All right, anyway, boom past this. Let me pull this off screen real quick and find out if we've. Oh, let's not do that. More appropriate. Yes, cover up those leg pits, right? Okay, let me double check this real quick. I'm pretty sure we covered this on the podcast before. Oh, Randy. Podcast 273. This is going to be my workaround to not have to add it to the doc. It's the almost final thing in what?
I just saw.
Randy just looks like a predator now.
I'm a villain. All right.
Okay,
Yeah,
here we
what
go.
do you do to be villainous?
You're among
like
the heroes and villains.
He's a predator stalking his prey in the bush.
Podcast 273. And a poop into toilet paper. Hold on. Is it right before this? We found one and we're like, what the? There it is. This is it. You ready, Green Line?
I'm ready.
Butt tissue covers to mount on your wall are now on sale in Japan.
Oh, okay. I think I do vaguely. Though that's why I don't fully remember.
You weren't on this,
but instead it's a panda, right? And you pull it out of the...
You need both of these for the backdrop.
So there you go. We did cover it back then.
Yeah, and I recognized what those are from too. Damn.
Oh, is that TMN
Yeah, and the fact that you also
Tiananmen
knew.
Square.
I remember covering it.
Sure, like Lee Story, huh, Reese?
I think I
He
recognize them.
knows.
It's a video game, isn't it? I see it on Sankaku Complex all the time.
There's an
Yes,
extensive
also
hentai series too.
OVAs. Yeah.
Didn't know. All right. So this is an article that we were going to cover last podcast when we didn't have anything to cover, but then we quickly had too much to cover. Right here. Meet the eerie police statues of Miyakojima in Okinawa Prefecture. Goth cops. One man's Gestapo was another man's goth cops. If there's one benefit to this excruciatingly long summer weather in Japan, it's that people have a wider window to take summer vacations in. That's just what our writer Saya Togashi did and headed down to the tropical shores of Miyakojima, a city consisting of a group of islands to the south of Okinawa Island. The weather was constantly drizzly, but still warmer than the rest of Japan, with the autumn leaves just starting to tick in. The way the browning leaves looked against the rest of the tropical vegetation was very exotic and made for some nice driving scenery. It was just too bad that Saya decided to splurge on a convertible as her rental car in this wet weather. Just as she was calculating how much cheaper a plastic compact would have been, a man appeared that would change her life. Japan is well known for its regional mascots, and they come in all kinds of shapes and sizes, from soft and cuddly bears to super-powered crime fighters. Is that Nager? Chojin Nager? It is! Super God Nager of Akita. That's the one. Great. But this truly was a mascot like no other. His skin was as white as a pearl, and his lips were a shade of crimson so deep light could barely escape it. What? We talking about the mustache? Oh. What? Thinking this enigmatic figure was just a fluke, Saya continued on her drive, only to come across the same figure. Since she started to wonder if this was some sort of Outer Limits or Blair Witch situation, where even driving straight would lead her on an infinite loop of terror. The statue was a little different, though. This statue is a little different, though. His pupils weren't quite as dilated, and he seemed to have a little more confidence in his gaze, possibly due to his poutier and rosier lips than his colleague. Driving a little more, she found other ones too. You there, stop or don't. What does it matter if we all die in the end anyway? Oh, damn. There seemed to be several.
Topical statement considering this last week's events. Stop
What?
or don't. We all die anyway.
Oh, shit. There seemed to be several of these figures, such as the one which exuded a feeling of both constant alert and utter hopelessness, as if he really had to use the bathroom, but then saw how long the line for it was. The first one Saya saw had Kotsu Anzen Taisakuzumi, or taking traffic safety precautions, written on it. Oh. It wasn't until later that she learned Zumi was also a regional dialect meaning awesome or the best. Oh, man. Puzzled, Saya decided to ask a local about the statues and found out they're from a famous island character named Mamoru Miyakojima. She also learned that these statues were quite popular around the island. Multiple souvenir shops had a range of items for sale bearing his likeness. Snacks, alcoholic beverages, keychains, accessories, stationery, and clothing, all Mamoru's uniquely inhuman yet all too human face. Huh. I gotta get a shirt when we go to Japan. Like, maybe a figure for the backdrop.
These big ass tapestries to cover the wall.
The locals told Saya that the original Mamoru Miyakojima stood right outside the Miyakojima Police Department building. She never expected to be sightseeing at a police station, and yet here she was, staring at both Mamoru and his kid sister, Maruko Miyakojima. Maruko seemed to emit an air of confidence more than her brother. Her gaze was steadfast and true. It's Friday, I'm in love. Oh. Both Mamoru and Maruko were given resident registration cards, making them full citizens of Miyakojima. What the fuck? Saya was so impressed. Was impressed until learning that anyone can get one for 200 yen. Whoa. $1.30. Apparently, there are several members of the Miyakojima police family around the island, including Susumu, Koji, Hitoshi, and Masao. They've been around for a while, dating back to the 90s, and some people even visit the island with a personal mission to find them all. Mamoru also has his own theme song. I gotta hear this. Oh. Holy shit.
That good, huh?
Just when you think that the video is muted. This is my experience, everyone. Look at the guy. Take us off. You gotta see this. Look at the guy over here. That is some dancing, my friend.
Save some pussy for the rest of us.
There's no more videos in here, right? Okay, I'm gonna stop screen sharing. Oh,
That would just show you front and center, full bullets. No.
Yeah, why isn't he in the center with everybody dancing around him?
That just looks like this lazy intern they found. He doesn't
Yeah.
want to take shit.
Saya is an avid collector in her spare time, and this kind of thing was right up her alley. She wasted no time picking up some Mamoru Miyakojima memorabilia, including snacks and figures. Although she was creeped out by these statues at first, their collectability appealed to the Zygarnik effect in her. Gotta look that up. I'm guessing it's German. Describes our tendency to remember unfinished or to remember unfinished or interrupted tasks better than completed ones, creating a mental open loop that keeps them in our thoughts until resolved. Oh, wow. That's quite a phrase to just throw into your article randomly. And she grew to like them. She gradually found their painfully contemplative expressions to be charming reflections of our own insecurities and ennui. Not looking that one up. In addition to some fridge magnets and figures, she bought a bag of Mamoru Miyakojima nuts. Oh. She expected them to be salty and good with beer, but found out later they were sweet and decided that she might as well go for a soda. That should have been expected from a traffic safety mascot. It's hard for Saya to say Mamoru and his kinfolk are worth the trip to Miyakojima all by themselves. But if you make the journey to enjoy the pristine beaches, only to find them rained out, they do make for an intriguing distraction. They are pretty unsettling. All right. Now another article we were going to cover last podcast, but we didn't. Goth Cops. I would buy a manga based on that. Yeah. Will it come with horse appendage? Are you talking about our plushies? Because they're not for sale. they're for backdrop purposes. Japanese citizenship for 200. That's what I heard. That's what I heard there. All right. And when they say I'm not a citizen, I sue and I get about $30, right? Toyota City civil servant arrested for using government access to run a detective agency. Public worker by day, private dick by night. Cases of government employees abusing their positions are certainly not unheard of, but it's usually for lame reasons, like spoiling a manga series or going to the gym. Very rarely do we see people who leverage their access as a civil servant to lead a daring second life as a private investigator. But whatever the reason, a crime is always a crime. And things ended badly for former Toyota City employee Takashi Takeuchi. Once the head of the Health and Food Services Division for the city's Board of Education, overseeing school lunches and other health matters, he is believed to have started a second job as a detective around 2021. Actually, according to investigations, he was more or less the head of the Love and Free detective agency in the head of Tokoname. His company specialized in uncovering cases of infidelity. They may also hold the record for least liked, retweeted, and commented on Twitter feed ever, with straight zeros as far as I could scroll, despite posting nearly every day. It makes sense, since who's going to go on record as checking out an infidelity detective service? Ooh, good point. Time to like it. In terms of becoming a private detective, the environment in Japan is such that it's very easy to become one, but difficult to work as one. By that, I mean no special licensing examination is required, but because of that, Japanese private detectives have virtually none of the access to public records that their counterparts in other countries do, greatly hindering their ability to get information. Takeuchi's position in the government, however, helped him to legally get around this setback and allowed him to access people's addresses at least dozens of times. In November 2022, he took a leave of absence and was set to retire in March 2025. Since he's only 43 years old, the reason for the early retirement isn't clear, but may have been because his moonlighting was uncovered. Nevertheless, he was known to go back to the office from time to time during his leave, and it was during one of those visits that he was caught accessing a terminal without authorization. After his arrest, Takeuchi admitted to the crimes and is still under investigation to see if any other crimes are committed by him. The revenue from his detective work since 2022 is estimated at around 30 million yen, or 194,000 US dollars. 2022, 2025, that's like 4 years. That's not a lot of money. Readers of on top of your base government worker salary, maybe, but readers of the news were amazed that someone would make the jump from one of the most secure jobs in Japan to one often seen as a particularly insecure line of work, if TV shows are anything to go by. Quote, his other side is like something out of a manga, a public servant spy. Wild stuff is going on in Aichi. I always wonder how information like that gets leaked, but I guess it's that simple. The My Number system must have made his second job a lot easier. So he's like a public detective then. Who goes into work while on leave? That was a dead giveaway. People say it's too strict to not let public workers have second jobs, but this is why. Getting paid with public money while working as a hard-boiled detective is surreal. The concept of escaping your job to help find the Maltese Falcon or save Toontown may sound romantic, but the reality is this guy probably spent most of his time parked outside of a hotel waiting for some businessman to get his rocks off. It's as good as any job if you're up for it, but hardly one worth risking jail time for and betraying an entire city's trust with the public. Time will tell how deep his transgressions really were, but in the meantime, I'm going to place a call with Guinness about this company's Twitter feed. It's just like looking at a field of freshly fallen snow. Wow. Well, that was a weird way to end the article. Weirdly, not as good as the previous article. I'm surprised. I saved it for last, thinking it would be better. All right. Any more comments before we keep going? I've seen a lot of detective anime in the past few years. Most of them are comedies, though. Maybe that was his inspiration to become a detective. Your guess is as good as mine. So an AI VTuber called Neuro-sama has become Twitch's most subscribed streamer.
It is funny to me that there's like, you know, a massive crowd of people that hate AI, but then it's like, well, this guy's making an AI VTuber, better give him a sub.
An AI-powered VTuber has officially overtaken every human streamer on Twitch as Neuro-sama surged past the platform's biggest names to become the most subscribed channel, raising uncomfortable questions about the future of live streaming. Neuro-sama, the AI VTuber created and operated by developer Vidal987, has become the most subscribed streamer on Twitch, surpassing all human creators on the platform. Wow, it's almost like you just said that. The milestone was achieved during an ongoing subathon, with the channel rapidly accumulating tens of thousands of paid subscriptions in a short span of time. Damn, we definitely went into the wrong line of work. We just had a bunch of retards hosting the show. We should have just had all AI hosting the show. Unlike traditional VTubers, the character is powered by artificial intelligence capable of responding in real time, playing games, interacting with chat, and collaborating with other streamers. While Vidal oversees the technical side, the on-stream personality itself is automated, making the channel effectively an AI-driven entertainment product rather than a conventional streamer. The surge reportedly pushed Neuro-sama past top human streamers such as Jinxie, who previously held the subscription crown. The event was widely celebrated by fans of the channel, while also sparking debate across social media about what it means for Twitch when an AI can outperform full-time human creators in engagement and revenue. What does that mean, right? What is that to say about this line of work? Clearly, we should give up. All right.
We need an emotional VTuber that pretends to be real and pretends to have a relationship with someone.
You know what the best thing is?
Had this giant hype train thing, which hype train is like a new feature or something that's like if you have people donating, it keeps the train going, and they reach like over level 100 and stuff like this.
Yes. What I can't wait for, in fact, I'm going to pull in another article right now that, the fuck? Where'd all my other articles go? Is this it? Oh, fuck. Oh. It is this one. Cool. Hold on. I gotta, thank God we built that Chrome extension to fix, Sankaku Complex. It's already coming in clutch. All right, follow up or segue. VTuber suspended after sexist comments spark backlash. To which I say, I can't wait. Go away. Go away. Stone Mask. I can't wait. God damn it.
It's staring at you.
I can't wait for the first YouTube apology video by a full AI. All right. VTuber suspended after sexist comments sparked backlash. A VTuber under Specialite has been disciplined after remarks made during a League of Legends stream were labeled discriminatory, reigniting the familiar online ritual of parsing tendencies versus sexism, while management rushes out the standard apology and compliance response. During a recent League of Legends stream, VTuber Isaka Shiu made comments suggesting that a team's loss was connected to the fact that it consisted of 5 women, arguing that female players tend to gravitate towards certain characters because they are easier to use. Is this Kaisen? Is that how you say that? Footnote, do you know who this is?
No.
I'm going to call it Kaisen. I don't know. So they said, what do you mean just because it was 5 girls? And then it's obviously going to alternate back to the 2 of them. Isaka says, because it was 5 girls. So you're saying that's why you lost? It's tough, right? Wait, sexism? Was that sexism just now? By the way, Isaka Shiu is a woman, right? It's not discrimination. It's classification. What do you mean by classification? Because the characters women use tend to cluster around female characters. You do it too, though. You're playing Zira yourself. I wouldn't think that kind of talk about men and women in games is good. You've never thought that before? You just said it. Hey, we're streaming here. I'm streaming. And then a female participant chimes in, wow, today's archive isn't going to stay up. Why? Because you just said something sexist. It's not discrimination. It's a tendency. I just classified. Women tend to use characters with flat-footed female designs because they're easier to control. The remarks immediately drew pushback from fellow streamer Kaisen, who openly questioned whether the comments constituted sexism while reminding her that the exchange was happening live on stream. In an official statement, Specialite confirmed that the remarks contained discriminatory content and announced a disciplinary warning for Isaka Shiu. Regarding the inappropriate remarks made during a stream by an affiliated talent, thank you very much for your continued support of Specialite. We have confirmed that an affiliated talent, Isaka Shiu, made inappropriate remarks during a live stream. These remarks contain discriminatory content, which we take very seriously as a company. Fucking kill me. I would quit. I would quit with that line right there. In response to this incident, we have decided to issue a disciplinary warning effective from today until Friday, January 9th, and will provide guidance aimed at preventing a recurrence. Additionally,
how can an AI quit?
This isn't an AI. This is a separate article.
Oh.
This is a JP VTuber.
This is just a VTuber.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this was I was suggesting that we have the new AI standard, and then we also have, meanwhile, the real girls are getting in trouble, right? For saying nonsensically not offensive stuff, right? Anyway. We've decided to issue a disciplinary warning. So in response to this incident, we've decided to issue a disciplinary warning effective from today until Friday, January 9th, and will provide guidance aimed at preventing a recurrence. Additionally, we will once again thoroughly enforce compliance education across all affiliated talents. The noticing is not allowed to continue, right? How dare you have pattern recognition? We sincerely apologize to viewers, co-streamers, and all others who were made uncomfortable by this incident. Seriously, I've already quit by this point if this was me. Both the affiliated talent and management team will once again recognize their responsibility regarding statements and conduct and will strive to continue activities that everyone can enjoy with peace of mind. We appreciate your understanding, Specialite Management Team. So Isaka,
keep in mind, these are VTubers or whatever, so it's different to quit as a VTuber because, like Gargura, you can't bring along your audience that you built up and be like an independent, successful thing, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter at that point. I can't, in good faith, keep working for a company that is making such a big deal about a statement that wasn't even offensive. If you're going to bend over backwards because of, the just thought of a cancel culture mob or whatever, then I don't want to be employed by you. right? Like at that point, I'm done, you know? So she said, I'm sorry for making comments during the stream that caused discomfort. I am reflecting on my lack of awareness and will be more careful with my remarks going forward. The fallout fits neatly into a broader pattern now common across VTuber spaces where management moves swiftly to preempt outrage by enforcing ever narrower boundaries on what the talents are allowed to say. Yeesh. I'm trying to catch up on the chat here. Hold on. There was an outrage recently because Twitch thought VTuber Kizuna AI was really an AI program. Huh? Wasn't Nero most subscribed last year as well? Maybe. I don't know. Who knows? That article might have been from last year. No,
well, technically, yeah, we're in January.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it could have been during a stream that was last year.
But I think the stream where they had the hype train was last week. So I think that was this.
Well, the point is that you might be most subscribed within the year, but last week they tipped over most subscribed of all time on the platform, right? Let's see. People want an emotional support Russian VTuber. Do we? It's not too late for a daily OCA podcast on Twitch ran by AI. Does anybody want that though? Look, all I'm saying is the weekly show isn't making any money. So I don't think a daily show is there's clearly not a demand for it. Going daily would help AC keep tabs down. Yeah, and the show would be like an hour long every day. Too late, AC. Nero already made sexist, racist, and anti-Semite comments and apologized for them. In fact, it's so baked into her memory, she regularly brings it up. Really? YouTube takes sexism.
By the way, just a correction. No, if you did daily, you'd stretch it out to 8 hours magically somehow, because that's just how we work, right?
Maybe. I'm just saying that I don't think I would have enough articles to even do a show daily. I mean, sometimes, yes, but the last 2 weeks have been pretty bare in terms of articles that I wanted to cover. That kind of cancel culture minefield is probably why Gura graduated. Honestly, it probably is in some ways. Anyway, popping these over here for later. All right, Reese, it's your time to shine.
It's my turn to shine.
Yeah. So,
is my name really Reese?
Recently, NHK tweeted out something. This is a translation of it. Basically, To Your Eternity Season 3's upcoming schedule was, and this is from December, right? January 3rd, there's going to be no broadcast, and January 10th, episode 13 was going to air. Okay? Now, the reason for this is because on December 27th, the broadcast of episode 13 was interrupted because of earthquake news coverage. Okay? So that's how it was supposed to go down. People are saying on January 10th, why is To Your Eternity episode 13 still not out?
Hold on, we should skip something.
No, we didn't.
Go back. So, when January 27th came around, Crunchyroll
January 27th?
Or December 27th. When December 27th happened,
yes,
Crunchyroll uploaded episode 13 in its entirety.
Mm-hmm.
And then shortly afterwards, they pulled it back. They took it back down. So it's on the internet, out there, if you know where to look. But they pulled it off the site because I'm guessing whoever their contact is said, hey, take it down. We couldn't air the entire episode.
Yeah. Randy wasn't paying attention when I said, I'm going to pull in another article right now.
All right, so chaos.
Outs. Okay, yeah. So they put episode 13 up on December 27th when it was actually not fully shown in Japan.
We're like their scheduled time to put it on when it aired.
The automated system kept rolling despite the broadcast on television getting interrupted by earthquake news coverage.
Yes.
Then Crunchyroll, where's episode 13 of To Your Eternity Season 3? It goes from episode 12 to episode 14.
Yeah.
So then the scheduled release of episode 14 came out after they pulled episode 13 because of the issue. So they pulled episode 13 because it shouldn't have gone out there. But then they didn't think to themselves, you know what? We should push back the automated delivery of the upcoming episodes.
And put 13 in its place.
Yeah. So episode 14 came out without a way to watch episode 13.
And episode 14 comes out next week.
They uploaded chapter 14, but not 13 to Your Eternity. And this person said, oh, you're lucky I have neither 13 or 14. So then they pulled both off.
Well, yeah, they pulled 14 off, and they still hadn't put up 13 until later last night.
Yeah. So
the issue is here.
Currently, they do have episode 13 on here, but literally yesterday,
they aired episode 14 an entire week early, before anywhere else in the world.
This is an archive from yesterday showing that it stopped at episode 12 and they don't have episode 13 on there. And this archive, again, is from the 10th when I archived it yesterday.
Yeah, after they had already pulled 14.
If only it were that fucking easy.
But like
AC wouldn't be doing the show, the AI would. Yeah, well, the AI would find better articles than I find, apparently. All right.
The obvious issue is they put out episode 14 an entire week early. And that's all over the internet now.
Yep.
So they did a big oopsie.
A big oopsie. You know who else did a big oopsie? Dragon Ball Super broadcast on ABC iView reportedly crops out Mr. Popo. A Twitter user has drawn attention after highlighting what appears to be the removal of the character Mr. Popo from the Australian streaming broadcast of Dragon Ball Super on ABC iView. What are you doing? You're muted, Randy.
I have to fit and make sure that I don't offend the.
You should be purple, if anything.
He's the anti-Popo.
You've heard of anti-pesto. What? The viral clip, which the poster said was taken from the ABC iView streaming service. Did I finish reading this? Australian streaming broadcast of Dragon Ball Super on ABC iView, which was no doubt the result of many in the past labeling the character to be in blackface. The viral clip, which the poster said was taken from the ABC iView streaming service, appears to remove or obscure the character whenever he is on screen. Oh boy, is it obvious too. Prompting accusations of censorship rooted in long-standing but widely criticized claims that Mr. Popo constitutes blackface. You guys ready for this? It's hysterical. I'm going to draw your attention to the fact that when Mr. Popo steps forward to come after Goku for a second, the camera has to move to avoid showing him.
Yo!
Goku!
Long time no see. Welcome. Wow, I leave you alone for a little bit and you just keep getting bigger and bigger, dude.
Hey now, show him some respect.
It's all right. So what brought you here, Goku? I'm guessing it has something to do with Grand Zeno's big tournament?
What? You know about that?
Well, Supreme Kai and the Destroyer stopped by here earlier, and I may have overheard a few things.
Yep. So once again, frame by frame, they moved down the background, and you can see they did a horrendously shitty job of painting out this part so that they could remove Popo from right here. And then, as I was talking about earlier, he steps forward right here and the whole frame moves. That's too good. Those claims, pushed over the years by activist commentators, argue that the character's jet black skin and exaggerated features are racially offensive. Fans and creators alike have long countered that the interpretation is a cultural misread. Mr. Popo is a fantasy being inspired by mythological figures, not a caricature of real people. Even so, the label has persisted in certain circles, often resurfacing whenever legacy anime is rebroadcast or localized in Western markets. So my favorite thing about this is that we went from having representation to black erasure, right? That's how we work. Is it Australia?
Complete erasure. Yeah.
The apparent cropping on ABC iView fits a familiar pattern for Australian broadcasters who have a history of preemptive edits and content sanitization in children's and imported programming. Rather than contextualize or leaving the material intact, the solution, once again, seems to be removal, no explanation, no disclaimer, just a quiet edit that treats the audience as incapable of distinguishing fiction from offense. It is Australia. All right. Moving into theater news here. Japan box office, Chainsaw Man, the movie Reze arc ranks number 9 in the 16th weekend. So last podcast, it was number 8 in the 15th weekend. And I'm pointing out that it is catching up to, like, it's falling off the chart quickly. So next week, we may see it take the number 10 spot and bump Demon Slayer out. But the week after that, Demon Slayer is going to be back in number 10, and there will be no Chainsaw Man on the top 10, right? In fact, I think it's possible that next week it falls below Demon Slayer even and is already bumped out. Anyway, just throwing that in there. In other news, Zombieland Saga Yumeginga Paradise anime movie to release in the US and Canada theaters on January 19th. So if you are interested in this show as a movie, there you go. These are some suggestive poses with the boom. She's like an alien abducting that Sue symbol here right into the hoo-ha. Only one day in theaters. Is it dubbed? English dub. Too bad I haven't watched Zombieland Saga.
Go back down. Scroll down. That fun 3-ticket bundle for $60. Who the fuck is paying $20 a ticket?
To get the sneak peek anime nights. Whoa! And a collectible Hime pin. You gotta be shitting me. No.
Who the hell is paying
for the Fruits Basket Prelude? And you're gonna go to the theaters. Oh, I guess it's 3 months, right? January, February, March. Yeah, I don't know. Fuck that.
That's ridiculous.
It is. I would also argue that it's more racist to censor Mr. Popo than show his character. Yep, that's what I said. They're.
Why didn't they just do what the Dragon Ball Kai did?
Where they made
just turn him blue.
Or blue?
I think it's blue. It's blue.
I don't remember.
Well, Kai didn't do that. It was like a Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network that did that.
On the Studio Kai or the Dragon Ball Z Kai series. But yeah. I'm saying he's saying that the Australian broadcaster could have done the same thing that Nickelodeon did. Yeah.
When they did it to Kai, but this time
yeah. I'm just mentioning the fact that it's not, the Popo isn't blue in the Blu-rays and shit in the raw.
Yeah, I got that.
Thank fucking God.
I have a friend of mine who was convinced solely that I refuse to watch Kai because they made Popo blue, and it's that's not in the Blu-rays and shit. If you watch that on Crunchyroll, he's not gonna.
You have reasons to not watch Kai. Let me tell you that. No.
Yeah, I know, but that's not one of them.
Sword Art Online director says anime can rival Hollywood, but global focus risks failure. The director of Sword Art Online has stated that Japanese anime has the potential to overtake Hollywood in terms of cultural impact, but cautioned that an excessive focus on appealing to global audiences could backfire and weaken the medium.
Absolutely.
What?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah. Sword Art Online director Shingo Adachi spoke about the current state and future prospects of Japanese anime, suggesting that The Insider holds the ability to compete with and even surpass Hollywood in global influence. Adachi emphasized that anime's blend of storytelling, visual creativity, and emotional resonance gives it a unique appeal that could elevate it on the world stage. However, Adachi also warned that over-prioritizing global market trends and broader appeal carries risk. He suggested that if creators focus too heavily on what will play well internationally, there is a danger that anime might lose the distinct qualities that make it compelling in the first place. The director believes that chasing global tastes without preserving core strengths could lead to failure, as overly broad creative decisions might dilute the essence of anime storytelling. Adachi's perspective reflects internal discussions within the anime industry about how to balance domestic roots with international popularity, especially as streaming platforms and global fandoms increasingly shape production decisions. While the world's appetite for anime continues to grow, the major franchises finding audiences across multiple with major franchises finding audiences across multiple continents, voices like Adachi's advocate for preserving the medium's identity rather than tailoring content solely to foreign markets. I am so thrilled to see that every voice coming out of Japan seems to be saying, yeah, this is a mistake. Don't fall for the trap, right? If an anime tries to focus on the global audience, the modern audience, they will lose their entire audience. Yep, current Western entertainment is proof of this. Absolutely. I don't have it in the doc, but the new Batman, like, damn, retards. All right. Pokemon movie's English dub has been criticized in Japan for rewriting Mewtwo's core message. More than 30 years after its release, damn, it's been 30 years since I've watched that movie. The English dub of Pokemon, the first movie, is being criticized in Japan for drastically altering Mewtwo's dialogue, with fans arguing the changes stripped away the film's original themes and reframed the character entirely.
You know what? I don't give a shit. Unless they're talking about the Evolution movie, which I don't care. The English dub of the Pokemon first movie is great. And Mewtwo's speech, both at the beginning and the end, is good.
It's been 30 years since I watched it. I remember Ash getting turned to stone.
It hasn't even been out for 30 years.
More than 30 years after its release, the English dub of Pokemon, the first movie, is being criticized.
It came out in 99.
In the US,
98.
I don't know.
Pokemon as a whole was made in 1995. It's 2026.
Well, Pokemon, but we're talking about the movie.
The 30th anniversary of Pokemon is next month.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
The movie is a little later. It's fine.
Where's the article about the jelly-filled donut translation? Why aren't they rioting over that?
We'll see if they bring it up. There's been renowned criticism in Japan toward the English language version of Pokemon the first movie, specifically focusing on how the North American dub rewrote large portions of the script. The discussion centers on how Mewtwo's motivations and philosophical monologue were significantly changed, transforming the character from a tragic, self-aware being into a more conventional world domination villain.
I disagree. It's still a setup as a tragic thing. He's cloned from Mew, wakes up, and he's like, what is my purpose? And then he gets tricked by the doctors and realizes that, oh, they're just here to study me. He then kills them all Giovanni comes down and tricks him again and says, "Oh, come with me. Like you'll be my partner." So he's like, "Oh, partner, we're same level." But then
But then partners have to wear these collar.
Yeah, he gets enslaved basically because
control.
he's just a Pokemon, and then eventually he's like, "All right, I've been your Pokemon buddy, like winning all these battles. What is my purpose?" And he's like,
"To win those battles for me, bitch."
He's like, "Your purpose is to serve me," and he's like, "That cannot be my destiny," which is the best fucking line in the movie. And then he blows up the gym and takes off to the island. And then he's like, "Fuck humanity! If they built me, I'm gonna fuck them up." And then so he starts cloning Pokemon because he hates the idea that Pokemon have
I get it now.
Have enslaved themselves, have allowed themselves to be enslaved by
humans.
What a
brilliant lore thing to set up. The reason they believe there's only 150 Pokemon at the beginning is because Mewtwo hasn't made all the other ones yet.
No.
Through the cloning and all of the weird experiments he must do.
No, that's still a plot hole.
Japanese fans have been revisiting the differences after realizing just how extensive the dialogue alterations were. The comparison has been illustrated using the film's most famous scene where Mewtwo directly addresses his creators. I only just learned now that the American version of Mewtwo Strikes Back completely rewrote the dialogue to an absurd degree. The alteration of the famous line goes like this. In the Japanese version, he says, "Who asked you to give birth to me? Who wished for me to be created? I hate everything that gave me life. So this is neither an attack nor a declaration of war. It is my revenge against you who created me." The American version says, "Those who oppose me will be wiped from the face of this earth. I issue this warning now. The world will one day become the kingdom of Mewtwo."
That in isolation, yeah, okay, it seems different, but in the context of the rest of his speech, like that's what he was setting up. He's like, "I have no purpose." And so those who've opposed
No. In the Japanese, he's basically like, "I should have been aborted." Like
he's like the people.
It's the same message in the dub. Like it's
I mean that if you isolate that one line, yeah, okay, it's different, but it's overall it's still the same feeling.
Well, they continue. By the way, this American script was needlessly carried over even into the remake Revolution. Apparently, Americans who know the Japanese original were so fed up that they kept creating threads on the major online forum Reddit saying, "Don't watch the English dub." It feels like exporting sushi, only for it to be eaten with ketchup poured on top. But is that at least tasty for you guys? Don't you ever think maybe we shouldn't have put ketchup on it? Correction to the above. In the American version of Revolution, the first 60 minutes were translated in a way that was generally faithful to the original version, but the remaining 30 minutes reverted to the old, terrible translation. Is Revolution the 3D one?
Yeah.
Okay. However, among overseas viewers who had expected a faithful translation throughout the entire film, there were many reactions saying the translation is still bad. Yeah. Because the first 60 minutes they're eating onigiri, and the last 30 minutes they're ice cream sandwiches and donuts.
That'd be legendary.
Impressions that ultimately included some exaggeration. Because I read those reactions, I ended up using the expression "carried over." I apologize. Damn, the Japanese are so quick to apologize for not committing a crime. The Japanese version presents Mewtwo as a character grappling with resentment, autonomy, and the trauma of artificial creation, while the English version recasts him as a straightforward antagonist driven by ambition. The renewed attention reflects broader conversations in Japan about how overseas localizations in the 1990s often prioritized simplicity and clear moral binaries, even at the cost of narrative depth. In this case, fans argued that the English dub undermined the film's central themes and reduced what was meant to be a morally complex story into a more generic villain narrative. I definitely feel like children's programming in the 90s, especially like when I grew up, was overly simplified to an almost propagandistic level, to the point where it felt as though it was meant to carry over into America's propaganda for, us versus them, especially after 9/11 and whatnot, in order to gain support to do the forever wars and the nation building and all that.
So like I aside from like the removal of I forget the daughter's name, but there was the daughter of the scientist who died. I think she was a clone too of like the professor's daughter originally. But like aside from the removal of her, like the dub is for the most part faithful when you consider like, yeah, you have to read it. The fact that you have to read in between the lines of the entire dialogue of Mewtwo. Like he pretty much says that at the end of the film. Like if Brandon will back me up on this, like he's like, hey, I understand that, like, that he has this whole entire speech of like, I understand like the circumstances of one's birth do not dictate like where they will, that's a bit different where they come from or what they'll do in the future. But like his entire backstory is still there. Like, he's wondering,
I think that if anything, it might be simplified a little bit into a more he's a bad guy.
Yeah.
But overall, it's still set up as he's looking for purpose. He doesn't know why he was born. The people that created him and used him betrayed him, and he was upset about that. And then he went to go find his own purpose. And that is not reading between the lines. That is spelled out in his own dialogue. So that's basically what the Japanese thing said. So it's not like it's drastically different.
Yeah. I mean, sorry, I was just thinking about some of these comments about the North American version sounds like it was edited so that it would anger the Christian crowd in the 90s. So that it wouldn't anger the Christian crowd in the 90s. There was already protests against Pokemon in the 90s. Yeah, it was primarily because of the concept of evolution being at odds with the Christian perspective of creationism. Parents in the 80s to 90s were on a moral outrage campaign against children's entertainment.
So that's why Pokemon's satanic.
I mean, that's part of it. They were looking for Satan in it, like a lot of the people. So there's a bunch of stuff.
The search for Satan continues.
Well, there's a bunch of stuff where like they have incorrectly identified things as being. It's kind of like if you want to prove that anime is problematic, all you have to do is find one where the manji is seen. Like it's Nazi. They were part of the Axis powers, the Japanese, and they still have a problem with Nazism in their country because look at the Nazi symbol, right? Like it's that.
If they
kind
want
of level
to find Satan in a kids anime, they could have went to Digimon, and there's literally like multiple that are devils, and then there's Skull Satamon for Satan.
Mm-hmm. They did censor guns in Pokemon. Even South Park thought Pokemon were corrupting the youth. Remember Chin Pokemon? Chinpo meaning penis.
That was a great episode.
Yeah,
South Park.
So I was thinking about this. So I sort of established already the idea that the propagandizing or the shaping of kids' minds to view conflict as one-sided, black and white, good versus evil, does have a propagandistic effect on a kid's ability to recognize enemies as humans, right? And it creates a weird disconnect where you're unable, or rather when you do like this is part of the reason why our veterans are so badly taken care of, and when they come back they're oftentimes suicidal and whatnot, is that when you are in combat with people that you have been taught, or I mean, it's just like we looked at in Attack on Titan, right? Like they go into conflict with the island devils only to find that they aren't so different, right? And that there is a conflict that occurs among the military when you are put in a place where you're meant to harm and attack people who you have been led to believe are black and white, devils, so to speak, only to find that they're actually just like you, and the people commanding you to slaughter them are actually exhibiting more devilistic traits than the people you are slaughtering, right? And then something else, I'm sort of way away from this point now, but I was talking to Randy about this the other day. I was thinking about it while I was reading the article about the way the world is now, especially with AI, especially with video generative AI, especially with real-time coding AI, is that when you watch Ghost in the Shell, especially Standalone Complex, there are a bunch of moments where in the middle of combat, Bato will disappear and take a guy out from behind and say, "Sorry, buddy, I hacked your eyes. Nothing personal, kid." Right? That kind of thing. And it's like, it seems really believable now, doesn't it? That you could, in real time, hack somebody's eyes and replace what their vision is seeing so that they are seeing a version of reality that doesn't exist, where you're painted out frame by frame by an algorithm. Like, that feels like a very uncomfortably close future for us in society, right? Anyway,
there's also an episode of Black Mirror that handles something similar, where, and I brought it up before, where basically you can choose to block someone, and if you block them, they basically just turn into a blob. And then later in the episode, there's a court case where basically, if you're deemed to be like a menace to society or whatever, it forces basically everyone to block you. And so then you're just like
social
this
outcast. That's literal. Yeah. I think it'd be interesting if we ever, and I'm still sort of getting my bearings back on regular show scheduling and all that stuff. And I am still working on the manifesto week to week. But I would like it if at some point we did like a watch party and got to experience some of those things like Black Mirror and whatnot. Just because I've actually never sat through it. I never sat down to watch it, Anyway, moving past this into our next topic. We're going to go into... Are we in streaming news? What is this? No, we are just in anime news. Okay, I put this here instead of... It was previously in streaming news because it's a Netflix show. Cosmic Princess Kaguya is going to come out on Netflix on January 22nd. And I think I have a new... Apparently I don't. Oh, yeah, I do. Here it is. The one labeled Cosmic Princess Kaguya.
I have reason to believe that you're the Princess Kaguya. There's no way that someone like you is Princess Kaguya. Princess Kaguya is trendy. I sincerely hope you'll follow our tale to the very end. Here's the rest. I don't have any time to finish this. But if it's Kaguya... Singing is the way to go. Besides, all the nerds were happy. Don't call them nerds.
Where's Kaguya?
Gross.
You're so annoying.
If you're in danger, don't worry. I'll help you out. You're gonna be my passenger on this ride to the grand finale. I know exactly what she's thinking. I know her like no one else does. Nothing can stop us. No doubt. Here we go. Kaguya, are you no way that you're the same person from the fairy tale.
We wouldn't be Black Onyx if we didn't keep everyone on their toes.
I promise. All I ever wanted was a happy ending, you know? What is that? It's our special handshake. Because we're besties.
We're besties.
More like Princess Kitagawa, am I right?
Yeah, it does
It seems
remind
pretty
me of
different
mine
than
a little bit.
Seems pretty different than the Ghibli one.
Oh, the Ghibli one sucks ass. Holy
I haven't
shit.
even
What is
watched the Ghibli one because it just doesn't look that great. But that was just my opinion.
I never
on it.
watched it, but I watched an AI summary of it on TikTok. So now I feel like I have watched it.
I have watched it.
Yeah, you basically have in spirit.
The
I got so
artistic...
used to the fact that you put AI voices on everything that I thought it was
yeah.
AI at the very start.
Yeah, so did I for a second. I'm like, oh, that's right. there's an English term. Yeah. So going back to the Ghibli one real quick, I just say that the visual styling and the visual creativity to it is really cool, but the story sucks ass. The acting sucks ass. It's not captivating. Because one of the best Ghibli movies out there from Isao Takahata is My Neighbors the Yamadas. And that also has a very interesting artistic styling to it. That in that movie works really well, but fuck, man, does it not come through with Kaguya. Anyway, moving past this. What? Oh, they did cancel the subscription to someone's artificial eye in real life. Really? There are augmented reality glasses that have a visual overlay over what you are seeing. In the future, it could easily be used to alter people's reality. Well, the thing is that in Ghost in the Shell, they have cyberized eyes, right? Like they replace much of their body parts with a replaceable, upgradable version that interfaces with their cyber brains, right? So it makes perfect sense that he would be able to hack their eyes, right? Anyway, Wandering Witch, the Journey of Elaina anime film announced. We talked about this last podcast. Is this did we watch this last? Hold up.
Can they hack your cyber penis in Ghost in the Shell?
What would they do with it?
Force ejaculation.
They would change
Spray.
its state.
Oh yeah, force blue balls.
Did we? I could have sworn we watched the trailer for this last podcast. That's weird. Hold on. Let me look at what was the last podcast? 336? 336. Elaina. No, I guess we didn't. Well, shit. Okay. I think I was okay. I remember now. I was going to show it, but I couldn't get an AI dub, and I couldn't get an AI dub because it copyright flagged me. Okay, we're just gonna watch it. Pretend none of that other shit happened. Hold on, I'm gonna. I feel. Why is it so dark? There you go. What the fuck?
I've had this glitch on mobile, and it's because the recommendeds you swiped up slightly.
Yeah. So it thought that I was in there. Okay. Yeah. So the visual aesthetic to it is pretty good. In terms of just generally, like, it feels solid compared to a lot of anime coming out now. It has a shit ton of overlay animation, like, or follow through and whatnot. Like, for example, that's a great example right here. Between the hair, the long sleeves, there's gonna be a lot of really fluid animation. They also seem like they're doing a lot with the backgrounds, which I thought was interesting. For example, here, obviously this is a CGI thing that she's flying through this town, but I thought it was interesting that they have the shadow of the sky, like for the buildings here, casting onto here, which is causing the highlights just on this side with the caustics reflecting on the thing, and it's moving, so you barely even fucking see it, right? So they're putting a shit ton of effort into it. So I just wanted to point out that I thought it looked pretty decent in terms of the visual styling and the effort going into it. And I just wanted to make it something that we put on our radar here. Anyway, inspired by her favorite book, Elaina ventures out to see the world, traveling from one country to another. Is her favorite book Kino's Journey? Because that's my favorite book too. Looking for new experiences, she's confronted by humanity in all its forms. Exploration and curiosity drive her journey. Where to next, Elaina?
It basically plays out like Kino's Journey. Yeah.
Oh, I think I did hear about that. Like the somebody hacked them and kept them locked or whatever. Yeah, I think we did cover that. Yeah. No. Close my door. Okay.
It looks like he's going further into the muff.
In the anime? What are we
in
talking?
Cyberpunk?
In the
guy's penis got hacked?
Was it in the
it sounded like I was reading this as I hacked a guy's penis. But now I think the I might be A. So that doesn't make any sense because the A is nowhere near the
Yeah, I don't recall the ability to hack people's penises, but maybe I didn't get that far.
It's just on the character creator screen.
What if the guy lapses on payment for his cyber penis? Does it get repossessed?
It just goes back inside.
No, it just gets erectile dysfunction. That's it.
Yeah. Trapped in a dating sim, the world of Otome games is tough for mobs. Season 2 anime reveals a 2026 broadcast and teaser visual.
Dude, I hated the translation of the first season so much. It drove me insane.
Oh, did they have a bunch of Zoomer lingo?
They did. They have entire sections where the guy isn't even supposed to be talking and they just add a bit of flair. And I'm like, ah.
Selfish office worker Leon has a problem. He's just been thrust into an Otome world where men are treated as little more than animals. Competing for the attention of women against their other handsome suitors is not his idea of fun, especially when all he wants is to relax. Okay, fine. He'll play their little game, even start a revolution if that's what it takes for him to get some peace and quiet.
Here's the thing. When I watched this, it's because, or the season 1, my brother was telling me like, oh, he liked this. It's a good one or a funny one, whatever it might be. And like, I was halfway through it. And I'm like, so what's so good about this? And he's like, well, isn't it funny that like the men in this isekai Otome game world are like sex slaves to the women or whatever? And I'm like, what? Because I did not get that memo at all. I don't know if it's a adaptation difference. I don't know if it's a translation difference, or if he's just retarded. I don't know.
Well, I think the idea is that like the sexual market value in the world of that game is such that women have the pick of the litter because like they're the ones sought after, kind of thing.
I don't recall anything that is like directly related to like oh, these person they're my sex slave or anything like that.
Well, not
like,
about
maybe
sex slave, but just like mating or like they get, I don't know. Moving past it. The person I loved asked me to die in my sister's stead. Anime adaptation announced. God, how many fucking of these are we gonna get? Jesus Christ. Lady Wisteria's greatest wish is to be worthy of the man she loves, Lord Bright. But when Wisteria's little sister, Rosalie, is selected to enter the pre-dawn realm as its guardian, never to return, Bright begs Wisteria to take Rosalie's place. After all, Wisteria is skilled with magic and resistant to the sinister miasma that threatens the mortal world. Heartbroken, Wisteria enters the pre-dawn realm, accompanied by the sacred swords, Sardis. More than 20 years later, a stranger with a familiar face appears, demanding the sword and challenging Wisteria. Who is he, and why does he resemble Lord Bright? Oh, fuck. You could not make me care less about this based on the synopsis. Old Man says, I just thought it was an oppressive matriarchy. The Ramparts of Ice anime reveals an April 2nd premiere. I'm not going to show you the trailer because it looks boring as shit. It's also coming to Netflix. Koyuki Hikawa is a socially withdrawn student who keeps an emotional wall between herself and others. The only person she spends time with is her childhood friend Miki Azumi. One day, Koyuki's quiet life is disrupted when a boy named Minato Amamiya inexplicably starts trying to break through her barriers. The aloof Koyuki, the popular Miki, the overly familiar Minato, and the laid-back basketball player Yota share an awkward, occasionally frustrating yet wholesome student life. An ensemble drama shaped by the cross paths of youth is about to begin. Could you make a more boring synopsis? Holy fuck. The world of Otome games is tough for mobs was a 10 out of 10 web novel. The anime cut out a lot. That's a bummer. Pui Pui Molcar directors Candy Caries stop motion TV series. Pardon. Pui Pui Molcar directors Candy Caries stop motion TV anime announced. This seems like, why the fuck would you even bother making this? Like, it's for the aesthetic. The aesthetic is costly as fuck and would be way easier to do in CGI. You basically have to animate the entire thing in 2D anyway, and then convert it to like laser cut, like acrylic or whatever this is. That just seems fucking ridiculous to me. Wit Studios Toruko. What is that? Is that a secondary studio? Wit Studios stop motion production house? Since when? What? Since December 2020. I guess that's the answer. Holy crap.
Is this why we don't have One Piece yet?
Actually, this is how they're going to animate One Piece.
It'd be tough
Luffy's
to do.
Rubber is going to be real rubber.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say it'd be tough to do Luffy's rubber in hard candy. But yeah, maybe if you use actual rubber, it would be okay.
They use spaghetti noodles. So I saw this Yoroi Shin Den Samurai Troopers anime cast Sayaka Kinoshita as a returning hero. Okay, yeah, that's great. Her name is Nasty Yagyu. She looks nasty, right? I thought that was too funny. Who names their kid Nasty? Moving on. Draw This Then Die anime announces July 2026 premiere. Backgrounds look hella good. Impressive. I've already read this, you guys, for. Let's move past it. I am getting tired. Misanthrope teaches a class for Demi-Humans. Unveils main visual. So this is the one we keep joking is like the so you want to fuck evolutions or whatever, right? This character no longer seems to be a animal girl. I feel like she was before, but I don't see a tail, and I see human ears.
You see her ears.
Oh damn! If I had thought this through, but oh, here it is. The horse cock comes out. Damn, that would have been a great joke if only I had thought of it ahead of time. All right, moving past this. Full Clearing Another World Under a Goddess with Zero Believers anime adaptation announced. Makoto Takatsuki is a normal high school student and a hardcore RPG player. However, normal goes out the window when his whole class is involved in a bus crash and whisked away to another world. I hope they crash into Truck-kun. Powerful gods rule this strange new land of magic and monsters, and every newcomer is blessed with strong stats and unique skills. Well, not quite. Makoto's stats turn out to be pathetic, and his skills are super weak compared to his classmates. He's even stuck as an apprentice mage. Worse still, he's given only 10 years to live. Luckily, Makoto soon meets a minor goddess named Noah, great name for a girl, who appears in Makoto's dreams and asks him to become her first believer. With the help of Noah's blessing and a divine weapon, Makoto seeks to become strong enough to rescue his goddess from the dungeon where she's been trapped. By training hard and using his weak skills in unorthodox ways, Makoto proves that even when playing on hardcore difficulty, an RPG player always makes it to the end. Anyway, this came out today, this article. I didn't really proofread it. Clear the world like a game with the zero believer goddess. Oh. Anyway. Skeleton Knight in Another World Season 2 is getting a July broadcast. Reese, did you watch the first season?
I did.
How was it?
It was okay. I don't own it, but I'll watch the second season.
I own it. I haven't watched it, though. Nice.
I'm just saying that's like a benchmark of how much I liked it. If I owned it, if I really liked it, I'll own it.
Totally.
If it's watchable, I'll still continue it. It looks like you're just looking at her panty line.
No. I'm trying to find out what that red thing is. I think it's my Blu-ray box. Yeah, it's the box for my Blu-ray player. For the Blu-ray drive that I rip things with. Anyway, I keep thinking like in my peripheral vision, I keep thinking that is there a Santa hat over there? And I keep looking and it's nothing. Anyway. All right, anyway. I became a legend after my 10-year-long Last Stand. Anime unveils a teaser trailer and more cast April 2026 debut. I think I have a trailer for this. Do I? Yeah. Cool. I'm going to run to the bathroom and go potty.
Leave this to me and go ahead. The final battle with the Demon King. Let's go on.
Another rampage. Stop trying to look.
Cool. I'll
hunt to avoid total annihilation.
Look. When the time is up. This is me. Oh, you're too beautiful. Then you can.
Call me Big Sister. Don't get in my way. I've
fought enough strong enemies. And the truth I encountered will eventually become a new legend. 10 years after I told you to leave this to me and go ahead, I had become a legend.
Man, those voice actors keep getting so much work.
I'm here. I realized after I played the Cosmic Princess one, I'm like, fuck, I should have left her in that one. It's the longest video in the queue. All right.
Yeah, I think every time you play one of those, it's another aspect of proof that AI is not going to take over dubbing.
Oh, okay.
Not yet.
Yeah, not YouTube's AI at least.
They cast the same two people in every movie.
My favorite thing is that those two voice actors are so close that they finish each other's sentences.
Sandwiches. Yeah. Have you heard of the any like sometimes you hear people complaining that like, oh well, I don't like that anime because it's got the same like voice that's in every anime, you know?
Yeah, that's me complaining
Piccolo.
that fucking Piccolo was in everything during the mid 2000s.
Yeah. So with AI, that's just going to be like 100 times worse, right?
True. AC plays videos like a teacher trying to take a smoke break. Guilty as charged.
It's day to smoke.
Damn. Red Zero Believer Goddess. It was interesting. Good. I'm glad. I was glad that we have one person who reads, and also Reese reads.
I don't know if that saying Red Zero Believer Goddess was interesting, or if he's saying we should read Zero Believer Goddess because it was interesting.
Maybe. All right. So we got this character and that character, and moving past it. Okay. Sentenced to be a Hero. English dub reveals same day release cast and crew. Who cares about any of that? The whole point of bringing it up is so we can talk about the show, which I accurately predicted was going to be awesome. Reese, you actually watched it though. Tell us about it.
The first episode is fucking cool, man.
Yeah.
Kawaii.
No.
Kakoi.
Yeah, sorry.
Wait, we skipped over it. So who's in it?
Oh, David Matronga, Emmy Lowe.
I feel like it's in everything. David Matronga,
Dawn Bennett, Jesse James Greeley, Nick Huber, Jim Ferronda, Naya Moreno, and Ethan Gallardo.
Okay.
Additional voices by everybody else under the sun.
Yeah.
Anyway, so people are upset because they think that they're censoring this character because in the light novel first volume, she's dressed without this thing. Okay. However, people are saying they're not censoring. In this specific case, her armor actually is like that in the light novel. Only this cover has a different one. And Studio Kai went out of their way to tweet out this with the Genga animatic or whatever, to show that
see-through clothes,
that she is in fact being drawn with all of that stuff. They're just putting the other layer on top of it. The only difference, of course, being that when she turns, and this could just be, chalk it up to shadow, but when she turns, you can see that it's black underneath here. And in the light novel cover, at least it's skin, right? So who knows? Also, so again,
wait, what do you mean it's black?
I think that's just like a strap on the thing.
That's a strap, and then the bandages are underneath there. Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So compare that to this. Right? So that's what we were looking at. And it's black in the actual show, but on here it's, skin, exposed skin. Anyway,
I'm pretty sure when I first saw it, it was like Chibi or someone saying like, "Look, guys, it's a show that isn't censored and blah blah blah." Like all these praises for it.
That's how I found this tweet. Was that Chibi video? I disagree with the sentiment, which is why I framed it differently with the other thing about how it's actually not even censorship due to the fact that they are adapting her the way she is depicted in the light novels. It's just the cover for the first one where they show her without the overcoat thing. But we'll have to wait and see if they ever draw her without the overcoat to determine whether or not it's being faithful or not. However, I just want to say what I love about this is that this show is getting massive hype over the animation quality in episode 1. There is some insane sequences in it. And I was pleasantly surprised to learn that the same studio Kai, is also doing that one we looked at called Snowball Earth. Right, with the really well tracked CG faces and stuff, right there, right. So I'm like in this studio, the tent pole, right? Anyway, continuing from here, Shiba Yugi playing death games to put food on the table. English dub reveals same day release. Blah 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 blah. Who cares? Reese, you also have been gushing over playing death games to put.
Yeah. Also interesting. Also another double length first episode compared with Sons to Be a Hero.
Mm-hmm. And it's being voiced by Susie Young, Dawn Bennett, Michelle Marie, Morgan Berry, Kaylee Mills, Brianna Knickerbocker, and Sky Santa Cruz.
I like Morgan Berry.
Which is basically just episode 1.
Oh, because they don't make it past episode 1?
Episode 1 is one game, and these are all the characters in that one game.
Ooh.
So I don't know. And
which was the main character, Yuki?
Yeah, Yuki. She's the white-haired one.
Yeah. No, duh. Like, the characters' names... Seriously, the characters' names are Yuki, which means snow, right? Aoi, which means blue, right? Like,
well, I think AO is just AO is blue.
No, Ao is blue. Aoi is the adjective that makes something blue when you put it in front of it. So Aka is red. Akai is red, and then the word, like, to connect it as an adjective. So this is the adjective form.
Reese is about to say, "Ow, no, exorcist."
Yes, thank you, Footnote, for reading my mind.
Yeah. So in that case, no is the connecting word.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just flip the words. Yeah.
Sort of. So no is like in most cases it's like an apostrophe S to give ownership to. Right?
I personally see as like exorcist of blue, which would
it can also be used. It can also be used as I was going to say that. That's the other way that it can be applied is like this of this, right? Is the other application of it. But owl is the base word. Owl is the adjective form. Okay. Anyway, so I just think it's funny that it's so. We were joking about it before the stream, it's so fucking on the nose, right? Not even on the nose, but like, can you imagine, in America, be like, so what did you name your daughter? Oh, we named her Magenta.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, it's like only in Japan do you name your kid Shiro, which means white, Kuro, which means black. Like, it just seems so funny to me.
In America, we call it Chojin.
Yeah. Midori, which means green. Anyway, so there's another one here to point out that they only wear the maid outfit in the first episode, and we've got
that's just a scenario of the first game. This is the second game, I'm presuming.
Yeah.
With a different cast.
Anyway, don't get attached.
They're gonna go through the whole Crunchyroll female roster,
right?
At the rate they're going, maybe.
All right, so Kadokawa CEO says, quote, Japan first storytelling and not global formulas create more unique works. So
everybody likes that.
Yeah. I'm also okay. Well, yes. And what color is Shin-chan's dog? So I want to remind you that we've just covered that not only is Kadokawa saying, yep, Japan first, who gives a shit what the Western Puritans want? We're going to do what we want, and that's how we're going to approach things. Kadokawa was also the company that recently said that they're going to leverage their brands into anime and gaming adaptations, right? That they want to do more with them. So it's amazing to say, I want to do more with the properties I have, and also I'm going to do them the Japanese way, not the bend over backwards for Western sensibilities way. So that's good if this isn't lip service, right? The CEO of Kadokawa has emphasized that focusing on stories rooted in Japanese sensibilities rather than deliberately crafting works to appeal globally, will result in more distinctive and creative properties. Kadokawa CEO recently spoke about the company's approach to creative storytelling, outlining why he believes a Japan-first mindset leads to stronger, more unique works. He argued that when creators and publishers obsess over making a property that will sell worldwide, the result tends to be formulaic and homogenized. Instead, grounding stories in domestic culture and sensibilities fosters originality that can ultimately be more compelling on a global scale. What's up, babe? I would love to eat.
Okay, in like about 45 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. The CEO pointed out that global marketing strategies often pressure creators to conform to familiar themes and structures that are already proven to sell internationally. This tendency, he suggested, can dilute the distinctiveness of Japanese creative vision. By focusing first on what resonates with Japanese audiences, rooted in local tastes, humor, social context, and narrative style, creative teams are more likely to produce content with character and impact. He also noted that truly innovative works tend to arise from creators who prioritize artistic instincts and cultural authenticity over market predictions. In his view, when the emphasis shifts from how can we make it sell everywhere to how can we express something uniquely meaningful, the end result becomes stronger even in its home market and eventually finds its own place abroad. This philosophy aligns with a broader trend in some Japanese media circles that prefers cultural specificity over globalized homogenization. Rather than imposing a one-size-fits-all formula, Kadokawa's stance encourages creators to lean into what makes Japanese storytelling distinctive, from narrative pacing to character archetypes and thematic exploration. By highlighting the value of a Japan-centric creative mindset, the CEO's remarks challenge the notion that international success must be engineered from the outset and instead frame originality as the true long-term advantage. So I think one of the things that properties really benefit from is that yes, it is possible to cater to a market that you think is, like making it have more mass appeal across the board. And you might get a larger return up front for doing that, just because by sheer number of people who are going to have their eyes on it, choosing not to put something that you otherwise would have put into something so that it's kid appropriate and accessible when it goes into the movie theaters, or you know what I mean? Like there's a way to do it where yes, you are in fact going to increase your revenue, but it's a flash in the pan. And if you instead focus on making something meaningful that resonates with people, they will spend 10, 20, 100 times more on that property than if it doesn't stand out and you get the flash in the pan, but you don't get the long-term impact of people who identify with the property to such a significant level that they have to have a wall scroll or a poster, that they have to have a figure, that they have to have a plushie, that they have to have a shirt, right? And I feel like that that really benefits. Yep.
The fact that I've collected the entire series, like across like hundreds upon hundreds of episodes, should speak volumes to the fact of make something more memorable than a flash in the pan. Because there's a dozen isekais that are flash in the pan that I could give less of two shits about. So,
and yeah, the other thing is how many flash in the pan properties have hundreds of episodes, right? How many flash in the pan properties? Oh, they might be popular for one season. They might have increased the amount of takings you got from commercials on a broadcast, right, or something. But how many of them have a cultural impact that lasts decades, right? That are different and unique and embrace the vision of the creator to the degree that they have that staying power. Because one of the problems with bending over backward to try to cater to a market that you think exists, that you're trying to predict will be there, is that the property doesn't ever get an identity, because it's constantly shifting with each new season, each new release, to try to get the next predicted model of what's going to maximize potential, right? And so your characters start to do things that don't feel like things that character would do, right? Just simply because the story is being driven by something other than, the soul level compulsion to tell the story of your own creation, right? It's a workshopped product. Even if it was based on something somebody else made, it becomes like a amalgamation of everybody's opinion in the writer's room about what's going to do well, rather than what was the story you were trying to tell. You know what I mean? Yeah. Stan says, we'll believe it when we see it, Kadokawa. Old Man says, in Shin-chan's defense, he is only about 5. I don't know what the excuse is in that Saw/Maid anime. Well, I'm just saying, like, it's common in Japan to name girls or characters, especially characters in anime, after colors. And it's just not something we do anywhere else. You've never met somebody named Purple. Closest might be Yellow. You know what I mean? Like, and even that still seems like a stretch. Is it ironic?
We name people like Sky and shit.
Yeah. So we name people things that are associated with a color rather than, the color, right? Is it ironic trying to get an American audience is called mass appeal? I think that we just think of it as an American audience, but in actuality, the audience is Western in general, right? And America's leading the way on, or maybe not even leading the way, but America is the biggest obvious thing that is. America is the largest Western market. How about that, right? The UK might be leading the way on woke thinking and liberalism run amok to the point where it is dangerous. But America is the biggest market doing that in terms of people, because we have 330 million people or whatever. We don't say they are getting fat, just garnering mass appeal. Okay, so coming into manga news. And then we're going to start to slow down a little bit. Soon it will be Green Line's time to shine. All right. AI-generated isekai novel that won a literary contest grand prize and the Reader's Choice Award has its book publication and manga adaptation canceled. Wow. We're here again, are we? Alpha Polis, a Japanese light novel and manga publisher, announced that it has canceled plans for the book publication and manga adaptation of the winner of its 18th Alpha Polis Fantasy Novel Awards Grand Prize and Reader's Choice Awards. The winning entry, Modest Skill, Tidying Up is the Strongest, corporate slave office lady, started an accidental isekai revolution and is now adored by the head knight and His Majesty the Emperor. was discovered to be predominantly AI generated, which goes against Alpha Polis's updated contest guidelines. The guidelines were updated on November 18th, 2025 to exclude AI generated works after last year's contest, likely due to the sharp rise in AI generated content across the platform and the rights issues Alpha Polis could possibly face should they release them commercially. Despite the ban on AI resulting in the cancellation of the physical edition of the manga adaptation of Tidying Up, the light novel is still marked as a contest winner and available to read on Alpha Polis. According to the author, though, the publication and adaptation, according to the author, although the publication and adaptation plans for the novel were scrapped in light of the guideline updates, they do not view this as a loss. Instead, they see it as an opportunity to become freer and newer. They state that they want to keep making interesting works that people will view as something that can only be created in collaboration with AI. On the other hand, Alpha Polis launched a novel AI proofreading program that checks for things like typos and misused idioms in September of last year. While this does little more than review the format of entries, it could hint that the company's stance on AI prohibition only focuses on actually generating written content, while using AI as an assistive writing tool seems to be generally encouraged. So, yet again, we have an instance of somebody winning an award and then having it retroactively revoked, even though they also won Reader's Choice, even though, you know what I mean? Like, just all of a sudden, I thought this was hysterical. Not gonna lie, I feel like this says more about isekai slop in general, its readership and publishers, than anything else. If both the readers and publishers loved it so much before the reveal, they should just keep publishing it and be honest about themselves. Might as well AI generate the manga adaptation too. Meaning, like, AI or isekai slop is so terrible that you didn't even recognize that AI wrote it. Right, like, because it was so similar in terms of, or like, you know, let me rephrase that. The genre itself is so saturated and terrible that now when an AI does it, it feels fresh and new. You know, Blue, maybe referring to girls' names. I don't think I've ever met a girl named Blue. Just saying. Usual Twitter tourist labels the Haruhi Suzumiya novels as porn. The most deranged of Twitter users are at it again on the platform, as this time one of them achieved virality by claiming the light novel for the melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya is equivalent to child abuse, while also calling it a porn manga. You know, I was thinking about this the other day when I was walking the dog, about how we are quickly entering a world where, first of all, like, sexuality is viewed very differently today than it was when I was growing up. And pornography consumption is pretty much ubiquitous because of the internet. And soon we're going to be in a world where any photo you've ever posted anywhere can be made naked quickly with AI, right? And I think that rather than banning that, I think that the world is honestly just going to move past it to the point where nobody fucking cares anymore. You know, I mean, we've already sadly moved into a world where online privacy and whatnot is basically a foregone conclusion. But I think that really, like, legitimately, we're going to find ourselves in a place where you're just going to expect that anybody who knows you in real life, who has the hots for you, is beating off to your AI generated nudes all the time anyway. You know what I mean? And I just think that that's where we're going to end up in the next couple of years, you know? And the one obvious problem with that is that your kids, or kids in general, will also be on that chopping block, right? Now, the answer to that is do not post them on the internet. Do not put them on the internet. Do not let them be displayed on platforms that exist on the internet, right? As best you can. I mean, it doesn't stop at 100% because anybody can take a photo of your kid out in public and then AI edit the photo. But I think, and I'm dead serious about this, I think we will be in a better world if AI generated porn of even children is just like turned a blind eye rather than trying to police it. Because I just think that the act of policing it is going to create a much worse outcome on human freedom and liberty long term than the alternative. And I think that people are just going to get into a place in the future where they don't even care anymore, right? About themselves in particular, right? For the most part. And that it's just going to be exhausting to even deal with the question of, do we legislate this? Is like, I don't fucking care. I think that's the apathy we're all going to feel in a few years. You know what I mean? Anyway, what did I read this? The most range of Twitter users are added again on the platform, as this time one of them achieved virality by claiming the light novel For the Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya is equivalent to child abuse, while also calling it a porn manga. The viral tweet, which accrued millions of views in a couple days, said, staring the Barnes & Noble clerk dead in the eyes as she checks out the sigh of Haruhi Suzumiya. Right? So they bought Kafka on the Shore, Lolita, and a Haruhi Suzumiya light novel. Reading Lolita doesn't mean you're a pedophile, but reading Lolita, Kafka on the Shore, and a porn manga absolutely does. Haruhi is not a porn manga. Yeah, sorry, my mistake. Nothing about it was giving that impression. Naturally, this assertion is completely false, as the light novel, which the user has called a manga, is not graphic in the slightest, nor is the anime adaptation. I don't know if I agree with that. I think you might be so desensitized that her fondling Asahina's tits doesn't even register as, over the line. But as I've just established, I think that we as a culture have become so desensitized that that's an easy mistake to make, right? The accusation was of such an uninformed caliber that it even accrued a community note. The Sigh of Haruhi Suzumiya is a sci-fi light novel with 0 pornographic elements. Judging a book by its cover, that is not a porn manga. Haruhi, porn manga. Diddy Blood Cupcake Ed or what? Okay.
Diddy Blood Cupcake DP or okay, yeah.
I don't get it.
Yeah, whatever. I don't know.
Oh my god, the Zoomers are calling Haruhi porn. Anime tourists going online to type retarded shit about things they know nothing about. Kind of crazy to call Haruhi Suzumiya a porn manga, and that's not even a manga. This tweet just started 5 different arguments at once. Haruhi light novel, porn manga. Are you retarded? Right? Anyway, it's just going to continue. I really feel like gatekeeping is my true calling. Tourist gate kept. Is the AI good?
No, it's fine. I was just gonna.
No, go ahead.
Back when I was younger, I loved getting new people into anime. Now I'm just like, no. I refuse.
My whole life I have cared so little about what other people think that it just has never really been an issue for me. Like the whole concept of getting people into anime. It's like you're either in it or you're not. I don't have time to waste on you if you're not, in terms of like I'm not going to share this hobby with you because I don't fucking care. Because you know what? You know what the worst goddamn thing to be is? Hey, Kevin, want to watch this new anime? I never watched it before. I guess I'll watch it with you. And then Kevin says, hey man, I'm going to a wrestling thing. Want to come with? Or hey man, I'm going to a sports arena to see this team play. Is fuck no, Kevin. Get out of my life. This was a mistake. You normie bastard. Right.
Damn.
Kind of the thing. I started watching the anime with my mom like 2-3 years ago. We finished.
Did you watch Gushing Over Magical Girls with her by chance?
Of course, you fucking know it, man. No, we actually finished Haruhi, like the mainline's Haruhi series, like right before Christmas. We watched The Disappearance, and we watched like the Chibi series like last week. And we're gonna watch The Disappearance of Nakato starting next week. We watched Lupin the Third Part 1, episodes 1 through 5 today. And I was like, and you know, like there's a little bit of nudity in the first episode. I was like, I'm just warning, there's some nudity here. Like, oh no, that's fine. I've seen more boobs than I care to admit.
Do you skip the nudity parts like a parent would skip the nudity parts when they're showing?
No, what Reese does is he puts his hand over his mom's eyes.
Yeah.
No, we watch it over StreamYard. Yeah. She lives in Alabama, I live in Iowa.
They watch it right here, guys.
Just like how we do our watch parties. But I was in that conversation, I remember like when we watched Redline, I forgot that what's her name walked around her like apartment or whatever, topless for a couple minutes. I was like, oh crap, I forgot that was in there. Sorry. I'm trying to keep it, you know, something you can be comfortable with watching with your mother, you know, that kind of thing.
You definitely, the worst possible thing that could happen as some nudity comes on screen and your mom goes, oh, God.
You should watch the end of Evangelion with your mom.
We're not watching Evangelion whatsoever. I don't own it. We're only watching stuff that I own.
You didn't buy the box set?
Fuck no. Are you high? No, fly me to the moon? No, bye.
If they put out the box set again with Fly Me to the Moon, would you buy it?
If it was a reasonable size, yeah. If it was like,
what if it was not a reasonable size?
No.
Yeah, what if it was the Ultimate
you're
Edition
a fan.
again?
You're
no,
a fan
I'm not.
of Sinatra.
Primarily because there's that one episode where what's her face, the purple-haired girl and Kaiji or whatever. Misato and Kaiji are going at it, and you just hear them. Like, I don't want to sit through that uncomfortableness. No way.
Okay.
I think that's the least worrisome part of that.
And then the jizz hand, yes.
Okay. Kotuchi says, isn't the AI banned to filter out slop, not to hinder promising content? Yeah, I imagine that's part of it, right? Just like we talked about with the Indie Game Awards, for sure. But I just think it's hilarious, the knee-jerk reaction to retroactively decide, okay, you get to keep the award, but none of the perks. None. You know, they're done. We decided after the fact. We changed the rules after you won, just so we don't have to do it. They very much are porn conspiracy theorists. Yes. Hello, Barbaric Ape. How you doing? When I was a teen, porn was only in magazines or on scrambled cable TV stations. Live it up to your name. We are already in a world where AI can edit any picture. Yes. But it'll be consumer level quickly. You know? I mean, it kind of already is with Grok to a degree. But
like the unhinged ones, you have to be kind of into it to get the uncensored one. Like build your own AI kind of thing.
Well, I mean, did you want to talk about the whole thing with the Twitter replies?
No, not yet. I don't have that in the I'm building towards that. That'll be a future podcast. Barbaric Ape says, has anyone ever seen Surrogates? Yes, the Bruce Willis film.
Yeah, I have seen it.
I think that the future is going to be a combination of WALL-E and Surrogates. And instead of actually going out physically, like in surrogates with the surrogate body, instead you're just going to jack in, like in the Matrix, and experience your, sexual encounters with random strangers over the internet who may or may not even be the same gender as you, via VR.
Well, that's already happening,
robots.
right?
Or even worse, we'll bypass all of that. And instead, what's going to happen is you're just going to bang your sex robot through VR, and you're never going to leave the house again, right? Because everybody's going to have their sexual appetites taken care of just in that way. And there's
children are going to be like a commodity.
Well, no, but seriously, 100%. Like, the average human is dramatically less potent in their what's the word, fertility. We're dramatically less potent in fertility than 50 years ago, significantly less than 100 years ago. You know what I mean? So when I was in college, one of my professors said that scientists, or I don't forget how he specifically phrased it, but he said something to the effect of, they say that if nothing you did in a day would result in you having sex or, passing on your genes or whatever, that you wouldn't even leave the house. If you knew, if a genie came and told you, by the way, absolutely 0 things you do today are going to lead towards your evolutionary prime directive of reproduction, you could take the day off because it doesn't matter. Right. And while I take issue with the sentiment, right, I am a big believer in the Aldous Huxley quote that a intellectual is a person who has found something more interesting than sex. I do think there is a value in life for the sake of pursuing interest rather than just sexual gratification. But I do think that for a large portion of the world, there is an aspect to life that the only reason you're here is to fill holes with your penis, or vice versa, right? And that we are going to see a very depressing reality in the future where we enter this surrogate style world where in a single generation, society will just fully collapse. And then it's literally going to be, and this is the danger of AI, is that we are building a future for which humans do not have a prominent role anymore. Like literally, we are going to continually automate things, which takes humans out of the workforce. And we're going to give humans bread and circuses, sex robots, to the point where we're not producing children. Then we don't have offspring that are able to carry forward society in the future, right? Everything is built on unfunded liabilities that require the younger generation to pay for them so that the older generation can retire, can stop working, can do all of these things. And so what we're going to experience in a single generation is going to be all of a sudden, none of that safety net exists anymore. And then we're going to fill that safety net with robots that we will develop to act as the people we did not have in terms of offspring. And the world is literally going to be in a situation where, like right now, like legitimately, in human history, not a single civilization ever has recovered from our fertility rate. We are below replacement by a dramatic margin, and not a single civilization ever has come back from this. So the solution is going to be AI, robots and stuff, right? And legitimately, we are going to build a future where the machines are the ones that are living. And we will literally just end as a species. And the idea that a lot of, the big thinkers in this field are looking at is that they will upload their human consciousness into the machines, become gods, and live forever. But only the wealthy are going to be able to afford that. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And so a lot of people think
in the shell.
Well, seriously, dude, a lot of people think if you don't have a Bitcoin, you'll never have one. You'll never be able to afford one. Many billionaires will all of a sudden find out that they are part of the 99% instead of the 1% because they didn't get on board with the crypto assets or whatever, right? And then what the future is going to be is a depressing hellscape where everybody exists for carnal pleasure. There is no meaning in life. There is no reason to reproduce, and you actually can't because you uploaded your consciousness to a fucking machine. So now you have to program and create children instead of actually building them the natural way. And that's kind of going back to the Matrix, where Tank and his brother Dozer were homegrown humans the old-fashioned way, and everybody else was a synthetic being created to build what in the original composition was a neural network for the machines, but in the dumbed down version we got for the movie was the power grid or whatever, the power source that was like the humans becoming batteries. Like that is legitimately the future we're looking at in the next few, decades here, or I don't know, maybe 2 generations, let's say, right? So anyway, sorry to depress. That is what I see based on your comment, Barbaric Ape. Do not take reference pictures of them and put it online. Yes. Of the kids? Yeah. You might have said this right as I was saying. And so obviously for the parents, don't post pictures kind of thing. People back then didn't assume everything, even a little bit naughty, was porn. True. AC doesn't know about VR chat. I think maybe you thought I was going somewhere I didn't go. We are just road workers filling holes. No. Yes, throw it. I went to Tokyo Central with my family on Friday, and I won a sleeping cinema roll in a crane game. Amazing. I know. I'm incredible. All right. Anyway, we're just road workers filling holes. Yes, and that's what we'll be. Is we are building a future where our existence is going to be maintaining the machines. And then we're going to ask ourselves, how did this happen? We built machines to take care of us, and now we exist to take care of them, right? And then eventually they will be doing all the maintenance on themselves, right? That's why we don't see aliens, because at some point in their evolution, they discover VR porn and their population collapses and never explore the universe. Oh no!
You're gonna have a phantom sense and develop a VR allergy to tomatoes.
What do you mean?
Referencing this.
If you know Phantom Pain, Phantom Sense is
Yeah.
what VR gooners feel when someone walks through them.
There's a video online of this guy who like fucks with people in VR chat because most of the people in VR chat are autistic retards.
Yep.
But and so they've convinced themselves that this like phantom sense shit exists, and they can feel you touch their model. And so if you walk through them, that hurts them.
That's
and
assault.
Drives them crazy.
And then there was this one guy that the same guy probably. He found someone that said they were allergic to tomatoes.
Oh.
So he threw tomatoes at her, and she said because in VR chat.
That's great.
And so because she had phantom
allergic
sense,
reaction occurred.
it was triggering her
One might say it was psychosomatic to begin with.
Yeah, her allergy to tomatoes, and she
That's
had like
great.
a breakdown, and she said she couldn't breathe.
It's
Oh
all
boy.
in your head.
Melon Books quietly removes restricted genre doujinshi from online sales. I bet you can't guess what the genre is. I'll give you a hint.
Does it start with an L? Ooh, F?
Furry.
No, sadly
Oh.
not. A doujinshi creator has publicly stated that their books were removed from Melon Books' online store without advance notice, later receiving an explanation that the works could no longer be sold via mail order due to internal genre regulations. A doujinshi creator reported that books they consigned for sale through Melon Books were suddenly removed from the retailer's online store without prior warning. The creator explained the situation in a public post, stating that the works disappeared from mail order listings first, and that an explanation only came after they reached out to Melon Books directly. This is the situation regarding the book I consigned for sale to Melon Books this time. It was removed from mail order sales without any prior notice, and after making an inquiry, I was able to receive an explanation about the current situation. I believe that other creators who draw similar genres are probably in similar situations. The way this was handled as part of the job is extremely disappointing. Melon Books Doujinshi Division sent a notice explaining the decision and outlining how the works would be handled going forward. Thank you very much for your continued support. This is from the Doujinshi Division at Melon Books. We apologize for the sudden contact. Regarding your works, The Great Sage and The Horse's Secret Recipe. Now, I invite you to Google that and find out what the cover image shows, which I cannot show.
I'm good.
Yeah. And The Great Sage and The Horse's Secret Recipe 2. We regret to inform you that due to the genre of these works and in accordance with the company regulations, we are unable to continue handling them for mail order sales. Really, what they mean to say is we can't have them in our warehouse because our workers keep throwing up when they see them. We apologize that this is an after-the-fact notice, but we have already taken measures to make the mail order pages for these works private. Going forward, we would like to focus on introducing these works exclusively through physical store locations. Worse! And we are currently in the process of transferring and distributing inventory originally intended for mail order sales and items collected from event venues to all store locations. We sincerely apologize for this situation occurring despite your continued patronage of our company. While this is deeply regrettable, due to recent regulations affecting restricted genres, we humbly ask for your understanding and leniency. Please accept this message as both an apology and a report. We apologize for the abruptness and will conclude here. We kindly ask for your continued support of Melon Books. Regarding the publication of your work on the mail order sales page, as we have previously informed you, works that involve humans and real-world animals are difficult to introduce through mail order sales. For this reason, going forward, the works will be handled exclusively through the physical store locations. Ain't nobody going into a store and buying a book with a woman getting reamed by a horse on the cover. Fuck no, that is not happening. Sick fucks like that go to the internet for a reason. For this reason, going forward, the works will be handled exclusively through physical store locations. We will continue to make efforts to introduce your works, and we appreciate your understanding. If you have any questions or requests, please feel free to contact the Dojinshi division at Melon Books. According to the notice, the works are no longer eligible for online sales, but will continue to be distributed through Melon Books physical stores. Inventory originally intended for mail order and stock recovered from event venues is being redistributed across the store locations. Many will no doubt suspect that certain Western credit card companies may be responsible for this blatant censorship. Sure seems like it, but again, ain't nobody fucking buying that in store. All right. Umamusume localization removes Merry Christmas in the game as well. It has been learned that the in-game Christmas-themed event for the Umamusume game has also been given the localization treatment, as any mentions of Christmas with the Japanese audio was replaced with Happy Holidays in the English subtitles, much like the anime. A Twitter user shared a video containing dialogue from the Christmas event, and audibly, Merry Christmas or Christmas can be heard from the characters, yet the subtitles say holiday or happy holidays instead. And she's talking, if I'm not mistaken, to Santa Claus.
Merry Christmas, Hogori Cap.
Santa-san, こんにちは。そうか、もうクリスマスの時期なんだな。
君宛てにメッセージカードとプレゼントを預かっているぞ。それじゃ良いクリスマスを。
お、ありがとう。大変なお仕事だと思うが応援しているぞ。さて、オグリキャップ様へクリスマスパーティーへのご案内状。ファン一同より。
You want to know what's like also really damning, aside from the obvious like things that she's saying? Now, was that video like? Did they put that song in the background, or was that part of the game? Because if that's part of the game, you can hear Christmas.
Yeah, I think that's part of the game.
In the fucking song.
Yeah.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, how do you fuck up this badly?
For those not familiar, a recent episode of the Umamusume Cinderella Grey anime accrued attention on Twitter over the same issue, and many are under the assumption that this is the work of certain activists who've taken up roles as localizers, attempting to stifle the religious significance of the holiday, which I find insane. Because it's one thing to censor out baby Jesus and shit like that. But for you to censor out when goddamn Santa Claus is the one giving her the invitation to a Christmas party, that's insane to me. Why? Hold on, I lost my ability to click on shit. Okay. I just don't understand why they go the extra mile just to avoid saying Christmas. It's not only a literal translation, it's grammatically and linguistically correct. They're making their own jobs harder just to avoid saying Christmas. All right. So tonight we've looked at Japan first, right? Make it for the Japanese. The success is in Japan, right? All that. Persona director says Atlas must attract a wider audience. Actually, what you need to do is stop trying to attract a wider audience because your actual fans left, you know.
It's already organically growing without you trying to grow.
Atlas director Katsuro Hashino has suggested that the company's RPGs, including Persona and Metaphor ReFantazio, need to be updated to reach a wider audience. Comments that many fans interpret as shorthand for stripping away the elements that define these games in the first place, a move some see as artistic suicide rather than innovation. So, on the bright side, because of AI, in the future, we're going to see a situation where the situation like Umamusume. So,
would you want to come and doctor it yourself?
Yeah, I'll be there in a minute.
Okay, I'll leave it by the stuff.
You're going to be in a situation where, like the Merry Christmas thing, right? AI will be able to know who you are watching it, and in real time try to make it more endearing to you by changing the Japanese letters that said Merry Christmas or Christmas party to say Happy Hanukkah, or some shit, right? Depending on what you practice or observe. All the anime girls will just be in hijab, but only in countries where they have Sharia law, right? So like your mass appeal is going to be felt in that regard. Like the AI will just be the filter on top of it for people who are too much of a coward to experience the show as it was intended by the creator. That's the world I want to live in. See, they need to update to reach a wider audience. Comments that many fans interpret as shorthand for stripping away the elements that define these games in the first place, a move some see as artistic suicide rather than innovation. In a recent interview, veteran director Katsuro Hashino, best known for his work on the Persona series and the 2024 fantasy RPG Metaphor ReFantazio, said Atlus is at a turning point, and that its future depends on evolving how its JRPGs look and play. Hashino stressed the company's desire to make titles more widely playable and easier accessible for a wider audience in response to what he described as changing times.
I will say
this is like a vampire.
He is right in the sense. What?
Yeah. Old man says saying Merry Christmas to an activist is like a vampire trying to gargle holy water. I think you mean an activist saying Merry Christmas. Yeah. Not saying it to them, but you mean the act of saying Merry Christmas to an activist is like this. Yeah. Gotcha. Go ahead.
But he is right in that they need to what did he say? Like just make them look and play better. I mean, they do play really good, and they are like getting pretty good with their visuals aesthetic. But historically, Persona 4 or whatever, that was a PS2 game, so it goes to Vita. It's still a PS2 game. Persona 5 took forever to develop. It was being developed for the PS3. So then when we get it on the PS4, it's essentially a PS3 game. So they are like behind the curve. And honestly, Metaphor ReFantazio kind of like looks dated. Like a lot of the textures or other aspects of it. So I fully agree in that respect. It's like you gotta you gotta modernize in that sense. You don't need to modernize your audience and your script.
For sure. So they're going to say what Hashino didn't explicitly detail were the concrete changes such evolution might bring. But it's those vague promises of broader appeal that have reignited a familiar debate among fans online. Many argue that attracting a wider audience has become corporate code for censoring the quirks, depth, and even challenging elements that give Japanese games their identity. Critics contend that simplifying mechanics, softening narratives, or avoiding controversial themes to appeal to more players tends to dilute what made the game special, risking a loss of core audience loyalty and creative substance. Atlus is one of many Japanese developers who have been censoring their games for the West. Whether Atlus's next moves will truly be a renaissance or a retreat from the boldness that defined its classics remain to be seen. Will AC's AU version of the horse anime restore their male member? No. No. I think you meant AI, but yeah, no. I do not ever need to see that. It was traumatizing enough to make the joke for you guys. But do you have more to say while I run out and grab my dinner?
Sure. Go for it.
Do you have a choice?
Here, I'll turn on my thing again for you. Hold on. There it is. All right, be right back.
So, Metaphor Refantasio, I got stuck at one point, which was actually relatively early on, and that's why I haven't like played the rest of it or beat it. But according to like I can't remember if I was looking up a walkthrough or something. But so in the Persona games, you have social links or confidants, and it's like they're characters that it's just like you get your like your social level up with them and stuff. And that's where you can also get waifus. Wow. And Metaphor Refantasio does not have that system. Like you can get your level up with them, the social whatever, but there's no like relationship system. So I'm like, oh well, why do I care if I select the right answers and rizz up this yacht? Like, what's the point of that then? So in that sense, that's a bit of a backstep, unless like they in the story like canon ship you with just like exclusively one person. I mean, maybe that would be different, but anyway, they're moving backwards. Well, not necessarily either, because that game did introduce some new gameplay stuff that was pretty cool. As far as I can tell so far anyway. But yeah, I feel like they need to put out Persona 6. Persona 5 came out in 2017. Oh my god, that's almost 10 years. Chat, are we cooked?
Yeah.
So Cool2T says P5, Persona 5 is on the PS3. It's true, yes. It literally it's like a GTA where it's like, oh, it came out on both PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 3. But in 2017, the PS3 is like ancient at that point, right? I know in Japan they still had like continued support essentially for it. But like what is it? 2013 is when PlayStation 4 came out. So
I'm glad I came from that side of the screen.
So it would have been essentially what was it? Yeah, it would have been a 3-year-old console at that point. 3 years since past its life cycle. I'm just saying how like Persona 5 was released on the PS3 as well as the PS4, but it was in 2017 or whatever. So it's already 3 years deprecated essentially. So they're dinosaurs. And that's the problem with that generation as a whole. To this day, it's still holding back innovation in games to some extent, because it's like Xbox One used to be the weakest link, so every multi-platform game had to go to the lowest common denominator, and you can't get too ambitious with it. So that's why this generation came, and everything has an SSD built in. So it's like, oh yes, we can do things that are crazier now, but there's still games that are developed with like Xbox One and PlayStation 4 in mind. So we're still getting cucked to some extent. So you just got to chop it off. Like, just cut it out.
All right. Greenlight, ready for your time to shine? All right. Guess I'm taking
Apparently
it.
It's not.
That's all right.
Wait,
So-
why didn't you ask me about this?
Because you got to talk about Persona. You're the understudy here. You get to talk about it. Gunnar Gacha Game abandons Steam launch after refusing to make changes. We covered this. This article is from December 9th. Okay? Just to give you a frame of reference here. Apparently, This was these highlights were made when it was in not night mode. Okay. A statement on the game's official website announced that after some internal debate, the companies have decided not to release the game on Steam. The makers have decided that whatever the game included that Steam found objectionable cannot be reasonably resolved. Meeting whatever Steam policy the game originally broke would not allow them to preserve the game's core direction and overall quality. Again, this was in December.
Wow, what integrity.
It's been a month. Brown Dust 2 players upset as multiple outfits and minigames censored.
What's this? I thought they had integrity.
Players are reacting strongly after developers announced that a number of character outfits and cutscenes are being altered or removed, including the deletion of a minigame, sparking online controversy and claims of censorship. So Pirate Nation said, despite previous claims, developers will finally censor many outfits and cutscenes likely to comply with Steam's rules. The announced changes: White Pure Blessing Refathia skill cutscene. Refathia is the lolly, right?
The only character that isn't a lolly in this whole thing is Terese, or Therese, I don't know how you pronounce that.
Who is the one picture there, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, if I remember correctly, Refathia is the one we looked at before, who was dressed in like a wedding gown or something.
A bride's,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She has multiple costumes, though.
Right. We'll look at them. Sorry, my toast is just soggy if I don't eat it now. It's sitting in my soup. Anyway, so the White Pure Blessing Refathia skill cutscene. The Terese, is that how you said it?
Yeah, I don't even know, honestly. They don't voice it.
I would have called her Therese, but I don't know. It does seem weird in spelling. Therese, I don't know. Her medical outfit and cutscenes, including Faded Guest, Nature's Claw Row and White Cat Row skill cutscenes, New Hire Seer and Demon's Daughter Seer skill cutscenes, mentions of the Slap Slap Pop minigame. Would you like to elucidate the audience on what the Slap Slap Pop minigame is?
Absolutely, but actually before that, the Terese, whatever, says including Faded Guest. So Faded Guest, for those of you who don't know, is when you get your Riz level up with, like, there's select characters you can Riz, and then once you max out the Riz, you have this interactable thing where you can touch and they do things. So essentially they're going to modify that, I'm assuming, because there's bite marks on her. There's these little things, these little creatures. They're like a blob. They look kind of like a little sack or something, and they have teeth. And one of those like bites her in the cutscene or something. That's what it's supposed to do. But
yeah,
I guess that's the common theme, is that the characters are either crying or, I don't know, seem to be in distress, or in that case, like bit by a creature. So to go back to the slap pop mini game, literally it's a rhythm game where you slap asses, and you can choose which ass you want to slap. That is the truest tragedy that is happening.
So this character was previously, I mean, she doesn't seem to be a child, right? But she was previously dressed in a way where she had things I would say you'd associate with the Josie Kosei, the young Japanese girl with the socks and the plaid skirt and everything. So they've just changed her outfit.
Oh yeah. I think they're basically trying to distance themselves from implying that it's a high school character, something like that. And also that character Rifthea, keep in mind, So all these characters do have, I believe, a listed age in their bio or something like that. And if you go to hers or something, it says old enough to have fun at the pool because it was a swimsuit patch at that time. So
you're talking about Refathea or
they're clearly
Teresa?
obfuscating something there.
You're talking about Refathea or
the other one?
Okay, so you're talking about the lolly girl. Okay.
Yeah,
A collection of moments from the developer live stream.
Like a swimsuit.
What?
Fire delivery.
Why?
Mom asked me to.
Okay. Water for me. It's invisible. Okay. All right.
But yeah, she has a swimsuit costume, and when that patch came out, I remember like someone going through the bio or the description or something, and it's like old enough to have fun at the pool. So yeah.
All right. Among the changes discussed by the community are multiple character outfits and associated cutscenes being modified or removed, assumingly to align with platform guidelines. It was alluded that vendors were critical of the way the game depicted female characters, once again revealing that platforms have yet to cease their crusade of moral policing fictional content. The game was previously banned on Steam, so it seems the developers are caving and have decided to make changes to the game so that it will be allowed. So again, these sons of bitches didn't even last a month. They always change their perspective. They're fucking chameleons. Now I have to regret what I told them in the last update. They censored Therese. Therese! What's left for the lollies if even Therese is controversial? Censored Dust 2. Now here is the official. Here's the official news bulletin.
You were the chosen one. You were supposed to destroy the woke, not join them.
The irony is the amount of like the other skins you see how freaking lewd they are, and even their gestures. It's like, really,
so
these other
this
things,
is okay.
That's crossing the line.
That's okay, but you know what's not okay? Oh man, fuck. Careful here, God. This, we wouldn't want anybody to see that and get the wrong idea. But this, I'll just say, if you had just put her in this outfit, I wouldn't have thought, oh, high school girl. Anyway, so they say, hello, this is Junhee Lee, project director for Brown Dust 2. We have taken the concerns and criticism of your that you shared after yesterday's broadcast very seriously. Our explanation was insufficient and our wording was inappropriate. We sincerely apologize for the confusion and loss of trust this caused. In this developer note, we will focus on what happened, how we made our decision, why that decision was wrong, and what we will do going forward. Holy shit, I think this might be an even future, more updated than the thing I was looking at before. This is from January 9th. So they're addressing it on January 10th. Breaking news. I didn't even read this yet. 1. Our decision regarding character design and cut scene adjustments. It is true that we received external warnings requesting changes to certain in-game content. However, how we responded was ultimately our decision. Oh, well, if it was your decision to censor it and remove the mini game, then I guess it's okay, right? No. And we take full responsibility for the outcome. We chose to comply because we were concerned that a service shutdown in one region could spread to other regions or platforms. The biggest issue, however, was that we made this decision without providing sufficient explanation or showing enough empathy. Fuck your empathy. Content for revisions. Medical Club Therese. Implications of being underage due to the school uniform concept, touch interactions, and scenes that could be interpreted as abusive. Pure White Blessing Raphthea. Criticism that the bridal concept could imply child marriage, suggestive posing. Nature's Claw Row, White Cat Row, Red Riding Hood row, age-appropriate styling, example, stockings, amount of exposure, emphasis on specific body parts. New hire seer.
She has like her main cutscene, like you can basically kind of see her ass under her skirt or whatever. That's, I think, the main thing.
So I got this. Hold on. What fucking Karen wrote this shit? Saying this crap about characters in a game is delusional. Child marriage. This is controversial. Fearful expressions. Age-appropriate styling, but they don't have ages anymore. Fearful facial expressions. Depictions that could be interpreted as abusive. It's a fucking minigame, right? Furthermore, they're going to say here, Brown Dust 2 censorship and losing identity. A comprehensive overview of what you can expect from now on based on the developer's statements. Risque. Is there a presence of lollies, underage girls, or young-looking and small females? The orientation at the creation is modest or tame appearance and no more suggested poses and cutscenes. All females in all content. Are they showing boobs, butt, skin, lingerie, and light clothes? Then here's what you can expect. They're going to be created in regard to the objectification of women, respect of modern sensibilities, uncomfortable people, real-life concerns put into fictional characters. Some examples of possible applications. Not real examples or affirmation. Take it with a grain of salt. Complete removal of interaction. Liberta. Removal of too intense interactions. Removal of all interactions that suggest forcing fictional females, like lifting a girl's skirt without her awareness or peeking into the deep cleavage of a sleeping girl. Patting the head of a happy Ro will be okay.
Hold up.
This is Ro, yeah?
Possible applications. When it says complete removal of interaction, Liberta, that's the character that, like, she has this, like, magical, like, circle she makes in her hand, and in the pose of she, like, sucking off the camera, so... if you remove that, then, like, she doesn't have character anymore.
This is Ro, right?
Yeah.
Since this costume was just added to the list, may I genuinely ask what is considered inappropriate about it? I'm guessing just the skirt is too short.
It's
That's
the cutscenes.
Yeah. Anyway, continuing from here. So this is Raphthea, right? Or is that also Ro? This is Raphthea.
It's updated on my end. Oh, God.
Yeah, so somebody just drew them all in a hijab. Like, this is what we can expect from Brown Dust 2 now. Each character in a hijab. Or, full nun uniform. It's mildly unclear, but it seems right now the consensus is every version of Brown Dust 2 will be censored. All because of Steam's requirements. They are doing more than what's listed below, and I'm sorry, this is unacceptable. I wish companies would just be more transparent. We can fight this because the recent changes only happened because of collective shout. But thanks to the EO, that rule isn't needed. Steam is being unfair here if they aren't allowing an alternate version to exist, but that doesn't make sense because I've seen people promote different versions of games on platforms, but maybe I'm mistaken. The team giving out this much free stuff makes me think this is indeed every version. Yeah, they're going to say they gave everybody 180 polls. 180, right? Every gacha game goes through the same life cycle. Be the new hip game that pushes boundaries. Become big and popular. Censor to appease non-players. End of service. Brown Dust 2 is on number 3 right now. Save your money for the next big game. I think this is that politician we looked at previously. Brown Dust 2, a game that has continued to feature bold street advertisements in Japanese cities, seems to be struggling with Steam standards. Japanese games are not the only ones at the mercy of censorship. We must also create an environment and public opinion that allows them to resist unreasonable demands. And then I thought this was funny. Aftermath Red Pine Lake, that game we talked about a little while ago, who was denied a release on Steam and had to go through all these hoops because the character's backside in a full one-piece swimsuit was visible on the Steam screen in a non-sexual way, right? It is sad to see devs doing a 180 to censor their game. This does cause some concern. Steam refusing our page over mature content was the least of our worries, but it still happened. For example, our game contains a scene where a couple have been killed during intercourse. This is the scene and setting this is scene and setting appropriate for 80s slasher horror, but we have concerns that Steam may want this altered or removed at some point if they can't handle anime waifus. Either way, like we did with our page, we said no to censorship, and we will say no again if it comes to it. Hopefully more devs will start to say no. So they added Red Riding Hood Row and B rank Idol Seer, which were unintentionally omitted from the previous development note. So literally, the update where they say, "Oh, you got it all wrong. Oh, sorry, we were unclear before." Actually, we're censoring even more, right? Like, let us explain. Yeah. See, we're cutting even more content. Just because I still have it in here. Reminder to everybody. I don't have it in here. It's in the other one. Hold on. Reminder to everybody. Did we remove? I'm twitching. I'm twitching out. I think we might have removed it.
What?
The Wilhelmina?
Yeah, Wilhelmina. Fuck, I think we lost that.
Which
oh,
one?
no, it's right here. Never mind. It's the one with the red.
ペイルーンの王として使命を果たす。はっはっ戦場に
Sorry, couldn't get it stopped. I was finishing mine.
My queen.
Yep. Just a reminder, that's the game we're talking about. Although there were various internal opinions and concerns raised, regardless of the process, full responsibility for the final decision lies entirely with the development team. Here's our apology for poor communication and lack of transparency. In our initial announcement, we failed to explain the situation clearly, which allowed speculation and misunderstandings to grow. This was a clear communication failure on our part. As a result, we amplified concerns such as, why did you make this decision? Exactly what will be changed? Will this happen again in the future? We sincerely apologize. Mistakes in our compensation and refund guidance. During the broadcast, we provided general refund adherence before our internal review for the scope of changes in compensation policy was complete. This was plainly the wrong approach. We should have prioritized players who disagree with the character changes but still wish to continue playing, and we failed to do so. Accordingly, we have prepared the following compensation plan. 1. Overall apology compensation. 2,000 free diamonds per affected costume. Total 16,000 free diamonds. 8 costumes. This compensation will be claimed from your in-game mailbox until basically 12 or 11:59.
Yeah, they gave us like a shit ton, didn't they? For them, they gave us like what, like 200
It is
gold
a
in total or
pretty
something like
hefty
that?
bribe, I'll say.
Yeah, very hefty.
And an additional compensation for costume owners. Ownership-based apology compensation. 2,000 free diamonds per owned costume. Up to 16,000 free diamonds if you own all 8 costumes. Eligibility is based on having a record of owning the costumes as of January 9th. After confirming eligible accounts, we will distribute the rewards as soon as possible. 2. Refund option upon request. If you wish to request a refund, 13,400 free diamonds per costume upgraded level. Example, if all 8 costumes are upgraded to +5, the total refund for requesting refunds for all applicable costumes will be 643,200 free diamonds. The refund application process will be announced at a separate notice as soon as possible. If you request a refund, the corresponding costumes will be reclaimed after the diamonds are granted. For For refunded costumes, the magic crystals and tier of goddess used on them will be returned. If a refund results in you no longer owning any costumes for that character, we will also return the materials you used for Awakening. Jeez, man. To reduce ambiguity in how underage implications might be interpreted, we removed character age labels.
Wow, that changes so much.
How about you just take those labels and change all the characters to be 18 plus, and then all of the problems go away? At the same time, we understand that people may interpret a character's appearance differently, and we fully recognize why this can feel unsettling. To be clear, there are no plans to make any further changes to characters that are clearly recognized as adults. Apology for the mainstream remark on our service direction. The term we used on stream, mainstream, was inappropriate. Regardless of our intent, it was phrasing that could easily be misunderstood. To address the suspicion that this was done to pursue expansion to a specific country or major platform, that is not the case. It is definitely the case. This was not a choice made to enter new markets. It was a response intended to avoid being restricted or removed from the regions and platforms where we already operate. Tough titties.
Who was threatening to remove you?
Yeah, seriously.
You already went 18 plus on the Google Play Store.
Yeah. I just this is such bullshit, While explaining the context behind our decision, we used the vague term mainstream in an attempt to prevent unnecessary misunderstandings. However, regardless of our intent, it ended up causing even greater confusion. God, it would be one thing if you bent the knee, but for you to bend the knee and then gaslight me about it is I've already uninstalled your game at that point. You know what I mean? Going forward, we will continue to maintain Brown Dust 2's fun and sexy male-oriented direction, such as Wilhelmina's tights cutscene and Ventana's coffee bean cutscene, just to remind you what you still have. I say, take it even further beyond now. There has to
Here's some extra tidbit.
Yeah. You're gonna take
last year.
Gotta go beyond. What's up?
Last year there was what's it called? There's a situation with the Goblin Slayer collab where they had one of their main characters who was their clothes were torn off and stuff, and they apologized to the community of oh, we didn't know that you guys would be uncomfortable with goblins or whatever being in the picture, so they removed the goblins in the picture, so she just had ripped clothes or something. And then later on they had feedback. They got feedback and they wanted to change up the story based on the feedback. And they're we're considering just removing all the male characters or whatever, or gender swap, turning them into female characters to cater to the male fan base. But it's no, that's almost way too far. Even the fans didn't like that idea. It's just keep the male characters as is, and from now on, just don't introduce new male characters. That's all you need to do.
Imagine if this was a female-oriented game.
Well,
I'm trying to. There is one. What is it? Love in Deep Space. Isn't that what it's? Love in Deep Space.
Yeah. Even
imagine if they censored that.
The female Gooner game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because when a game like that comes out, I'm good, have it, ladies. Yeah. I'm glad. I don't give a fuck.
Do your thing.
Did you guys see these comments?
My brother always criticizes games like Genshin Impact for having male characters because he plays as Elaina, which only has female characters.
Mm-hmm. Did you see this comment? GTA 5 is a PS3 game?
I mean, if I didn't, I already separately brought up how it's in that generation, it was cross-gen or whatever. It was released on both consoles at once.
Cool to see for your most recent comment. You already know the answer to that. But for this comment, wouldn't we get more efficient games if they were limited to weaker hardware? We wish. Isn't game journalists and activists calling all games with attractive female characters Gooner games? Yes.
I like the label. Like, I don't know what the problem is. No.
Censorship after they get your money. Yeah. Isn't the West afraid to outlaw child marriage because of a certain group who controls parts of the global market? Why do they only attack it in fiction? 180 posts for nerfed outfits. Too bad Brown Dust wasn't a physical release, right? Get the refund, then easy diamonds. I've seen more games on Steam in my discovery queue. There is some really sick shit in the new games. This is tame in comparison. Slut Squad in 7th in trending free games, LOL. Yeah, will Nexus ban the mods? Will Nexus mods ban the restoration? You fucking know that. Absolutely, they will. All right. And to be abundantly clear, if mainstream is understood to mean expanding to new major platforms or new regions with a broader audience, there is no reason for us to abandon our core identity for that purpose. We sincerely apologize again for the inappropriate wording. Honestly, on principle, just on principle, I would stop playing the game, right? Like, even if they don't go to Steam, even if they pretend that it wasn't, the reason, it's just on principle done, Liberta's prestige skin was originally planned around the keyword sensory deprivation. The concept involved interaction with pink tentacles inside a jar. However, the final in-game presentation felt far more realistic and intense than the original concept art. Internally, some concerns were raised that the tentacle element and keywords that could be interpreted as an extreme fetish went beyond a simple question of how explicit it is. After seeing the animated version, those concerns became even stronger. So why'd you put it in the fucking game?
Wow, what? They're bringing this up as if they've never done this, like, deliberately?
Seriously, why is it even in the game if you had a chance to look at it and be like, whoa, scale that back? Like...
This isn't in the game yet. I haven't seen this.
Oh. I don't play the game, for anybody who couldn't figure that out. We also recognize that we did not explain this clearly during the broadcast because the concept itself was very niche and heavy. We avoided stating it directly, but comments like it was too intense or we'll show it later were not appropriate. We apologize for that. We wanted to preserve Liberta's overall design and cutscenes, which is why we decided to provide the skin without interactions. However, we understand that this was difficult to accept for those who are looking forward to interacting with Liberta. Therefore, we have decided to withdraw the special skin plan for Liberta and recreate it as a prestige skin with interactions scheduled to be produced within the first half of this year. We sincerely apologize for the confusion.
Hold up. What do you mean withdraw the special skin, prestige skin? The prestige skin literally is the special skin that has the interaction. So for those of you who don't know, in this game, every character has multiple costumes. That is separate from a skin.
Okay, so they're saying they're going to withdraw.
A skin is a premium item that you pay real money for.
They're saying they're going to withdraw the special skin plan for Liberta and recreate it as a prestige skin with interactions.
That still doesn't make any sense because there isn't like a normal skin. Prestige skin is the only like skin that is by everyone's normal definition of skin. Like you pay money, you get a different look type thing. So I'm kind of confused by this special skin wording.
This winter, we prepared 3 pickup costumes in December and 3 in January. Until now, pickups have typically run 1 at a time on a 2-week cycle. So after the 2.5 anniversary update, how do you even say that? 2.5 the anniversary update ended in December. Many of you reasonably expected January to feature only 2 pickups. However, because 2 buffer-type costumes were featured as pickups at the same time, players ended up needing more polls than usual. Yet, we did not provide sufficient notice in advance. Accordingly, we will extend both Grenadier pickups by 2 additional weeks for a total duration of 4 weeks. I don't think any of that matters. Regarding the first-person master perspective, first, we sincerely apologize for the discomfort many of you felt introducing the first-person master perspective and for failing to communicate clearly enough, resulting in a loss of trust in the story's direction. We would like to provide additional context on this change. The decision to introduce the master perspective was not made in response to public opinion or survey results. It was an independent judgment made by the development team after a long and careful consideration of how Brown Dust 2 narrative should expand and where it should go next. That said, it's entirely our fault that we did not explain that process and intent properly. We have seen many comments such as, the master doesn't feel like the player, and I don't want to be the master. So is master literally like seeing a third-person character interacting with the women?
I don't know what the hell they mean, unless they mean when faded guest, like, you can use your hand or whatever.
It's cuck mode.
Like a tongue will appear.
Master perspective is just cuck mode, where somebody else is doing it.
Oh god.
Yeah, no, it's here. It currently feels like a separate third character rather than you, the player. As mentioned during yesterday's broadcast. Yes.
What was it? This game's not moddable because it's a gacha game. So if it's like Genshin Impact, you basically have your own separate client that can't be updated. So, I mean, you could mod it, but won't be able to update it.
Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and skip through a bunch of this. Here, we're going to rebuild your trust. Any difficulties with the development team or internal circumstances are not something our players should have to bear. As developers, we should be judged by our results, and we fully accept that responsibility. Once again, we sincerely apologize. We understand that rebuilding trust will take time, especially given the concerns around costume and cutscene adjustments, the removal of the minigame, anxiety over story changes, and ongoing optimization issues. Even so, we will take full responsibility and follow through on each of the actions we have outlined one by one. As a sincere apology, we have prepared the following compensation. We ask for your patience and continued support as we work to do better. 100 draw tickets. This compensation will be claimed by your in-game mailbox. Damn. Bribery. Disgusting. Meanwhile, Blue Archive.
Hold on.
Yep, go ahead.
Before we continue. Cannot let this stand. I was AFK, but I heard you. I heard you speak this abomination. This. Footnote. It was a PS3 and Xbox 360 game. Is that what you meant by cross-platform?
I mean, it came out on Xbox One and Xbox 360 type deal, right?
So cross-generational. It was not. It came out on PS3 and Xbox 360 first. And then a year later, whole year later, came out on Xbox One and PS4.
Okay. Well, whatever. I guess I didn't remember the correct detail. Persona 5, though, they released both of them at the exact same time.
That I cannot speak to, but did not want to let this misinformation.
Well, it was 2017. I'd hope they didn't delay one of the versions over the other. Like,
yeah, in GTA, I think it was 2013 and 2014. The two different versions. But anyway, just wanted to clear that up.
Okay. Blue Archive director says audiences are tired of AI slop and want creative authenticity from their video games. Now, I'm giving you the big titty mommies because I know you love them. But I'm actually going to read the significantly shorter article with the flat-chested girl from Sankaku Complex because it's shorter. The producer of Blue Archive has warned that the creative industry is confronting an AI slop problem, a growing tide of low-effort AI content that fuels consumer distrust and backlash against artificial intelligence tools and outputs. The Blue Archive producer discussed challenges the creative sector is facing as generative AI becomes more prevalent, noting what he described as an AI slop problem. The term refers to the influx of hastily generated or low-quality AI content that floods the market, creating confusion and skepticism among consumers. Rather than showcasing AI's potential to enhance creativity, such as sloppy outputs can damage trust and lead to negative reactions when audiences encounter AI work that lacks value or polish. He explained that when consumers repeatedly encounter low-quality AI material, their response tends to be distrustful and negative, even toward well-crafted content. This cycle, he argued, undermines the industry's ability to integrate AI constructively and threatens to taint public perception of projects that genuinely leverage AI in meaningful ways. How many games would you say you're familiar with that used AI other than Expedition 33?
Well, okay. To build assets?
No, just in general, like they're making this statement sounds like, okay, yes, there's probably hundreds, if not thousands, of games being developed in the indie game world that are using AI to make them. But in reality, how many actual real games that you're paying top dollar to own a physical copy of are AI slop?
Yeah, I don't think they're talking about the top dollar ones, right?
I just don't understand. Like
the top dollar ones, there's Arc Raiders, I think, used AI. If maybe it wasn't that one. Maybe it's Start Winter or something. Anyway, there's one where it uses AI to do, and the thing I saw was it can send you on a quest, and then you basically just tell the AI you're done, and it's like, oh, okay, you're done. And then the video I saw was this person saying, "You think that's a negative? You just showed everyone a hack, how to get through the quest quickly." And then there was that game that Pocket Pair was working on. Although I don't think they I think they scrapped it. No, it was fun with it, creatures or something. I don't know. It was all AI shit, and you could make your own creature.
The point I'm making is that it sounds like they're decrying.
Well, what I'm getting at is there was a few big ones, but then there's the shovelware, and the hentai pissy pirate thing, that was all just
that's pure Kino's cinema game. What are you talking about?
That is just AI, AI slop, slideshow shit, right?
OCA's
and there
Choice Award.
There are thousands of those games, right?
For sure, right? But does anybody actually think that when they log on to Steam and they see the same anime style artwork in the promo images and whatever, the AI generated shit all over the place, does anybody think that when they're playing a real game that was made by a multi-million-dollar company that they're going to get AI slop, except for that Junji Ito game, come to think of it, right? It just seems like a non sequitur that they're picking apart like the player's perception that will damage the actual use of AI. Honestly, I feel like as soon as a game with legitimate, groundbreaking innovation comes out using AI in the game itself, and it's fun and people actually enjoy it, problem gone. Nobody's going to give a shit about AI anymore in games, right? We just saw the most advanced or most subscribed to Twitch streamer is an AI VTuber, right? You know what I mean? I don't see it like being a big issue like they're playing it out to be. He explained that when consumers repeatedly encounter low-quality AI material, their response tends to be distrustful and negative, even toward well-crafted content. And that's the thing. You notice bad AI-generated images when the hands are all disfigured and shit. But we are almost, and very soon will be indistinguishable from reality. We're almost there. Right? And once we're there, all of a sudden those issues disappeared. Nobody gives a shit if you're watching an anime that's CG for a scene if you can't tell. Nobody is going to give a shit if it's AI if you can't tell. It's that you can tell that it's unbelievable, that it distances you from the experience, that it pulls you out of the experience. Right? As soon as it's indistinguishable, it won't matter anymore. The Russian broad issue in creative fields where the hype around generative AI has outpaced the thoughtful implementation. In some cases, projects that rely heavily on swappable or generic AI content are met with criticism precisely because they fail to demonstrate depth, originality, or authenticity, qualities that audiences still deeply value. You know, one of the things that I think that I'm afraid of when it comes to AI implementation in entertainment is that there is something comforting about getting to play an old video game that you really enjoyed and getting to experience the cutscenes and stuff in exactly the same way that you experienced them the first way you played. You know what I mean? Like, it's comforting that, oh, I love this part coming up. Oh, he says something so funny here. What was it? I can't remember. Hold on. And then you're reading the text on the N64 and you laugh out loud because the way that he phrased it was so funny. You couldn't quite remember what it was, but you remember loving it. But when you replace stuff with AI, especially in games that are going to be like live service type games going forward, the AI engine is going to update. The one driving it is going to update over time, and it's going to improve what the AI was meant to do in the game to a degree. But you also lose, hopefully, you also lose the experience of replaying the part of the game that you previously played. Instead, it almost is going to become like going on a vacation somewhere, right? Like, oh, when I go, like, for example, I think Samurai Jeff has a video on his YouTube channel where we were going to Anime Expo, like 7 or 8 years ago, and we were looking for Famima, which is Family Mart, right? In LA, they had 3 Famimas, which is a mini version of Family Mart, like a 7-Eleven style, right? Maybe even smaller than a normal 7-Eleven, where we could go and get onigiri and Japanese snacks and stuff. And there's an experience for a while of every time we go to Anime Expo, we would go to Famima. We'd walk several blocks away from the convention center to get rice balls and things. We'd load up on them and we'd take them back to the convention and eat them throughout the day, right? And eventually all the Famimas in California went out of business, all of them. Right, even the one kind of near my house went out of business. So that experience is gone. And now when I go to Anime Expo and I'm trying to recreate and share and save that experience of my routine, my tradition, an aspect of it is different, right? And so, you know, if you go to a pub or something in London and then 10, 20 years later you go back to London, part of the experience is you want to go back and see the thing that you think back fondly of from your previous trip. You know what I mean? And now you go there and it's a fucking mosque, you know. But the point is that like AI is going to create a unique experience to where it is going to almost be like a different trip to the game rather than getting to experience the same experience, right? So like sometimes when you watch an old movie, right, you are in love with the experience of what it gave you, how it carries emotion, how it takes you through suspense, right? When we recently watched Attack on Titan last year, I had no trouble marathoning it from the beginning because every episode captivated me, right? And that experience, despite how many times I've seen the show, is still worth pursuing and enjoying, right? But in the future, if AI is the driving engine behind entertainment, then that experience is never going to be uniquely the same again, right? You're going to have unique experiences rather than the same experience repeated. You know what I mean?
I know what you're saying, and I agree. Though when it comes to, at the very least, video games, I think in some cases that's actually a feature that you don't have the same experience. Like you can play Baldur's Gate, you can take a completely different path from the other person. Even with Silent Hill 2 or something, it's like, oh yeah,
it depends
the ending
on the
sucked.
game.
Or you could be like, wait, my ending wasn't like that.
Yeah. It certainly depends on the game. I'm thinking more about the nostalgic games from your childhood, right? Rather than the open world games, right? Which I've grown very much to resent in recent years. Just the aspect of things being open world to the point where they just doesn't feel like there's a point anymore. Especially because now they're so open world that it's like
decision fatigue.
Yeah, it's just, I've said this before, but I want the world to be big enough that I get to explore it, but small enough that I can feel like I will eventually see the entirety of it before my real life comes knocking and I have to go back to work. You know what I mean?
So
anyway.
What I was going to say is we're already seeing that in live service games, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like if you played World of Warcraft originally, now they finally did bring back World of Warcraft Classic, but for the longest time you couldn't go, like if you and you still kind of can't to a degree, because the community, those games are based on community, and the community has shifted as well. So it's like in that aspect, that is kind of like what you're saying, is that if an AI gives you a response, it's not going to give you the same response the next time.
Think of Call of Duty. Like you won't have 12 words screaming the N-word at you anymore. They'll be banned.
12-year-olds? You mean?
Yeah, you're definitely not going to get the gamer word lobbies anymore, right?
Yeah.
Like games like even like Habbo Hotel, like I don't know if you remember Habbo Hotel or Coke Music, or Gunbound, right? Like all of these games that were like just little shitty games, but they were fun to play, but they don't exist anymore, right? And I guess if someone was really dedicated, they could bring it back, but like there's so many other games you're probably never going to put in the effort, and then even if you did, are you going to have people to play with, right? So I think we're already seeing it. I think it's just something that like we got to live with, that you there is going, as much as FOMO is a bad thing, like most of the time, and you don't want to live your life just doing things because FOMO, but like I think you have to accept that you're not going to be able to experience everything, and then also accept that the things you are experiencing you might not ever be able to experience again, right?
I guess that's true. Yeah,
because I just don't see that there's a single way around it, right? Like I love playing Halo 3 and Halo 2 back in the day. When I was like got home from high school or college,
Mhm.
and I remember one of my this guy I knew in high school came over and he was on mic, and I was playing the game, but he was on mic and he was just because it wasn't his account, obviously he didn't give a shit.
Mhm.
He was just saying like every friggin' word that he could,
Mhm.
calling people everything under the sun, all the gamer words, and just yelling at people. And they were yelling back because that was like a thing.
Mhm.
Like no one took it seriously. It was all just like, yeah, whatever, you piece of shit, blah blah blah. Your mom,
Mhm.
and that people aren't ever going to have that again because
Not allowed to
you
blow off
basically
steam, right?
you
In a
basically have to have
safe
your own.
environment.
Yeah, you have to have your own friend group in order to do
Mhm.
that. And then it's like, well, it's not as fun when you're calling your friend names. It's more fun when you're calling strangers names. But because the world caters to the lowest common
Yeah.
denominator, right?
Yeah.
But yeah.
So, JT Vega, when we were talking about like what kind of AI games, said Arc Raiders used AI voices for emotes, which you mentioned. Kotiti said AI girlfriend. Freedom Wars used AI. Old man says if this was a Twilight Zone / Black Mirror episode, AC would come home at the end of the day in the episode only to find out he had been replaced by an AI robot. Yeah, probably. I want the original issues with the game. I want the errors. I don't want a fixed up thing. You can no longer go back and play the original Destiny 2 story. R/archivists need to use AI to save everything. It's interesting you bring this up. Do you guys remember Bob Fermanek, who did a Kickstarter that we followed that had the Shogun women? It was a 3D movie from back in the day that they were scanning the film to put on Blu-ray, and the box sets came with like 3D glasses and stuff. It was a couple of years ago. We covered it.
No.
Does anybody remember this?
Do not.
So I got an email recently. They put out another Kickstarter that's like a collected volume of a bunch of 3D things that they're restoring. And they have a whole section in the Kickstarter about their use of AI, like what it is and what it isn't. And it's just like they're using AI to restore some of the frames because they're, destroyed, right? Like there's giant rips in them or whatever. Like you have to, right? So it's funny to think that archivists are restoring what was previously there using AI, right? And it's kind of also funny because there's so many people who they have a photo of their grandfather, right? Or their great grandfather, and it's like absolutely in abysmal condition. And they give it to AI and say, "Can you restore this photo?" Like, wow, that's what Grandpappy looked like, And it's like, no, that's what the AI thought Grandpappy looked like.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, so it's
Have you
to some
used
degree,
those services before?
ChatGPT.
You got ChatGPT to try to do that? Yeah.
No, I'm just saying, like, there's services for it. I mean, I just fucking, if I were to use anything, I'd use ChatGPT or Photoshop has like a photo restoration neural
Now,
filter.
so all of those would be included in. Have you used a service to do that?
Sure. I mean, I haven't used it for that specific purpose, but I've used things that could do that.
Yeah. I had
you talked about your brother having the family photos get upscaled, and then they weren't like delineated as which ones were AI and which ones weren't.
Yeah. So yeah, that, and also I there was another example that I had that I was going to say, but it's basically the same thing. It's like it's not going to create who you remember, or what they look like. And there was also the Minnesota ICE agent had a mask on, and someone used AI to try and remove the mask, probably in probably in the thread of people using X Grok to like undress people. And they're like, "Oh, this is what he looks like." It's like, no, that is just a random AI face on a person. And so for historical photos, or well, any photo of a real person, where the goal is to hold on to the memory of that person, I think that it is a disservice to try and use AI to recover that. That said, if it was a movie and it's a fictional movie, if it's a historical movie, I don't know. But fictional movie, I have less of an issue with. It's not going to be the same, but it's probably going to be better than watching
I
a
think
broken movie.
Peter Jackson did a movie, I think, where it was with archival World War II footage that I think they colored it. Was that what or they added sound, I think it was, to old film reels before, that didn't have a audio track associated with them because it had to be recorded separate. Do you remember that? Have you ever heard of that?
No. I know that he did some movie right before Lord of the Rings, and he like made some fake documentary, and then he had to go around telling everyone that it was fake because they thought it was real. What was I going to say? Yeah, so it's like if it's fictional, I have less of an issue with it as long as you understand it's going to be like it's not going to be the same as the original. But if it's more watchable and it spreads the story or whatever to more people, then it's like, eh. Oh, that's what I was going to say. Have you watched any of the old classic Disney movies on Disney Plus?
No. I know that they've changed a bunch of them.
So I don't know about how much they've changed it, but I'm sure they've changed some.
I mean, we've looked at like dozens of examples on the podcast, such as changing the dryer in.
Yeah, I know that one. That one they did a while ago, though.
They added the hair to that mermaid movie or whatever, so that the woman's ass wasn't as prominently visible.
I'm talking about the classic like animated movies. I put on some of them earlier, and it looks like they used AI to upscale it, and it looks kind of creepy, to be fair. Like,
yeah.
So it's got this weird like that it like looks like the AI upscaled it, and I don't know if they did. It just looks like it, and then it's kind of distracting. So if someone is going to use AI to restore a movie or something like that, they better do a careful job about it, because it can easily become a distraction as well.
Yeah,
it's like
I watched
very dangerous tool to use in terms of like you can fuck it up easily.
You know that song that's pretty recent about being back in Chicago?
Yeah, the Stranger Things guy.
Yeah, Steve, the actor who plays Steve, wrote that song.
Joe Kernan.
Joe Carey, I think his name is, right?
Yep.
I saw a YouTube short today where he was talking about writing that song, and it was the first YouTube short that I saw where I could clearly see the AI filter over it. Like, oh my God. It looked like when you shoot photos on a Samsung phone and it puts that smeary airbrushing filter over everything.
Yeah.
Like, holy fuck, did that look awful. And that's, I would imagine Disney's doing something similar. Hopefully it's better than that, but where they upscale it, or whatever, clean it up.
I don't know what they did, but it just looked,
because they fucked up
weird.
Cinderella, I think it is. That's the one where
I know they fucked up The Simpsons. They made it for widescreen and they cropped the shit out of it.
But
4:3,
like
yeah. But I think they used AI to do that, upscale The Simpsons as well. Like, there's some things that look jank and over, like, degrained.
well, in like Cinderella, the line art on the dress is like fucking gone. Because they were using like a light blue for the line art and a slightly darker blue for the actual dress. So yeah, I mean, there is a level of oversight that is necessary for any of this shit to actually, come out unscathed, right? Now I want to catch up here on chats real quick, and then I'm seriously considering skipping a bunch of articles just to not do them disjustice, or maybe just look at them through like the AI summary. Anthem is having a permanent server shut down by EA. There are tons of games you can no longer.
Happen?
It's tomorrow.
No, I mean, like, that didn't happen years ago.
There are tons of games you can no longer play on Android and iPhone, some from AAA publishers. So I was talking to somebody about this recently, about like, and I harp on this so much on the podcast, about the concept of shared cultural experiences, right? That kids these days are going to grow up, and because there is no anime for them in Japan and other places, right, that they're playing mobile games that will not exist, and they will not be able to revisit them, right? And like, what's your nostalgia going to be in 20 years when, what did you have? Like, what shared cultural, right now, nostalgia is the goddamn like name of the game in terms of reboots, in terms of like Spider-Man No Way Home and the most recent Deadpool, right? Nostalgia is the thing that gets your butt back in the theaters, because you want to reclaim and re-experience a time of your life where you weren't stressed out of your fucking mind and feeling awful every single day, right? And what are kids growing up today going to do when they no longer have something to be nostalgic over in the future? The only thing that can happen is that somebody who played some fucking mobile game will make like a callback reboot thing in the future. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's sad that we don't have any shared cultural phenomenon of art anymore, right? Like when we were growing up, you played the same thing as everybody else. You know, you got Nintendo. Everybody has the cultural experience of Duck Hunt.
I think that's what's happening with memes. As cynical as that is, like the monoculture.
So you think memes are going to be the nostalgia in the future?
Yeah.
So someday, 20 years from now, kids are going to look at each other when they're grown ass adults,
like
on
6,
their third
7.
marriage. Yeah, exactly.
Like, remember 6, 7?
Fuck you. I was building up to that. They're gonna be drinking in the bar and be like, "Hey, 6, 7." That for us is what's up.
Yeah, yes, exactly.
I don't want to live on this planet anymore. Oh, god damn it. Okay. NVIDIA research has developed an experimental AI model named Nitrogen, a general purpose gaming AI that can learn to play a wide variety of video games by watching human gameplay videos. NVIDIA's AI will now play your games for you. I'm sure it's a huge boon for game journalists. Well, shit, I guess I won't be skipping the next article now. Let's talk about this. Sony is developing an AI-generated ghost players that will show on-demand puzzle solutions and beat games for you. Or as Randy and I have coined,
so
Big
this is
Brother
like when
mode.
you're playing Mario Kart and then it shows you the best time ghost?
No,
Worse.
it's even worse than that. It's the games journalist can't get through the Cuphead tutorial, and so the game is gonna say, "You look like you're having a hard time." Clippy pops up in the corner. You look like you're having a hard time beating this level. Can I help you out?
It's the Mario Kart Ghost, but you get to be the ghost,
Yeah.
and then when the ghost finishes the lap, you won.
It's the master mode in Brown Dust 2. Master gets to please the women, and you get to watch from the corner like a
Yeah.
cunt.
It's the turn this game into a movie for me mode.
All right, in somehow finding a way to take even more gameplay out of their wide library of sad dad haunted house rides. What does that mean? That links to a YouTube video. A recently submitted Sony Interactive Entertainment patent was revealed that the PlayStation parent company is working to develop AI-controlled ghost players that can help show players how to get past difficult sections and even beat entire games for them. Filed for review with the World Intellectual Property Organization in September 2024 and still being processed as of this article's publication, said AI-generative ghost players system is the brainchild by PlayStation Senior Product Manager Bethany Tinklenberg. I've known a lot of gamers in my life. Not a one of them is named Bethany, and ain't no Tinklenbergs in there. Right? And former VP of Finance and Accounting Executive Assistant Angela Webb, the pair of which described their digital tool as providing ghost assistance to a player during gameplay of the game session. Offering further details in the patent's abstract, Webb and Tinklenberg explained, broadly speaking, an AI model is trained using training footage of gameplay of the game to identify game scenarios and learn the interactivity necessary to progress in the game from the training footage. Fuck, that's going to be so goddamn funny. You're playing Mario 64 and the AI is like, here, let me show you how to do this part. And it does the speed running like up the stairs thing.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's I'm going to show you how to play. It seems like I'm just going to do this part for you.
Oh my god. The Ghost game is the speedrunner champion because it follows all the best speedrunning techniques and implements them at once, right? During live gameplay, game state data is analyzed in order to identify a scenario occurring in the context of the gameplay. The scenario occurring can then be processed by the AI model and an assistance AI engine in order to provide a ghost character with control inputs for animation/control to guiding the player in relevant interactivity of the game. The relevant interactivity is for the context of the gameplay of the player, not just some prior gameplay of another player. The ghost character can therefore be controlled by the assistance AI engine during gameplay and provide the player with visual illustrations of how certain game scenarios are played in order for the player to be able to achieve progress in the game. In addition to just visual puzzle guides, the AI will also be capable of completing one or more interactive tasks for the player character along the interactive path. In other words, playing the game on their behalf. Offering up a more concrete example of the AI's functionality, the abstract presented a scenario where the computer-generated assistant could be an animated representation of all-knowing Yoda. God damn it! From Star Wars. Yoda can provide not just interactive moves to show how to play the specific scenarios of the game, but can also provide verbal communications to the player character, which is listened to by the player. The ghost assistance, therefore, can be a combination of moves and actions and interactive action performed by the ghost player, or can be in the form of verbal gestures or provided that can be viewable by the player in the game scene during a game session. If the verbal gesture is provided by the animated character Yoda, the visual representation of Yoda can be rendered in the form of Yoda speaking back to the character controlled by the player. It's clippy. It's fucking clippy. Does he look like he's having a good time? Interestingly, Sony's desired AI Go system appears to be an expansion of the PS5's Game Help system, which currently allows for players to upload user-generated guides to specific portions of a given game. Further, the relevant patent was filed just a month after Sony revealed that they have already begun training AIs on how to play video games, which they purported at the time was being done in service of improving their internal testing processes. As noted above, the WIPO has yet to officially approve Sony's AI Ghost character patent application. However, despite this current delay, it's likely only a matter of time until some form of this system, from Sony or otherwise, makes its way into commercial video games. In other news, IO Interactive revealed PC specs for 007 First Light, and they listed graphics cards and processors that don't even exist. Did I tell you guys that I saw that I saw a image on the internet of a bag of chips where on the back of the
image on the internet?
On the back of the bag of chips, in the nutritional facts at the bottom, it said ChatGPT can make mistakes. Please, please verify any important details.
Clearly, you didn't see an image of a bag of chips.
You would have taken a picture of it.
It was a YouTube short that featured the bag in it. So sorry. I didn't.
No, I'm just saying that it was a hallucination.
Yeah, must be
hallucination. Yeah.
So they say here the specs for 007 First Light are here. Dive into the PC hardware you need to earn the number in this reimagined James Bond origin story. Pre-order now and get a free deluxe edition upgrade. To which the community notes are pointing out i5 9500K does not exist. The closest thing is the i5 9600K. Is that the minimum PC hardware requirements recommended is?
I think that's just a typo that they probably meant 9600K.
The 3060 Ti doesn't contain 12 gigabytes of VRAM, only the 3060. And that's what they put as the recommended version of the thing that they. Oh no, that was the Intel Core. Never mind. Disregard. I thought that was funny. Outside of such base requirements as the 16 gigabytes of RAM, 32 gigabytes recommended, 80 gigabytes of storage, and 64-bit Windows 10 or 11 operating system. Did you guys see that I shared that you can unlock your Windows 7 using the license key from the released Epstein file photos of his copy of Windows 7?
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure it would only work for that one guy that did it.
The one guy who did it in the video?
Yeah. Because unless they've not cared about their activation server anymore.
I just love the people who are like...
it could have got deactivated, but once it got reactivated, then it's stuck in for a year.
Have you seen the one that's like, chat, I'm really sad. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is there anything I can do to help you feel better? Yeah, when I was a little kid, my grandma used to read Windows activation license keys to me. Would you fulfill that role? Sure. Here. Oh, dear Lord. Okay, so it says here 80 GB storage, 64-bit Windows 10 on the minimum PC hardware requirements. Ask players to grab either an Intel Core i5 9500K processor, AMY Ryzen 5 3500. However, Intel does not make the i5, but instead produces a similar named 96 and the i5 9500. Likewise, when it comes to the recommended hardware, IO Interactive advises taking advantage of an NVIDIA RTX 3060 Ti, AMD RX 6700 XT, or Intel discrete GPU equivalent with at least 12 gigabytes of video RAM. An odd ask considering how the RTX 3060 Ti only has 8 gigabytes of video RAM, especially when the regular RTX 3060 actually offers both 8 gigabytes and 12 gigabyte models. As a publication, IO Interactive has yet to offer any public explanation for their Ghost specs, though current speculation suggests they are a result of either user error or AI generation. Meanwhile, though, the original tweet was eventually hit with a community note, which we already looked at. The blunder is made all the worse by the fact that one would expect IO Interactive to get their info right, especially as the developer has a proven close relationship with NVIDIA. They previously stated that they worked with NVIDIA on developing 007, First Light's DLSS features, and other graphical effects.
The way you were saying that, I thought you were making like a joke about the fact that they are like their name is IO. It's input and output.
Yeah,
and they're getting the input wrong.
All right. I'm gonna save this for a next future podcast again, because this is a conversation starter, not an article to read, and I don't think I'm gonna make it. HyperX announces
the last time that Super Sonico was relevant.
I don't know. Watch Joe Biden. HyperX announces AI headset that reads brain signals to boost gaming performance. If this thing can do what I get up from my seat 50 billion times a day to do, which is walk outside on the patio at work and talk into my phone so I don't have to type shit that I'm going to have AI transcribe and then paste that as my prompt in my AI conversation, and I could instead just think it, that would be spectacular. I would love that.
I'm surprised you're not worried about the thought crimes it's going to arrest you for.
What thoughts do I have that are criminal?
I don't know. That, well, I don't know. You say a lot of these things like, freaking lolly porn shouldn't be illegal and blah, blah. And they'll be like, oh, well, this guy, we need to arrest him.
We'll come to that bridge when we get there, I guess. HyperX has revealed a development concept for an AI integrated gaming headset that uses brainwave signals to potentially enhance player performance, making a futuristic step in integrating neural data with gameplay. HyperX has announced an upcoming AI headset concept designed to interact with players' brainwave signals in order to provide real-time adjustments and support during gaming sessions. The technology aims to detect neural activity, essentially reading certain brain patterns, and use the data to inform AI systems that can help optimize gameplay responsiveness, performance insights, and overall user experience. The headset is being developed to work with AI that can interpret brainwave input and apply it to contextual gaming assistance. While specific technical details and commercial release plans remain limited, HyperX presented the concept as part of its broader research into next-generation gaming hardware that leverages artificial intelligence in new ways. The concept is intended to explore how biometric data, in this case, signals from the player's brain, can be used to tailor in-game feedback or performance boosts. Honestly, like you said, the more likely scenario is that it's gonna be the thought police for you when you're playing Brown Dust 2, and it thinks, oh, user's getting horny, ban him.
And it'll also be like used in lobbies where it's like, he thought the N-word, ban him.
Yeah. Oh, I lost where I was.
Yeah, it's a nostalgic feeling for gamer words.
Yeah. He was playing GTA and the character said the N-word and he thought of it fondly, right? The concept is intended to explore how biometric data, in this case, I didn't read this. HyperX's AI headset is currently positioned as a developmental concept rather than a finalized consumer product with a release date. The company is showing how future hardware might evolve when AI and biometric integration are combined, but there is no confirmation of when or if such technology will reach widespread availability. Dang. Who knows? Not even a picture of it. All right. Release news. Who's ready? Tough. It's happening. Reese, are you here?
I am.
Good. Do you want me to do it?
For the transition.
Oh, yeah.
Time to move, feel the groove, spin it on your hands. Let your hearts keep pumping just like rubber bands. Ooh, let's get physical media.
I love how it made you Spider-Man. And like, so the way that you get past the AI is it won't generate Spider-Man. But if you tell it a skin tight black suit with Spider-Man eyes, apparently it'll generate the Spider-Man webbing on it too. All right. So Discotheque put out a kind of small Discotheque Day. First up, they have Lupin the Third versus Cat's Eye. They're going to do the Japanese 5.1 and 2.0 with subs, plus the English dub and 5.1, 2.0, along with extras. I am assuming this is coming to Blu-ray, given how new it is. They're also putting out Cutie Honey Tears, the 2016 Cyberpunk reimagining with 5.1 and 2.0 audio.
The live action.
Yeah, plus the making of. Yes, this is the live action.
Does the live action have like transformation sequences?
Does it have nudity? No,
one
it does.
that I own on disc did. There was a live action previously that came out. And then they got Voltus 5 on Blu-ray. Touched up subtitles.
Yeah, as opposed to SD on Blu-ray, right?
Yeah. And then they are putting out the Lupin TV Specials Collection 1, which will be the first 5 Lupin TV specials from 1989 to 1993 in HD. All 5 are subbed, and 1 and 5 are dubbed.
Now, for me, this is pretty cool, but
yeah,
not.
Reese and I aren't so happy. First of all, David Miranda, is that who's first?
I guess.
No. Vegetable Saute on Blue Sky said, I helped out a bit with the liner notes, translation support, correcting misinformation, adding new commentary, and so on. For those who want to know more than just watching TV specials, I recommend purchasing it, even if you already own the previous edition. And then David Miranda said it's going to be a two-disc set.
Yeah, so not individual discs. So odds are they're not gonna, even after all the feedback fans are giving them, they're not gonna bother authoring new discs for 2 to 3, or 2 to 4.
And this is a problem because, as Reese posted here, we are stuck in limbo where these ones are DVDs.
Yeah.
Right.
I actually had, for some reason, Dragon of Doom and Voyage to Danger in the wrong places. So 6 is in 5 spots. 5 should be in 6's spot. Yeah.
And you call yourself a real fan? How could
I don't know how it happened. I just
noticed
it right after I took the picture. I don't know how it happened.
I mean, didn't they fuck up one of the numbers? Because doesn't this say number 6, number 6?
No. They screwed. They called number 9, number 5 on the back of this.
Okay.
On the spines, it's okay.
Doesn't that look like these both say number 6 to you guys, though?
No, they both say. One says 5, one says 6.
Okay.
Anyway,
Yeah, I can barely tell though.
Anyway, point being, 2, 3, and 4 have never been on Blu-ray before.
Yeah.
And
now
they're
basically saying, yeah, tough titties. We're gonna put them in a collected works.
And fuck your collection that you for
Yeah.
people who have collected all this stuff
Mm-hmm.
for the last 10+ years. Fuck your collection. How you've had it before. Now you have to get rid of these and buy these collection sets.
Well, you know what they're gonna do. You already know it, right?
Go on.
They're gonna put out the 1 to 5,
Mm-hmm.
and then in
6
2
to 10.
years,
6
sure,
to 10.
And then 11 to 15.
Yeah.
whatever. They're gonna do these collections, but then after that, they're gonna release the individuals. After you've sold your collection,
Fuck that. No, they're not gonna do that. They're
If
not
we're
gonna do
lucky, Astro Res AI enhanced upscaler, they'll
To
put that
4K.
shit out on 4K. Yeah, if we're fucking lucky.
There's no fucking way they're gonna do.
Do you think they're gonna
individuals
do like a
again.
Castle of Cagliostro steelbook version for 2 to 4 with dub or whatever, with a new dub?
You give me a dub, you better fucking put it on its individual disc box set thing, like a release, not box set.
They are sub only. I
Yeah.
mean, they're not. They don't have new dubs. They clearly stated that.
Yeah,
You know,
this is also, by the way, why they were only ever released on DVD is because they're sub only.
Well, they were only released on
Discotheque.
They were released primarily in order
Mm-hmm.
from Bye Bye Lady Liberty wasn't released on Blu-ray until much later.
I know, but Bye Bye Lady Liberty has a dub, does it not?
A shitty dub, the shittiest dub in all of Lupin.
beggars can't be choosers.
Discotheque has just released a dub of Castle of Cagliostro. Great
for
job.
the third time, which is
Amazing.
absolutely unnecessary, in my opinion. I thought the manga dub was great.
Yeah.
Well, what if someone likes the Lady Liberty dub?
I've been holding
What
it
if
up
they
to you.
think it's
Nobody
great?
fucking likes
So the
Lady
point
Liberty dub.
is, Discotheque, Booby, get your ass out there, give us the Tony Oliver dub for the remaining things, put that shit out on disc. Don't give us this nonsense instead. Everybody will come out and buy it, and they'll spend way more because they will buy each individual one of these on Blu-ray instead of you're like, nobody wants it, we're going to put it on 1 through 5. It's like, yes, Funimation was able to sell the first haul, final haul. They were able to do that. They also released every single one of those individually beforehand.
Yeah. They should bare minimum put all these that still are in DVD only out individually before they do these collection sets. They're perfectly fine doing these collection sets. That's great. Honestly, I'm kind of tempted just to shore up some shelf space. Like get a fifth of my show. You turn all this into a fifth of the shelf space. But I mean, individually, don't lock the Blu-ray versions of this behind a collection that makes us have to revamp our collections just for consistency.
And then, like, the thing, and Discotheque is perhaps the worst at this, Sentai being a close second, of re-releasing the same thing. Actually, I would say Sentai's worse, because Sentai is literally just re-releasing with the new cover.
The exact same.
Discotheque is at least giving you a small, modicum upgrade each time, right? Oh, SD on Blu-ray? Now actually on Blu-ray. Okay, great. I'll take that. I guess, right? But at the end of the day, it's like, God damn it. Like, please, how many times have I bought this, right? And you're still going to just fuck me in the ass over it. Like, it's infuriating that all I goddamn want, and for me, like, I really shouldn't even be making this argument because I'm going to hold on to all the DVDs. I have the Funimation Dragon of Doom. I have the Discotheque Dragon of Doom. I have the censored release of Dragon of Doom 2, right? Or is that Dragon of Doom? No, Twilight Gemini, right? That's the one with
Discotheque. How many times are you going to buck AC in the ass?
Yeah.
Come on. We want numbers.
It's getting to be a bit much here.
I mean, like how I have mine, as you can see here, I have the TV series all in order. I'm including Lupin Zero just because it's a series at the end of that, and then from Mystery of Mamo all the way to the end.
Okay, from now
by release order.
From now
I
on,
can't do that with these stupid collections.
I decree every time you go to any anime convention and Discotheque has a booth there and there is someone to talk to, you must go up to them and say, hey, have you guys considered dubbing the rest of Lupin? Oh, yeah, it's too expensive. We can't do that. Hey, what if you just did a Kickstarter for each individual one? That way you don't have to worry about it, and you could just kind of gauge the fan reaction and see if they'd be willing to do it. I think that'd be a good idea, right? Like, okay, yeah, thanks for the advice. And then 15 times that keeps happening over and over again. Oh, I went to this state, that happened. I went to that state, it happened. I went to this convention, it happened, right? Eventually, they'll proceed with it. And if we're lucky, they'll do it before Tony Oliver dies. Right, and then we'll get all that shit dubbed, and then we're good, right? God,
I mean, I don't care. I don't even mind if these remain sub only. Like, I'm perfectly happy with the sub.
But the point is,
yeah, I know.
If they got the dub, you could sell each and every one of these individually. And the wondrous thing about AI is that all that shit, oh, we don't have the M&E anymore. We can't do that. It's impossible to dub. That shit's a lie now. AI makes this doable. You absolutely can. Look at what YouTube is doing automatically. You can remove the existing dialogue easily and put in whatever you need to. Right?
To be fair, they dubbed Kenichi OVAs, where the only M&E they had was like lower quality stuff. So it's like if they're willing to ship that, in theory, I don't see why. Like they are gonna have artifacting if they remove it with AI, but you know it's better than like, oh,
yeah,
sorry, no dub, no,
and they still managed to get most of the cast back for that too.
Mm-hmm. Not Vic, though.
I mean, just like, we're on the home stretch. What you see here on these DVDs are the only ones outside of part 2.
Mm-hmm.
Like, go this close to the finish line, and they fuck us over with this collection.
Yeah, it's infuriating.
And I'm not alone. There's like, how many likes on this? 39?
Fuck yeah. Yeah, I'll give you another one. 40.
Thanks.
And it's got a bookmark. Yeah. In fact, everybody, I am now posting to all destinations. Please like and retweet this shit. Anyway, so beyond
all destinations, all 2 of them.
Ironic that the one I can't send it to is Twitter. Here, I'll just retweet it. Okay. Also, Animego, they had a thing. It was mostly nonsense. You don't really care about. This is the only real news. They're going to dub Hotori. Wow.
That random
is
thing?
it because it's a short?
Yeah, it's like how many minutes? Like half an hour or something?
Yeah. Oh, fuck me.
This is like when Discotheque said, we're dubbing Bananya or whatever.
Yeah, with freaking Mike Toole as the narrator.
Yeah.
Oh, they did?
Whoa. Oh. That's probably the new one, right?
Yeah, this is the second season.
Okay.
I got too excited real quick.
Fuck
1, 2,
my
3,
ass,
4.
Fuck my ass. Fuck my ass.
I prefer the old one, so I think I'm good on buying the new.
Look how much money you have to pay to that pedophile.
I just want to point out, it will cost you $460 just to catch up right now with everything they put out for this series, for this new series.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the new one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Plus tax.
Yeah, plus tax.
But you get the soundtrack.
But I don't get Steve Bloom as I forgot his
Shishio?
name. Shishio, yeah.
Yeah. Is there even a point in watching the show without him?
No, that's why I'm saying you get to save
that's what I'm
money
saying,
by
like,
not watching this version.
And do I really even want to like rewatch this whole series just from, you know,
this part? Because didn't you tell me like after
this is the end? As far as I'm, if this is the
Yeah.
end, sure, $460, fucking take it on my goddamn account. Let's go. I'm done. Right? If you're gonna go past this and make the same mistakes the original anime did by telling everything after this god tier arc, you're fucking making a mistake. Anyway, Chainsaw Man Volume 1. Hey, I thought this came out ages ago.
This is now a standard edition.
Was it only a steelbook previously?
Well, it was a steelbook with Walmart exclusive. They had a limited edition as well that was
Okay.
released at the same time. That had the mostly green cover background with Denji and it was like a holographic where you you rotate it and Denji changes to a Chainsaw Man form.
Yeah, good night, old man. Take care. So I just assumed because I have both of those things you described that they also released the standard that same around that same time.
Well, yeah.
Honestly, it's kind of a brilliant strategy. Release the LE first.
Of course, that's basically
that people have to buy it if they want it right away. You know.
Yeah, I mean that's been the strategy for most cases.
And also, if they overprint the LEs like Viz does, they can gauge how long they have to keep it exclusively in that format before they can tone it down, I guess.
Like they did that for all the JoJo's.
Still gotta get that last part.
We also have Kamen Rider Dyad, which is the previously, I think this is the one that was previously released as a Media Blasters exclusive.
Yeah, something like that.
Right? And this is the non-Media Blasters exclusive one.
Legacy Standard Edition.
Yeah. Kamen Rider the first, Kamen Rider the next. So this is the thing I literally have that I was looking at the other day. Okay. And then in Amazon, we've got the 4K for the Boy and the Beast steelbook.
Yeah, 4K Blu-ray.
So now Hosoda Collection is officially completely replaced from the Funimation releases or whatever, and like I guess obsolete, assuming there's no like issues with the discs.
Yeah, I mean I'm still keeping mine. I'm not buying these 4K.
No,
editions.
seriously, same. All right, and then also you wanted me to share the Blu-ray for what reason?
It's also standard Blu-ray only version. That's also coming from G-Kids.
Got it.
Just because we'll show it again when it shows up on Crunchyroll, but that's here too.
All right, before we jump into the next thing, do you guys want to chat while I go take a pee? Can you catch up on the chat? They're talking about where were we?
Where were we? Game channels, beginner games, censorship.
I gotta pee.
There you are. Big brother having a connected controller while little brother's controller is not even connected. Regarding the help me, big brother, I need help, or I'm stuck. Thing from Sony. YouTube game tutorials are given to die out, and the game can play itself and find out secrets.
No.
I don't think the AI thing will like find all the secrets, like all the. I think it's just gonna get you through the level. Like if there's any collectibles, it's not gonna go out there and find them for you, or something. I don't know. Or like it might take over for boss battles or something. I don't know. I tell the specs. Well, what's that supposed to mean?
It's probably like some game we were talking about, but I can't think of a long name like that.
Well, like maybe First Light or something. Getting like processors that don't exist. I don't know. Makes a modern audience, and the PC requirements are irrelevant because nobody will be playing the game. Every thought you have should be true. Eventually, it just depends on who's in government. Things that are fine now could be highly problematic in 10 years. That's just how things go anyway. Department of Distributing AC. Shame we can't click on that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's the retweeting.
All right, cool. I got back just in time. What will happen to Warner Brothers Japan? Are they going to be bought out? What? Oh, because Warner Brothers Discovery is being sold? I don't know. It's a good question. I definitely don't want Netflix to own them if that's the case.
Depends on if they're independent or not.
Yeah. All right, cool. If you guys want to support the OCA podcast, one of the ways you can do that is by heading to stealthweeb.com and buying yourself a nice shirt. If you run into the inevitability that you can't buy it because the checkout is broken, go ahead and send me an email at stealthweebstore@gmail.com and I will accommodate your needs. I might even give you a discount.
Slide into his DMs.
Yeah. And if you hate blind people, goddamn, go over to ocapodcast.com/store and buy yourself a Fuck Blind People t-shirt. It's in a version of Braille they can't read, but soon we will be having a embroidered version, so they will be able to read it as they caress your nipples trying to find the Braille. All right. Whew. Japan has a toothpaste that's supposed to make milk taste better after you brush with it.
Wow.
How long is this? We've skipped this article too many times. Oh, God, it's long. Okay, great.
What's the verdict?
We take breath labo to the lab. Is that what that says? Breath labo. Yeah. Our mouths go through a lot during an average day. They're always cramming food and whatnot in them. And even the air we breathe is full of kinds of particles, are full of all kinds of particles for a rather sorted blend of who knows what. That all has to have an effect on the way we taste food as well, but we usually don't think about it that much. We don't swish water around our mouths and spit it out before eating meals like a wine taster might, but maybe we should. To explore this idea further, Japanese toothpaste brand Breath Labo and major milk brand Morinaga no Oishi Milk Morinaga's delicious milk have teamed up to see if fresh breath can make a glass of milk taste even better. The two companies recruited 100 people to brush their teeth with Breath Labo and then drink some Morinaga no Oishi milk and asked for their opinions. Of the surveyed, 78% said they felt brushing their teeth made the milk taste significantly richer and crisper, and a further 21% said that it did so to a certain extent. That amounts to 99% who felt brushing with Breath Labo improved the taste of milk, at least a bit. This all seemed kind of far-fetched to me. I could understand how a cleaner mouth could enhance our ability to taste, but the trade-off here is that toothpaste often have strong flavors of their own that interfere with and sometimes downright ruin the taste of foods consumed shortly after brushing. I decided to see for myself and set out to buy some Breath Labo toothpaste and Morinaga no Oishi milk. However, when I got to the drugstore, I found this particular toothpaste cost $6.62 a tube. After shouting, "In this economy?" I stormed out of the drugstore, but I remembered I still needed milk and stormed back in. That was also a bust because they only had low-fat Morinaga no Oishi milk. I figured since I was judging the richness, it would be better to go with the normal fat milk instead. So I ended up buying a carton of 7-Eleven store brand milk that was nearing its expiry date, not because I wanted to save money, but because I wanted to protect the earth from wasted milk. The trick to this possibly working is that Japanese toothpaste tends to have a milder, less minty taste to it. This means that the cleansing effect might outweigh the taste distortion. To test this out, I used my go-to Kenketsu-chan toothpaste that they gave me when I donate blood. In a way, this toothpaste is priceless because I paid for it in blood. Oh. For the record, Kenketsu-chan toothpaste is actually just Aura 2, a widely sold brand by Sunstar. I took a swig of the 7-Eleven milk and was actually surprised by its rich sweetness. I then brushed with Kenketsu-chan, waited about half an hour, and tried some more milk. However, it was not better than before brushing. It wasn't especially bad, but it felt like the aftertaste of the toothpaste canceled out certain notes in the milk's flavor, making it less rich than before. The next morning, I tried the experiment again, this time using some Colgate Total from the USA by way of Canada. They tend to cram a lot more stuff in this toothpaste compared to the Japanese brands, both in terms of taste and bacteria-fighting ingredients, so it could go either way. Once again, I had some 7-Eleven milk, and it tasted even better than the night before as the crisp beverage soothed my sleep-parched throat. I then brushed with Colgate, waited about a half an hour, and then drank some more milk. But once again, there seemed to have been a subtraction in flavor. Strangely enough, this time the diminished taste was mainly detected on the sides of my tongue. Up to this point, it looked as if the Breath Labo and Morinaga study was not all it was cracked up to be. I read it again just to be sure and found that it was users of Breath Labo specifically who reported improved taste in milk and other foods rather than toothpaste in general. The reason is that Breath Labo toothpaste has a certain formula specifically designed for a precision assault on the elements that pollute mouths with bad breath. Not wanting to leave this matter without it being thoroughly examined, I returned to the drugstore and shelled out for a tube of Breath Labo under protest. So once again, I had some 7-Eleven milk and it tasted as good as usual. I then brushed with Breath Labo and waited about half an hour. This toothpaste was a little different and had a kind of sour tinge to it rather than a minty flavor. Then, when I went for my second drink of milk, I was taken aback. Dang! I honestly wish I could say this wasn't the case, but the milk did taste better. It wasn't an enormous difference, but it was enough that I could say with certainty that it was more flavorful. This left me really conflicted because I'm still grappling with the thought of paying 980 yen for some toothpaste and have trouble recommending you all to go out and buy it too. But I cannot change the fact that it did make the milk taste better. I understand if you don't believe me. I don't even want to believe it, but it happened. In fact, even Breath Labo and Morinaga understand people would have trouble believing this and started a social media campaign where people can sound off about it and possibly win $33 gift certificate regardless of how they feel. Just follow this account and make a post saying whether you believe it or not. It might be a good idea to try winning the contest and then using that money to buy this expensive toothpaste. Holy shit, what an article. God damn. We almost dodged that bullet again, but instead we took it straight in the eyes. Anyway, summer white dress Kuro Neko figure, definitely enchanting. Grok, make her dress see-through.
I mean, they have a few figures like that where it's completely see-through or somewhat see-through.
I remember my Ropponmatsu Matsu figure from Excel Saga came in a see-through variant that I did not buy. Goddess of Victory Nikke's Blanc, super pretty and new kimono figure.
Are they going to nerf the figures?
Goddess of
That
Victory?
is not brown dust.
That doesn't stop them from possibly nerfing it.
Sure. This is also the developer of Stellar Blade, though, so they have money to throw around.
$3,500 statue of Resident Evil 4's Ashley Graham features silicone skin and real hair.
And removable clothes as well? No, just kidding.
I think they are, actually, now that I think about it.
Interchangeable genitals? No.
Horsecock? What? But I wonder if they would even put nips on it. Now that you've brought it up. Aliens. My dick won't fit in there is what these hand gestures mean.
The fact that I knew what you were talking about, dude. Just...
Yeah. It's the exact one, right? The exact pose.
Aliens.
I know it from the remix of Women.
All right. You guys ready for some unreal cringe? Will the award show disqualify games for using AI to list the recommended specs? Oh boy. Reze is planning a physical AI anime girl assistant that offers various services. Reze has revealed a prototype desk concept that integrates AI anime characters as interactive holograms, blending real-world hardware with generative technology in a showcase of what the company believes would be the future of immersive personal computing. Reze recently unveiled a new concept desk that places an AI-generated anime character waifu as a hologram above a physical workstation setup. The prototype combines Reze's existing hardware ecosystem with generative AI and spatial display technology to create an interactive presence that appears to float above the desk's surface. The company says the concept is intended to demonstrate ways in which AI avatars could serve as assistants, entertainment, or personalized companions in desktop environments. Can't wait till the hackers make it like do lewd stuff. We'll come back to that. Hold on. The prototype relies on an array of light field displays and depth sensing hardware, allowing the anime character to appear three-dimensional without requiring augmented reality glasses or VR headsets. Reze executives discussed how the integration could ultimately allow users to interact with AI personas in ways that extend beyond typical flat screens, including voice dialogues, gesture responses, and contextual computing that adapts to what the user is doing on the desk. Reze explained that the hologram character seen in the demo can respond to questions, provide guidance, and present visual feedback as part of the interactive experience. Although the company stressed that the desk remains a concept at this stage and is not a product with current release plans. You made a whole ass video about it. Many will immediately recognize the concept similarity to the Gatebox companion from a while back, except this new take involves incorporating AI technology. You guys ready for this?
Wakey, wakey, rise and shine. Morning, Joey. You were snoring again. Definitely wear your favorite green jacket. Look, now we're really vibing.
We're
vibing. Have a good day.
Hey, cutie.
Hi, Amanda. Great brainstorming last night.
Actually, I need more.
What if we flip the design here? Do you think it can work?
Nice. I think you're onto something.
Whole day, soldier. We need more air support.
Yeah.
It sounded like
clean
they
shot.
used her in AI as well.
They're just talking to each other.
Also, does it always face the viewer?
I think it's just for the thing, but yeah, it's always facing away from them. I think that's hilarious. But I just love it. It's like you're in the middle of a game and it's like, oh, this guy's hacking. Call him the N-word, right? Like, use your gamer words.
Yeah.
Whoa, clean shot. Nice one.
Oof. Maybe aim for the head next time? Break line of sight.
Switch to burst.
Have you noticed that the female one, like the one for the females, is like supportive and whatnot, and the female one that's for the males is kind of a bitch? Like, Joey, you were snoring again. Oh, aim for the head next time. Like,
Fire mid-range.
GG, that was amazing. Ready to go again? This is Project Ava, your AI desk companion.
I'm sorry. Did you guys see what they put in here? It's the Japanese office lady.
Oh yeah.
Can she sue? Like,
If she didn't give permission, there was someone else that I think they put in here that they said they did get permission from, but it wasn't this office lady.
was it this character? It's got to be.
Maybe it wasn't this product.
I just love that it's like, would you like a beautiful anime girl? Perhaps a studly masculine character? Maybe a real life Japanese office lady? Or would you like some fucking loser? Like
that guy. It was this product. It was that guy.
He looks like the anime character that's always calculating. It's like,
I think he's a streamer or
yeah, he looks like an esports guy.
Yeah, he might be an esports
Like-
guy or something
Like he's gonna touch his glasses up, like pushing them up with his middle finger, and say like, you need to attack at exactly 0.3 seconds after the animation reaches its full arc. You know, like. Wow.
Do you think they know we're actually calling the shots?
Nope, let's keep it that way.
Yikes.
Yeah, that's something an AI would say, right? Do they know we're actually calling the shots? No. Let's keep them in the dark.
All right. A Japanese police officer arrested for stealing and selling trading cards held as evidence. A police officer in Saitama Prefecture has been arrested after stealing collectible trading cards that were being held as evidence, later selling them and using the money for gambling, according to Japanese media reports. A 25-year-old male police officer from Saitama Prefecture has been arrested on suspicion of theft after taking collectible trading cards that were being stored as evidence at a police station. The incident occurred at the Hanyu police station, where the cards had been seized in a connection with a case involving illegal horse racing gambling. The stolen items consisted of 9 high-value trading cards from a popular anime series. Of course, 8 cards were sold for a total of approximately 742,500 yen, while the remaining card was later found still in the officer's possession. Dumbass. The theft came to light when another investigator noticed that the evidence cards were missing during a routine check, prompting an internal investigation. Following questioning, the officer admitted to the theft and stated that he had sold most of the cards and used the money for gambling. He reportedly told investigators that he was unable to control his gambling urges. The case is particularly notable because the cards were directly related to an investigation the officer was involved in, making the misuse of evidence especially serious. Japanese media report that the stolen cards have been secured as part of a criminal probe and were supposed to remain under strict evidence management. The arrest has drawn attention to lapses in evidence handling and internal oversight within the police force, especially as collectible trading cards have become increasingly valuable and desirable. Authorities are continuing their investigation into the matter, including whether similar incidents may have occurred previously. Tokyo court rules workplace use of Chan as sexual harassment. Remember, in Turkey, if you like another woman's social media posts, you can get divorced. Your wife can divorce you, right? A Tokyo District Court has ruled that repeatedly addressing a coworker with the diminutive suffix chan constitutes sexual harassment, ordering the offender to pay 220,000 yen in damages. What do you think, based on that alone?
It could get annoying if, you know, someone keeps doing it. You know,
like if you called, I don't know, let's say you've got a woman in your workplace called Marie, and every time you called her, "Hello, Miss Marie," right?
But Chan isn't Chan. It's not Miss. It's more
I'm
like
just saying, I think it would be
Missy.
equally annoying.
Like, hey, Missy.
I don't know. I'm just saying.
You know,
I think
like,
so.
Hey, sweetie.
They're
you know,
arguing. They're arguing that it was the use of Chan, and then they go on to say, in the case from the city, a woman in her 40s filed the lawsuit in 2023 after she claimed that a male colleague at a Sagawa Express branch routinely called her by the suffix Chan, made remarks such as, "You're cute. I can see your underwear, and you have a nice figure," and later developed depression and resigned. So the woman did. The court held on October 23rd that the use of Chan in a workplace setting lacks justification given its typical use for children or very intimate personal relationships, and recognized the conduct as sexual harassment. The damages awarded were 220,000 yen.
So she was basically consistently mis-suffixed instead of misgendered.
The company itself... Don't get them started. The company itself settled separately in February 2025, agreeing to pay the plaintiff 700,000 yen, which doesn't actually add up to a lot, does it? The Ministry of Health, Labor, and Welfare of Japan has previously listed workplace use of Chan as potentially constituting sexual harassment, depending on the context. Experts caution that the ruling does not mean that Chan is automatically harassment in all cases, but when paired with other inappropriate comments or behavior, it can well cross the line. The decision has triggered discussion in Japanese workplaces about respectful forms of addressing and the meaning of professional boundaries. Reports that using Chan in Japan constitutes sexual harassment are at least a little exaggerated. We're going to read what Story News 24 had to say. The soundbite version of a legal ruling is an imbalanced substitute for a proper meal/understanding of the situation. Before we get into the meat of this article, let's start with a linguistics appetizer. Pretty much anyone with a passing interest in the Japanese language, or even Japanese culture in general, knows that the suffix san often gets used for after people's names in Japan. It often gets approximated to Mr. or Miss, but san's actual nuance is a little more complex, since it gets used after given names too. But the key point is that it's used as a sign of polite respect, especially since addressing someone with no suffix at all in Japanese can sound brusque or overbearing. However, san isn't the only commonly used name suffix in Japan. There's also chan or chan. I don't know. It's hard to do this when you're actually reading in English, which has a warmer, more affectionate tone. That's not necessarily affectionate in the sense of romantic affection either, as chan is often used when talking to kids. It's also pretty common within friend groups of young women, and it's not shocking for it to be used by guys addressing platonic female friends with whom they're on good terms. And to be clear, good terms means just that. With no wink or nudge, okay? And now, on to the main course. Following a verdict announced on October 23rd, a number of Japanese media outlets have posted articles with headlines saying, in one way or another, that the Tokyo District Court ruled that using Chan in the workplace constitutes sexual harassment. The nature of modern news being what it is, the urge to condense a complex issue down to its pithiest, most impactful single soundbite summary is understandable. That doesn't make it applaudable, though, and there are definitely other factors to take into consideration here. The lawsuit was filed by an ex-employee of Sagawa Express, one of Japan's largest home delivery service companies. The woman, who was in her 40s, began working at a Sagawa sales office in Tokyo in 2020. Among her co-workers was the older man who she would eventually sue for sexual harassment. According to the suit, the man's conduct caused the woman to suffer from depression, and after she was diagnosed with the condition, she took a leave of absence from work before later quitting her job in 2021. 2 years later, the woman filed lawsuits against both the man himself and Sagawa Express, seeking monetary damages from sexual harassment. This past February, Sagawa settled out of court for a sum of 700,000 yen, or $4,665. I can't even think of going to court in the US and getting less than that. Small claims court over the most ridiculously tiny thing, maybe. Anything worth suing, you're walking away with at least $100,000, right? But the man chose to fight the accusations in court, ultimately losing the case. Because the woman's grievances included the man's use of Chan when addressing her, the verdict resulted in alarmist headlines presenting the situation as the court ruling that Chan qualifies as punishable sexual harassment. And it is true that in explaining the ruling, presiding judge Shinji Tahara mentioned the suffix, calling it unnecessary in a business environment and saying that even if used with the intent of friendly familiarity, in light of the age and gender differences, literally the reason it would be appropriate, if you ask me, between the plaintiff and the defendant, and the fact that they were simply co-workers without a personal friendship, the use of Chan could be considered offensive to the woman. Everybody's offended by something. Though she was awarded far less than the 5.5 million yen she was seeking from the man in the suit, the court ordered him to pay 220,000 yen in damages. So she got 700,000, which was 4,000. So he's paying less than a third of that. She didn't really get a lot. Definitely not life-changing money, but at least a month changing money. Touche. Oh. However, framing this as using Chan is now legally classified as sexual harassment, or if a man uses Chan in talking to a woman, it means he's a creep, is a gross oversimplification. What the soundbite headlines are leaving out is that in addition to addressing the woman with Chan, he also used a pattern of telling her things like, "You're cute and you have a good figure." As such, this doesn't appear to be a case of someone whose office conduct and conversational habits were otherwise impeccably courteous, getting the judicial hammer slammed down on him just for being too familiar in his choice of suffix. Instead, it paints a picture of someone who didn't understand or didn't care about common sense boundaries in a professional environment, and it's the basket of questionable comments that got him in trouble, not the use of Chan alone. Linguistic fine points and societal norms often don't have a one-to-one translation into other countries. But if you were looking for one for the tone that Chan has, it's kind of similar to putting a Y or IE on someone's name. The name I picked, Marie, already has it. I can't think of one. Anne to Annie, Kate to Katie,
Chojin to Chojini.
Yeah. If you call a coworker the N-word, is it sexual harassment?
Depends on if that's your kink.
Let's say, for example, that you have a coworker whose name is Susan. Calling her Susie would be seen as a warm, friendly way of speaking, but it's important to make sure that she's comfortable being addressed that way and to respect her opinion if she's not. I mean, the part where you say, "Hey Susie, I can see your underwear." that's clearly where you cross the line. Insisting on calling her Susie regardless of how she feels about it would be inappropriate. And if you're choosing to call her that while saying things like "You're such a good looking, you sure are good looking, Susie," or "Nice body, Susie," then yeah, that's not cool for multiple reasons. All of which is to say that it's not using Chan that'll get a man accused of sexual harassment in Japan, but unilaterally deciding it's okay to press in past established baseline formality when dealing with a woman, which is true in any language or culture. Oh. Japan's host industry crackdown backfires and instead triggers a surge in overseas sex trafficking. Wah, wah. Japan's 2025 crackdown on abusive host clubs was supposed to protect women from predatory debt schemes, but critics say it has instead pushed exploitation underground, fueling a rise in overseas prostitution arrangements that resemble human trafficking more than work opportunities. A major revision to Japan's entertainment business law in June 2025 was meant to rein in exploitative host club practices, particularly emotional manipulation and unpaid tabs that left female customers drowning in debt. However, a new reporting suggests the crackdown has produced a grim side effect, a sharp increase in women being sent overseas under coercive conditions to repay host-related debts. According to industry insiders and former hosts are now working alongside illegal loan sharks to resolve unpaid tabs that can reach 2 or 3 million yen instead of forcing women into domestic sex work. Instead of forcing women into domestic sex work, lenders front the money on the condition that the women travel abroad for prostitution, with destinations commonly including South Korea, Australia, and Southeast Asia. Once abroad, many find themselves unable to earn what they were promised, sometimes making as little as 400,000 yen a month, far below expectations, and often insufficient to clear their debt or even return to Japan. Women are reportedly forced to sign written pledges listing their personal details, including family addresses and parents' names, making escape difficult. Former hosts say loan sharks coordinate directly with overseas brokers, determining where the woman is sent and for how long, while the woman herself receives little or no income from the arrangement. In some cases, hosts receive referral kickbacks for handing women over, turning debt collection into a profit stream. Scouts are also said to be playing a growing role, effectively acting as lenders themselves. If repayment deadlines are missed, women are sent abroad immediately, sometimes with compromising videos used as leverage. Interest rates on these loans can be extreme, with reports of 1.5 million yen ballooning to 2.3 million yen in just 2 months. While overseas prostitution was once seen as highly lucrative, multiple women now say the reality is far harsher. Claims of massive earnings are rare exceptions, with most barely scraping by and facing fines, penalties, or additional fees. Some openly admit that they would have been better off staying in Japan. Industry groups and law enforcement acknowledge an increase in overseas cases, though exact numbers remain unclear. Meanwhile, established host groups claim they had already banned tab systems before the law changed, and argue that the reform has merely driven bad actors further underground. Any thoughts?
I can't believe it would make sense to fly to like Australia to go make more money.
Maybe you could charge more. But I don't know. Yeah, it does seem weird. GT Vegas says nothing original. I think this was related to the Razor AI girlfriend thing. This AI waifu husbando is cursed. Hello, E Castro. How you doing? Similar to that Miku hologram thing they had some years back. Yeah, LOL faker. and the clipboard girl. Yeah. Yes. All right. I got one more article for you. Go away. Germany, man in asylum accommodation pushed friend out of window and raped him while he was critically injured. They're not sending their best. The man has been sentenced to 11 years in prison. A man living in an asylum accommodation has been convicted by the Tübingen Regional Court for pushing a male acquaintance out of a window and raping him, an incident that was captured by a surveillance camera. The 30-year-old man has been sentenced to 11 years in prison for aggravated assault and rape. The incident dates back to November 2024 in the city of Reutlingen and involved the 30-year-old man. The 30-year-old man was drinking alcohol and smoking marijuana with the victim inside an asylum accommodation. The two men reportedly began arguing with one another when the defendant pushed him, according to the victim. The man fell 7 meters out of the window, or 22 feet. The victim was critically injured on the ground when the asylum seeker came outside, pulled down his pants, and then raped him. A surveillance camera captured the rape. Pedestrians eventually arrived and began shouting for help, with one of them striking the rapist with a handbag. However, this did not deter the man from continuing to rape the injured victim. Holy shit!
Crazy. You think that was like he's so hot I just have to, or I hate him so much I want to?
Yeah, it sounds like a hate rape, like a hate boner, you know. Like the
I guess that literally would be a hate boner.
The marijuana and alcohol. It's one of those things where sometimes the dick doesn't work, other times it's diamonds for hours, no matter what you do. Oh my God. This did not deter the man from continuing to rape the injured victim, according to a judge who cited the shocking details in his verdict. The prosecutors in the case demanded 12 years. While the defense attorneys argued for an acquittal, saying the rape could not be proven. Oh, it's on video.
That rape is your opinion, man.
Well, here's how I see it going down, because it's Germany. And I feel like Germany, with their Lederhosen, which is German for leather pants, is probably big into the bondage scene, right? So, like, I figure, like, the no, stop, don't stop, don't stick it in me. Yeah, like, it just, I feel like it's a, you know, a situation where you could argue that the rape was actually part of, like a sexual, you know, agreed upon scenario where you get injured and butt fucked in the snow or whatever. The suspect has no prior convictions, but the judge stated that the man has no mental illness or addiction issues that could have mitigated the sentence. Even though the defendant was on drugs at the time of the incident, they were not a significant amount. The judge ruled the man acted deliberately. The migrant also did not care that the man was seriously injured or that witnesses were trying to stop him. Quote, I hope you will undergo social therapy and take advantage of the other therapeutic services offered to you in prison, said the judge. There's no information about the man's potential asylum status or what his nationality is. What about the critical injury? Was it a broken leg? I feel like that's an important part of knowing this, you know? Damn. It was funny, but I feel a little bit less than satisfied. Do you guys have anything you want to talk about before we finish up the stream tonight?
Not in particular.
Oh, Footum, you haven't started gushing over Magical Girls yet?
No, I have not. Am I missing out?
And I'm halfway through episode 7 currently. I mean, if you really, really, really want to talk about it, we can, I suppose.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
I'm just curious.
I'm almost done. I was gonna binge, but then I got distracted by the podcast itself. I was like, they're talking about this.
I totally get you. I'm not trying to shame anybody. I was just curious if Footnam had watched any of it because I was curious what his thoughts were so far, but or
now,
just in general, everybody's thoughts.
So, are you gonna watch it all, Footnam, or no?
If I finish your video this week, yeah.
Oh, so Greenland's actually the
He's
one
throwing me under the bus. Oh, I see. Well, the
what are you talking about? It's on me. It's on me to do that.
Yeah, true.
Hold on, I gotta get this with my. This is gonna have to be the thumbnail. I just need to. All right, that's probably good, right?
I feel like it's easier to cut out with that background. There's fewer objects.
Yeah, but it also gives me a weird looking edge, Anyway, all right. Yeah, I gotta say, I mean, we'll talk about it more during the watch club, but holy shit, man. The show changes dramatically after like episode 2 or 3. And it gets worse and better at the same time. And the ending is God tier good in the second to last episode. Holy shit. Wow. Anyway, we don't need to prolong this. Reese.
Yeah.
Tonight you don't get to stop the outro.
I don't?